便的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一炮，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
由 Scott 获得，让我们恭喜 Scott 选手。
该停下来了吗？
他们说我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。我回来了。
小浩说了一句，他说：“哎，现在感觉打得有点上头，有点想哭。”
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
队员们都比较的年轻，很敢打。
在 LPL 的发挥真的是令人欣喜。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次，我们会走出属于自己的那条路。
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所有冠军。
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在了对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。
Welcome one and all back to the LPL Spring 2024. I am Mazel, I'm joined by Nightmare, and we have a heckin' day of action to prep for us today. 3 best of 3s. We're going on a journey. Nightmare, are you ready?
I hope I am, because it is going to be a bit of a trek with an awful lot of material in it as well. I hope not. He's one of my least favorite champions.
But it would be magical. Anyways, speaking later on about what we have in store for us today, we do also need to go ahead and take a look at what happened yesterday, because we did have a pretty short day for 3 best of 3s. All 2 O's across the board. WE go ahead and take up their first dub on the day. We did also have FPX taking their first win over OMG, and then BLG handling business against RNG.
Yeah, so I mean, I think obviously the big series which people were focusing on was that last series of the day. BLG are coming in again, looking like probably the best team of the LPL on paper, but don't miss out on the other results there as well, particularly the WEAL one. I feel like with Hope and Shanks kind of leaving WE and then losing to them, that was a bit of a sting. But of course, after that, BLG end up being one of our first teams to get to that 2-0 record.
So I've got a comfy spot on the BLG hype train. I've got a whole section to myself. I've got all the trees.
You got got the
and
picture with
everything.
Shun as well. from
Yeah,
when we met him
exactly.
at
It's on my wall.
semifinals?
Don't worry. No, not really. But are they really just going for the better version of what they accomplished last year, which was literally a historical moment in the LPL with the best record? And we'll see how it goes. But the back half, obviously, some big names down here looking to pick it up. We'll see some of them today too. There are I promise you, there's not 2 top esports in there. But it is interesting to see.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we'll see if we'll see what happens with the EDG roster, whether they can reclaim their own name, because they've had a bit of a weird start so far. Of course, they had a bit of an awkward series with RNG. But just so you know, folks, if you're on the second page here and not on the first page, that means you're outside of that playoffs contention bracket. So be careful if later into the split you see your team on the second page.
Well, I was talking about the smorgasbord of action that we have in front of us, and it is a very interesting one. We've got X's battling each other. It starts off with NIP versus IG. We got Rookie versus the organization that they cemented LPL dominance with in the World Championship. We have Ultra Prime taking on LGD, the sandwich, I guess, in between the 2 pieces here, as that one should be a slugfest. And then Top Esports versus EDG, the first time one of our most historic players in Mako is facing his old org, his old home.
Oh gosh, Mako played 1,095 games for EDG. Now he's playing against them in the LPL. If you're not here for that, I don't know what to tell you. You got to be there for that one. It's going to be a
Somebody make
bit
sure
weird.
Dom's alarm is set. I'm just saying. He said he wasn't waking up until that one. Somebody make sure.
Well, I'm worried for, like, you know, iCrystallization and a few of the EDG fans out there as well, because this is hard. This is emotional for that one. I mean, it's already strange enough starting off the day with, you know, Rookie on his, going back to his old team of NIP, which of course used to be V5, against his old team, IG, which he won the World Championship and of course won the LPL with too. We're going to have to see that on stage as well as we get into our first series of the day.
And we are headed to Shenzhen tonight, to the home of NIP. And we'll see how it goes, especially with the interest in the drafting priorities we've seen over this last day. And yes, we had some short games yesterday, but I feel like we are starting to get a little bit more of a hold on the meta here.
To an extent, we've seen some teams try some different stuff, right? Like, if you're BLG, you play for winning lanes, you crush through every single lane, you run into the enemy jungle, and you snowball the game beyond the point where the enemy team can come back from it. Some other teams have tried to get to the 1-2 item spike. We've seen a couple of teams attempt to play Corki. I don't think LPL Corki has been that impressive so far, so if we start seeing that coming out, it'll be interesting to see if either of these teams can buck that trend. Because, of course, we do have some very storied mid laners here. We have, of course, MSI winner and Cryon on one side, and we have world champion of Rookie on the other side as well. So we'll see what happens, particularly in that mid lane matchup.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. And why I wanted to bring that up is because we have a very high reliance on some craziness in the top side of the map today. And I want to see if they can pick apart the meta here between the two. As we see the squad of IG walking out there, I do want to particularly focus on Tianjin's new year here. The hopeful continued synergy with Cryon, but also that the top jungle combination is going to be extremely important in this matchup.
Absolutely. You know, I mentioned the mid lane matchup in regards to how I feel like maybe these two teams can play around the meta and what I haven't seen do so well in the LPL right now. But in terms of the actual players which have defined these teams' version on the meta, well, I mean, top lane's up there, right? You've got Kashanji on one side. We saw his 4-man Kasante Q in their last matchup. Also be walking onto the stage just now. Of course, he is up against You Should Know Me, YSKM on the other side as well. He was the darling of Invictus Gaming last year. A lot of people focused on him and his Jax, his Aurelia, Fiora, and the Camille as well. This dude was very, very good at all of them. Had a game of Jax the other day, and he's actually not died in their first series of the LPL as well. Let's see if NIP and Kasante master in the top side and give him something more to think about.
As we see NIP come out as well, they are no slouches in those regards. Now, both these teams sitting at 1-0, but I feel like NIP's win was very curious to see because we saw some very synergistic strength between, I feel like, Aki and Shanji. Rookie maybe a little bit more in the back seat, but I'm expected to see some of that continued growth here with the team because it is a team that is aiming for a top spot here in the LPL.
Absolutely. On paper, I think I put NIP in my top 5, if not top 4. I've got a lot of hopes for this team, as I'm sure many people do as well. The theory about this NIP roster is that you have, you know, the top jungle from OMG of 2023, which is a team which, you know, I love to watch. Many others did out there as well, which can then bolster Rookie, who had some struggles on with his top side of the map. in 23 on Top Esports before he came back to the NIP organization. And then the bot lane is hopefully a rock of stability for that top side to really flex its muscles.
Yeah, I've actually really appreciated the combo of Photic and Jwo. I think sometimes Photic needs to play a little bit more aggressive than he does. I think Jwo kind of unlocks that when he plays those more engager supports. Now, the meta is a little bit wonky in that regard, so we'll see how it goes with that tonight. But I am expecting to see a lot of focus, at least towards the top side of the map once team fights start happening. Obviously, with the meta right now, I think we will get that early focus bot lane, Dragons being so important, and specifically for me, Xiaoyueji trying to capitalize on what was, I feel like, a growing year last year as a substitute, and now being here.
Xiaoyueji was one of the standouts from LDL prospects heading up towards the LPL as well. So, you know, he subbed in a couple of times for Arn into this roster last year, and he did pretty okay, but this team was one which had a bit of a rocky second half of the year. They had a fantastic patch or two in spring before they kind of struggled to keep up their form, and then sadly, of course, they had to deal with some rotating roster issues to deal with some of their members going to play in various regions for the Asian Games and the Road to Asian Games as well. So they'd like a bit more stability this year from their players, from their roster as a whole, and this is a heck of a test to start things off very early into spring.
I also think it's just really cool because IG has been building a lot like what we saw OMG trying to accomplish, and now Shanji Aki spread their wings away from that organization. But it is rare to see teams really focus, hyper-focus on a big part of a roster, right? And it's been really cool to see them try to go at it with YSKM, Tianzhen, as well as Xiaoyueji, and Wink, who has been around for actually a long time now for IG, used to be at ADC, swapped over to support in 2022, but I love seeing those stories kind of develop, and it's a year where they can really try to make a mark and grow themselves against a very tough team where you only get to face this team once.
I love how Aki's just embracing that hairstyle now. It reminds me a lot of Ivan's Dunkmaster skin. It's like that, the real large hair, the really large hair. I appreciate that.
I wish Photic still had the blue hair, not gonna lie.
Yeah? Is there anyone else? Who else had really good hair? There was... you remember when Peanut was going through his phase of dyeing his hair every single color under the sun? That was great. I missed that.
It was cool. I still miss Harder's mullet. Still. Probably one of the greatest.
Oh,
I know the other day we talked about Ching's beard.
Ching's beard, yeah. Oh my gosh, that was some facial hair, folks.
Never seen an esports player rock a chin strap so hard. It was so good.
Okay, here's a deep cut. I really miss Pepinero from EU. He played in like season 5-6. He had like waist length hair. Yeah, had the real Rockstar hair. Like I miss that as well.
I love that. I love that we're also speaking about hair when none of these people have like any unique hairstyles to some extent.
I mean, we've got Aki. We have Aki, and that's
Aki is the one. Aki is.
He's our dude. He's our bro.
He's
He's bringing up the level here. And,
I will say I'm sad not to see any like crazy intros. I know YSKM was very.
Oh, we had a lot of them last year.
In last year, but I feel like it was also something that was very much pushed by the league. Maybe not so much this time around, but we do get to push on into draft as we are already underway. IG will be on the blue side, NIP on the red side. We got the Rumble, LeBlanc, and the Lucian ban, as well as the Rengar ban as respect to Tianzhen and the Kalista Ashe. Typical.
So there's a lot of these early bot lane prio picks banned out on both sides. The Lucian's somewhat in that bracket, but the Kalista and the Ashe ruin your day at level 1 to 3. If you get rid of some of these picks, we've seen some teams go back to more kind of like mid-game skirmishy picks and ones that can start fight easier. Stuff like Nautilus and Rel, they can suffer in lane, but if you do get these couple of these champions away, it allows you to play for them a bit more on the bot side. However, with all of these bot side bans,
wasn't done.
It leaves a top lane matchup here for YSKM's Jax and Shanji to counterpick it. We talked about top lane being a meta-defining role for both of these teams, starting off strong in this game.
I love it because it might not matter early on in the game, but it matters early on in draft. And to try to get those picks through, it was absolute confidence for YSKM here to grab that one, knowing he's unkilled and he had a great performance the last time around. It is going to be the Tahm Kench, though, for NIP to start it off, so you'd expect a Senna to follow up.
And Photic can draw some of the, I mean, I remember back in the V5 kind of hotspots when they were really, really good. Sadly couldn't capitalize in any split victories. But oh my gosh, this duo was so good at playing Senna Tahm Kench as well. We're likely to see the double support item coming out of this. There are some optimizations you can go towards that as well. We'll see if they manage to put any of them into the game. And now let's see if IG have a bot lane left that can break open this duo. We saw BLG absolutely smash late game with Senna Tahm Kench in game 2 of their series yesterday versus RNG.
The Varus locked in for Xiao Yueji. Can appreciate a lot of the variability in the builds that we see for the Varus now as well. You can have the multi-builds, but we have seen, like the lethal tempos a lot. I wonder, though, what you're going to pair up for it to go into the Tahm Kench, right? And if you want to go ahead and grab that one here, if you're sticking with solo lanes, looks like it's the solo lanes, the Neeko.
It is. Neeko's been a very high ban priority, takes it away from Rookie as well. You won't have the LeBlanc, which can be one of the okay matchups into the Neeko as well. You still got Azir. I'd imagine that will be on the table too, because that means you have 2 very long-range backlines, backline champions, which can be bailed out by the Tahm Kench. But they are considering this top lane matchup more important. Shanji going back towards K'Sante. It's a good matchup into the Jax. He's a very good K'Sante player. This is just a high-value pick in general. It means you're probably losing that Azir now from the mid lane, though.
It's cool though. Both top laners just saying, let's see what happens when we give each other the hands. All right, we're fine with the matchups. Let's see what happens on the Rift. K'Shanji is enabled, as you need to be a little bit careful there. The Orianna first ban in the second phase for NIP. I think it's a good call there, but a little interesting because I guess they're expecting a little bit of flexibility with the Neeko.
Yeah, there's a chance that the Neeko support, yeah. I mean, mage supports do quite well there, and I suppose with the Senna Tahm Kench scaling up, if you don't play towards a very aggressive bot side, then which you occasionally can do with the Tahm Kench, it allows something like a mage support to scale up and do some damage in its own right.
And we do see that as that you were talking about banned away. Easy pickings for IG to try to ban out Rookie's competitive pool here. As, I don't know if it's going to work, but at least they're getting to it now. And I imagine maybe looking at these kind of support matchups, if they maybe think that it's still flexible in that way, taking away some of those engagers. It is the Rel actually banned, so looking at that jungle matchup.
Yeah, and I wonder now if IG ban away one of the engaging picks from the jungle, because one of the things that Gen IP are not going to have in spades is teamfight engage. They, of course, IG have a very squishy set of carries / the Neeko, which could be in support as well. You might want to even ban away something like the Vi to ban away some deadly jungle combinations. Instead, it's going to be the Akali. It's fine. Rookie, one of our very famous assassin players in the mid lane there. But it does mean that Aki maybe could go towards something a bit more engaging in the jungle, which hasn't been banned out.
Bro, bring back the Aki Zed jungle. Come on. I need it back.
Yeah.
Riot, please. I got to cast it one time, like my first year of LPL, and it never has come back in the meta. I know it's not going to happen here. The Maokai, though, has been so strong recently in the meta.
And it makes a lot of sense when you're playing around a long-range backline. You have you have triple frontline now with a Senna stood safely behind them. You need some way to either shred these tanks or get through to the backline. It's going to be a little bit hard shredding through this much tanks, though, and it's going to be hard to get through the Maokai ultimate. This feels like a very difficult end of the draft from IG to deal with the triple frontline from NIP, actually.
So they're going to go for the classic turn the lights out and then everybody goes pop. If they can pull that off, I think it's actually really detrimental to the team composition that NIP have. If they get the Renata here as well, just a lot of zoning on top of the Paranoia.
It's a lot of follow-up as well. So if you have the Neeko going into the mid lane, not being flexed towards that support, as maybe NIP thought was going to happen with the Orianna ban, you're going to turn off the lights to try and get a huge engage. The problem is, these kind of engages are not going to kill the front line particularly easily. You need to be able to pick off the back line, but because Tahm Kench is also there, it's going to be hard to get rid of all of those champions you want to. Now, we did have a bit of a talk, just as we were loading into, well, just introducing players onto screen, is how the Corki has not been that successful in LPL so far. We've had 4 item Corkis, which tends to be that Exodia type of champion in the late game, but not really work out. So, Rookie, he has to show that LPL can play Corki as well, play that, hopefully the Malignance Muramana Eclipse build, get some huge poke damage out. But if you're going to get picked off and not be able to do that damage, this champion is very easy to get blown up by IG's bursty engage composition.
And I think there was some little bit of chess being played. If the Orianna was left open in the second phase. I think we do see the flexible Nico. I think we do see that combo pull off because then they get the Nocturne Orianna double lock in. So I think there's some little bit of fun there for IG. Love the drafting style there. We'll see now with the weapons available. We talked a little bit more about that Corki, looking for that scaling factor. A lot of very strong team fighting for the side of NIP, but over on IG, you have a lot of strength in the side lanes. You also are looking for strength between your mid jungle.
Which you are. So, there's a big importance here on IG. Not just piling in 5v5, but getting some advantages before that. I think they have the ability to pick people off around the sides. I think as soon as you line up as 5 people, it's so hard to break through this 5v5 front to back that NIP have set up. So IG, they're going to have to stretch their senses a little bit, get some good vision play, and hopefully pick someone off before that team comp all arrives to the big objectives.
And it's a best of 3 to kick off our wonderful 3 best of 3 day. It's game number 1 between IG and NIP. It's Rookie's old team versus his old team. And we're going to have some fun tonight. Let's hear as the beautiful Skybox at Shenzhen takes hold.
Onto the rift we go. Trying to see if there are a few GIOs there, but it's maybe a little too early in the day. See if we hear them a little bit louder for
This is the only game at Shenzhen, though.
No. Hey, there's another game at least in this series. See if you go to 3 as well.
Oh, okay. That's what you mean. That's what you mean.
Yeah, there is a difference between games and series, my friend.
Yeah. Hey, simple brain, simple math, all right? Come on. We do want to go ahead and zone in on how Tianjin can get active here, because I do feel like we've seen Maokai's a lot recently in the LPL. It's very much reactive gameplay a lot of the time, where you feel very confident and comfortable figuring out what the map state's going to be before making actions. I don't think that's much the case with the Nocturne.
Yeah, and I think that the Nocturne, of course, has a huge level 6 power spike. Right now has the huge 1-item power spike as well. So even if you're not getting involved in the very first stage in the game, there's a huge power spike where even if you're just kind of farming up to that first item, you can really play around with the Hex Plate and those new items on the patch.
I'll try to see if we do get that Hex Plate. It's always a little bit of fun to see the new items be worked into it. The 2v2 down here will be important to keep an eye on, just to see who gets the advantageous positioning down there, and especially leaning towards that first dragon. But with the prevalence of how important top was in the draft, at least early on, and some of this pathing down towards bot side, I don't think we'll have those fireworks we maybe wanted unless we get those solo kills up there.
So interestingly, Shanji starting the E on K'Sante, so he's kind of giving up the chance to get early push and early damage, and just saying, look, I'm going to take a bit of a trade or two, but I'm just going to soak up the shield to make sure that even though you're pushing the wave in, I can safely collect it at tower. So I think that shows a little bit of the mindset towards that. But, you know, giving a bit of a free early level to Ice Camp, not always the best thing. He's completely full health with all of his pots right now. The chance to really take over the top side of the map should Tianjin look for options there.
And this was first pick Jax, by the way. So if you want to flex on somebody and you know you can, go ahead. That's what Wise Games try to do here. We do finally see, though, that this bot lane pathing is going to come here for Aki and for Tianjin. And I think in this situation for the Senatom Kench, we have seen it not get to the point of success a lot of times, I feel like. And it seems like NIP is definitely opting into that as we see Tianjin go for an invade.
So as he does have the lethal tempo, so it's one of these things where he can struggle to stick on targets, but he never gets in melee range of you with lethal tempo. This champion does a lot of damage, so Aki playing respectfully, playing towards his bot lane. One of the bonuses to having the map change on the red side, as it is right now, is that you can just kind of walk in and out of jungle and sync up with your bot lane a little bit easier because of the changes to, of course, this wall down in the bot river.
Makes it a little bit easy. You've heard all the pros talk about how easy it is to get a gank off towards the red side, bottom side. Aki, though, ended up not wanting to try to go for that contest. Like you were saying, if he does fight the lethal tempo, going to be a little bit worse for wear there. So ending up going for a straight bead towards the top side scuttle. And Shanji, a little bit of trouble here. He's to be pretty careful.
Yeah, he's just kind of soaking these early levels. As soon as you get to 2 items on the center, it feels a lot better versus this Jax. But
2
I'm
items
really
a long way away.
It is just a little far off there.
You have to walk uphill both ways too,
Nightmare. It's the oh gosh, I'm trying to remember what it's the reference to. It's like the my turn one way. Like you just take all the blows, you take all the hits and the knocks for the first couple of items, and then you turn up at about 15 minutes into the game, and then you start to really turn things around and give the hurt back.
We'll see if fate does come true. But that's the conversation I want to open up. I kind of brought it up before TSJ went for that invade. But NIP definitely have a later scaling composition. They're very much waiting for items to come online. The only power points throughout the early part of the game is probably going to be Shanji. How do you see them weathering the storm at least?
I mean, a lot of that is going to be about how Aki can just be on call for the rest of the map. This bot lane is probably not going to be diveable. Especially since it feels like they've just gotten enough access to early farm and CS. Very occasionally, early on into the game, you can pick off Senna, especially if you get good poke onto them through the first few levels of the game. But really it's on Aki just to make sure that they can keep track of what's happening with Tianzhen, make sure that the first ult of the game doesn't blow open a lane to the point where it becomes a real lost condition later into it.
And we actually see the movement going straight towards these grubbies as Aki starts it up already. Tianzhen will be in the area. Shanji is going to run into a very scary Nocturne as the fear should come down. Shanji bursted down by this lethal tempo. Aki able to take one of the grubbies and get out of there. So he does deny the 3-stack there, but Tianzhen will immediately start it up.
Well, so again, this is the thing with Nocturne. It's hard to stick to targets, but actually if someone stays melee range of you, you have really good early damage. So
yeah, if only you stay in range of my blade.
It's like, get back over here!
Yeah. Oh man,
no,
all that damage.
Yeah, it's like if Nocturne had a Lee Sin Q, this champion would be absolutely busted. But that's what I'm saying.
Let's not put any ideas in anybody's heads, all right?
Did you ever play much of Ultimate Spellbook? You know, the game mode where you get someone else's ult? That was a fun one to see which champions get really busted with a random piece of someone else's kit. The most broken one I saw was actually Nico with Nocturne's ult, because you have just this pop. It's kind of like when you. Oh, actually, hang on. We're gonna.
Yeah, Big
Shanji. He's got a good trade hit right now.
Absolutely gets this one. The all out's gonna come through straight under a turret. He gets it. He's in, but YSKM gets the first kill. It gets out easy, does it? Meanwhile, Rookie getting caught in mid lane, not gonna go down.
I mean, Shanji might know who YSKM is, but he doesn't know his game, apparently. This is the K'Sante guy versus the Jax guy in the top lane, and the Jax wins out early. Shanji's been eating bad trades for the entirety of laning phase, and now YSKM has himself an individual advantage.
And you can see a little smirk on Shanji's face. He knows he had him there, and he's just trying to desperately get out. Meanwhile, IG taking full advantage of that, taking the dragon too.
So they're winning on both sides of the map. You know, something that you were saying, just loading into Champions Select as well, saying, okay, well, you know, typically we're seeing a lot of bot side focus with the early dragons, particularly when you have scaling team comps. So maybe we'll see pressure on there. IG, they haven't had to choose. They bully out on top side with Tianzhen and YSKM, and then with the numbers advantage on bot side as Tianzhen moves towards bot side as well, take dragon as well. So they are having their cake and eating it.
What kind of cake is it, though?
I don't know. What kind of cake do you like?
That's a great question. Ice cream cake?
You know what? I'm actually never sure I've had an ice cream cake.
You've never had an ice cream cake? Oh,
I can't remember it if I have done. I've had ice cream and I've had cake. I know that there is a version with both of these things involved. Just academically, I know that they exist.
I never had one until my dad started getting them for his birthday, and then I started getting them like, wow, this is great. What about cookie cake? Have you ever had a cookie cake?
No, I am learning a lot about cakes today, apparently.
Oh my god, it's the Americanisms. Everything is cake.
I wasn't going to say it, but I'm like, this is not something I've seen too much over the other side of the pond.
Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. You know what else we haven't seen? Not too much action besides up in this 1v1 at the top side, but exactly where we were kind of wanting to see action. See if Shanji can fight back at all. He's down pretty heavily now on the Jags.
Bring it back to the gameplay because you don't want to talk about
Absolutely, absolutely.
Oh man, but yeah, I mean we have level 6 hit by Tianzhen yet. Doesn't have the hexblade just yet, but level 6 is enough to be.
The emergency services has been called, and Aki is the answer.
I think that Aki needs to be up here as the only emergency answers though, because if YSKM gets to hold a freeze here, which he's currently doing after the solo kill on top side, I mean, what does Shanji do? He's gonna get bled out on this top side. Aki needs to be here.
I don't think YSKM saw him. He actually had the angle.
But Tianzhen was hovering towards topside and did recall. So I'm going to assume that IG didn't see Aki, otherwise they would be here just to make sure that there wasn't a play made just before this crash. No, it has crashed though, they're completely fine. So IG, honestly, solid early game.
They're feeling really fine right now. Like, Aki's just forced to go over to the Krugs. Not going to be able to find anything with that crash, and they can put some pressure back on the spot side if they want to, or even in mid. They have the level 6 now for Tianzhen.
Yeah, they do. But the question is, where can you realistically use that? If Corki has flash, which of course he doesn't right now. But if he has Flash and Valkyrie, they're very exploitable. But even without the Flash and Valkyrie, it's a pretty good defensive tool. Bot side feels pretty okay as well. Aki is going to be here for the 2v1.
Does get the combo. The emergency services finally answering, if not just a little later. Why is Cam, though, almost taking down Shanji? The Dawning Shadows not going to get the kill, but Shanji will get revenge.
And how do we forget about the other global? If things get really spicy at top side, just throw a Senna Railgun up there as well. Yscam, no teleport to go fix this wave or catch it at tower as well. So Shanji gets a kill back. Gonna make sure that the CS discrepancy does even up just a little bit. And these the Void Grubs, the Grub, the Bad, and the Ugly, gonna go over to the, at least in the second spawn towards NIP, and they're gonna be up to, if they get all three of them, they're gonna go to 4-1 in the total score. I can, and I will. I sat there for hours thinking of famous trios I could liken the Grubs to. I have put effort into this.
Oh! He didn't get it. All right, so IG, they actually get their third Grub, so they do get the buff, and it looks like we'll just have the split.
Yeah, so I mean, you get damage on tower scaling with the amount of grubs which you have. That's the DOT. You don't get the bugs on tower, the mites on tower, until you have 5 of them. It doubles when you get 6. So neither team's going to get that, which is important. Because when you get 6 grubs, that's when it gets really annoying. Because you walk up to a turret, and each person that's there spawns out 2 of the little dudes which run at the tower, and soaks up a load of tower shots. Makes it very hard to defend your turrets, particularly later into the game. But going 3-3... means that no team getting a sizable advantage out of that. Well, I mean, I guess you could argue that the bonuses to IG, especially if Yscam wins this matchup in the top lane harder and gets to actually freely hit turrets. Because let's be honest, the team which tends to get value out of this is the one that actually hit turrets. And that's typically going to be IG with this composition.
I'm just very worried because even with that little bit of help, it's a Jax that had already been propped up, right, against a team composition that doesn't necessarily have a great answer to the side lane for him, and the CS is starting to get out ahead of Shanji, and things are starting to look worse there. So I'm looking for NIP to actually be a little bit more proactive, even if it doesn't fit their composition all that well.
Well, one of the things which is really going to help them in regards to that, because yes, they don't necessarily have the matchups to play side lanes. They have this centerpiece they can stick in mid lane that isn't going to move in this center Tahm Kench, and that means that you can fling members to side lanes a lot more easily. So maybe someone like Aki doesn't have to be on call for mid lane quite as much as the emergency services.
He did not grab the package.
No, he did not, which is absolutely fine, I think, if
but
you're
the dragon
not
is
looking
up.
to contest it.
No,
he
meant
I
to
don't
grab
think
it.
you were. I don't. Oh, you are absolutely right. I think you're
he
right,
meant to grab it. Yeah, he just TP'd too early.
I was trying to be on the side of one of our greatest mid laners of all time, being like, wow, this guy.
Look at the smile on his face.
He just knows that they're not going to be. He knows that they're not going to be contesting. No, he goes right to pick it up anyway. So he's wasted a teleport. He's picked up the package anyway, which signals a contest from NIP.
I'm just imagining the voice comms right now. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. He just had the smile on his face for the longest time. Aki even had a smile, but it doesn't matter because he's here. He's got the package. And he's on the flank.
That he is. So let's have a look at this positioning. Corki is not here for poke. NIP, they want to play for front to back if possible.
See Aki step up here about 2,000. There's the engage though, changes to corruption. There's the package across here. Nobody's focusing the dragon, but it's Rookie focusing Xiao Edgy. Crying goes in, tries to get it, but Rookie's actually the clutch member in this whole thing. He got the dragon, he got the kills, and he's stomping his old org.
And it is an absolute slaughter. 4-for-1 and a dragon going over to the ninjas, who get away with a bit of larceny in the night. Ninjas by name, ninjas by nature, it would seem. They're going to get themselves onto the board in this early game. And exactly what you asked of them, Mazal. They got that proactivity around this bot side of the map.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. You could see after the fight, every single member of NIP was laughing because they're like, how did it go from that series of events into us winning the fight?
If we can find out in this replay. Really want to highlight Photic here. 2-person Q into a 3-person ult. That procs the passive onto them, which gives an extra bit of damage. And that means that this Corki is absolutely in position to follow up as well. Both carries of NIP doing an awesome job at the start of this fight to just make sure there's no health bars to really fight with afterwards.
Feels good to see Photic and Rookie reunited yet again. This was a team that on these two carries had one of the most dominant runs in the regular season of all time in the LPL. Yes, they fell short in playoffs, but it is nice to see these two carries back again.
And now we have Photic and Draw in a very comfortable spot. You have the Blood Song built up for Photic, so that's going to be the support item of the moment. particularly for the AD carries building it online. Draw has also gone towards a support item as well, and that will be stacking up. That's partly why NIP were, even before that fight, actually in parity to slightly ahead in gold, but we might have ourselves a round 2. We have teleports from top laners online too now if they want to join this fight around the Herald.
You see NIP using that force with some of the damage that Rookie has now in his belt. Does have that Hex Drinker second. We'll see what that second item is going to actually end up being. If it's not being, rather, but exactly how important that's going to be. Because now it definitely feels like they're saying, all right, we got some time. Let's scale up.
They do, and they're just controlling this entrance here as well. So, I mean, how are you going to walk up to this? Wow, they're just going to walk up like that, huh?
Immediately. As Cryan also was waiting behind the wings, but a little bit rough.
That's not a paranoia. That's like a, I don't know, that's a daydream. That's no nightmare. He's just like randomly come over to say hi. The Devour comes out. Maybe IG were hoping that Arky weren't in position to defend that, but that is a very low value ult from the Nocturne.
Now NIP can take full position around the Rift Herald, which Tianjin had already been chunked down a little bit from. Photic also gets the chunk out of him. Both teams feeling very antsy around this objective, Nymera. Oh my god!
I don't think NIP are feeling antsy. I don't think they're feeling antsy. I think NIP are just saying, well, we have the range advantage, we have the damage advantage, you've used your engage tool, that's fine by us. Walk up, we'll poke you out. IG, they missed their shot to contest this.
Rookie's already scaling before scaling even matters. At some point, he's already doing so much damage this early, and it means that NIP can continue pushing the pressure with this Rift Herald.
That they can, and this is looking very dangerous for IG now, because you need to find a way to get onto the correct carries at the correct time. This center Tahm Kench is, I don't know if it is going to be your target. I think you need to have both Nocturne and Neeko there at the same time to maybe get an AoE ultimate from the Neeko while the Tahm Kench can't devour the centers. Try and see if you can pick apart their spacing a little bit. But that's just not been the case from IG so far. They've not managed to find that engage. So NIP, they are chilling. You've got the Lost Chapter in inventory from Rookie now as well, so that signals the Malignants coming in as fully complete. The second item, we've seen this enough from the Corgi. Just stop off from the Hex Drinker. It means that the kill threat which Neeko does have is vastly reduced at that point, and Rookie is so chilling now.
I will say, though, for IG, at least there's some serious sustained damage coming from them. They got the experimental Hex Blade now for Tianjin, but more specifically, Xiao Yueji had the Blade of Ruin King, the attack speed build as well, going to be really important if IG want to try to do something. But it's also a different playstyle around where you have so much range from Rookie. You would like to have maybe that Lethality Varus here. They'll have to play a lot more close to the chest.
Well, the problem is Lethality Varus just can't deal with tanks. Now, the problem is that Lethality Varus also can't attack you from the other side of the screen. You've got Flash as well here. This is what we're saying about the Corki, right? Once you have Flash and Valkyrie, I mean, he's safe. It's another ultimate, not really getting value from Tianjin.
Trying to pull the trigger there. Will be a 5-minute cooldown on that Flash, though. Something to revisit for sure. I'm just trying to pick apart the sidelines. That's what we kind of talked about for IG. Just trying to find a way to make this team composition work against an NIP comp who is very stalwart together. And I don't know if Tianjin found that way in now, as Rookie gives him a good adieu.
Okay, so the problem is that Flash might have a 5-minute cooldown, but the ultimate from Tianjin is going to be down for this Dragon Spawn. So IG looked like they were trying to get a good pick onto Corki before the Dragon Spawn, which I don't think is necessarily the worst option. They can't capitalize on it, so they're probably going to give over another Dragon if NIP choose to take a fight while that Nocturne ultimate's down.
Gonna get a little bit of priority there. Dragon already started up, but IG in a very awkward spacing. It is going to be instantly turned onto Photic as he got caught, but it's a Nature's Grasp across the board that's going to be nice. Photic back on the backside, puts Woes down. Package used by Rookie, and now they're re-engaging here to IG, and Shanji's doing his Kashanji dance, as that's huge, and YSKF just gets burned down. Dawning Shadow rips the railgun through his body, and that's IG running for the hill.
No Nocturnal, no ability to close down the carries. They give it a good shot, actually. They try and catch up Photic after that chance piece of CC lands onto him on the River Bush, but they can't get the capitalization. That's going to be Dragon down. It's another fight lost. They are now solidly 5k and a bit of change into the deficit as well. NIP continuing to roll forward in the game.
They will just have full control. Also, a mid-outer tower should just fall here to Photic. He takes an extra tower shot there on the back. But
solo gold
to
the
extra 450 gold.
It's solo as well, you know, didn't even share it with anyone else. That center is getting some bank. Gets hit by the root from Nico. That's why they all in.
Ultimate debate, that's 4 ultis.
This is the thing, right? I know I was talking about, hey, maybe you can catch out the center Tahm Kench while the Tahm Kench can't devour the center. Obviously, he can in that spot, so it's a bit of a misjudgment from IG trying to capitalize on something. I've really liked how Rookie's played the last couple of fights as well. As soon as there's been an opening and those ultimates are down, Rookie is completely full sending it. It means that IG just don't have the HP bars to fight long-term fights.
And we saw the fruit that is bearing, at least for an IP there as well. They just kind of separated the fight.
Tell me. I need to know.
A mango? I don't
I
know.
like mangoes.
It's probably a big fruit. Coconut. There you go. Coconut. Coconuts.
Wait, are coconuts fruit? Do you know if they're fruit? I know you have a lot of animal facts, but do you have particular knowledge on fruit and nuts?
I'm not gonna lie.
It is called a coconut.
Is it a fruit? It is a fruit. It's not a nut.
It is good. Right, okay. I'm glad someone has it. I'm glad someone's an expert.
Oh, Tianjin.
He might need to be an expert escape artist because
that's not Tianjin. That's Crying. Whoops.
Yeah, well, either way.
Oh, Crying. He pulled the trigger a little early, but it didn't matter. Oh! It's all Zhuo all day long. He saves his life. Rookie pops out. It's Aki got the kill. Hostile takeover, though, actually turns back around a lot of damage. Botek gonna have to flash out, but got the belayed kill onto Crying. And again, IG try. They're swinging at the walls, but they just bloody their knuckles as there's nothing breaking for NIP.
And this one's post 20 minutes. That'll be a Baron going over as well. Aki walking up towards Wing. Aki,
here, right?
you can't. Oh gosh,
he
dude.
Is for sure dead.
Your team is just looking to take Baron. It's 20 minutes in. Maybe back off and just take the objective. That's a bit of an awkward moment in a very strong phase of play once again from NIP. Yeah, we got a bit debated by Crying in the Bush, baiting as Tianjin. It did show up soon after that point though. This is now, you know, IG really clutching at straws, trying to find people separated away from the team as NIP. And you can just see how hard it is for them to take fights even with good, strong starting points. Because at the start of this, right, you get a huge amount of damage onto Rookie out of range initially of the Tahm Kench. This should be the fight that you win. But then they just about get in range. The damage isn't there to finish off the core key before the Tahm Kench gets in range. They roll back with the damage again. And even though the hostile takeover, as you rightfully said in the fight, does buy a little bit more time, it's just not enough at this point in the time. They're too far behind.
And this composition just becomes even more scary as time goes on. That was the big question mark we had for IG is, can you find the weapon that you can wield against this armored carapace? And we have not found that weapon for IG in game one at least. We'll see, though, now positioning around this Baron pit, a lot of vision control being played by NIP as well.
That it is, because if you can't see any targets for the Nocturne ult, you definitely can't prepare for it as well. They're going to have to fling Tianjin at the Baron, maybe look for a steal. Do they have a blue trinket? They do. It's a little bit early, though. They don't have a second one, so they're going to have to walk up now to get vision, see if Tianjin can maybe get an ult into a flash Baron steal. I think that's probably the play here. It's looking
so what you're saying is Tianjin with the steel chair, and that's it.
That's literally it. Now, luckily in this case, NIP, they back off for the Baron because maybe they just want to get some waves in order. You can see that Shanji is pushing out top side. They want to push out bot lane as well. But IG, it is so dangerous for them now to go into NIP's composition because it's gotten to the point where they can just group up and there's nothing really stopping them from doing that, which means that you're not jumping onto one isolated member. You're jumping onto, 3-4 people with a Tahm Kench there also to save the rest of the team.
And when we're checking in, we're on 3 items for Photic now. He's ridiculously strong with the lethality build as well. You also have the Malignance completed for Rookie, so extra damage on top of that. Like, the damage profile from NIP is just getting more sturdy. Yes, you got the Storm Surge for Crying. That's going to be big. And you're just looking at one-shot one member when a lot of members can be strong here on NIP.
But the thing is, you've got the Sword Boots and, I mean, gosh, this is going to be a lot of damage here too. Wow,
yeah,
that really is a lot of damage.
The double combo. Photic wanted to keep going, decides better on it.
I think Rookie and Photic are very happy to be back on the same team with each other. These two, gosh, you called it out before, but they've done some great work in the LPL before. Sadly, not managed to capitalize on the same team as each other just yet. Maybe this is their split.
Yeah, V5 was the last beautiful memories, it felt like, with these two guys, and obviously NIP taking over the V5 name. But it's interesting, especially when you're seeing Rookie face up against his 7-year tenure with IG going against him now. They definitely want to make it known that he's facing him, but he does not get caught in the end. Nature's Grasp comes out. Shanji's there. Crying's on the backside with the TP, but it's Shanji in front of everyone, literally taking a 1v4 by himself, and the man is unstoppable. It's going to be a kill on the Crying too, and everybody from NIP just piling in. Oh my goodness, it's a slaughter.
Koshanji! This dude gets solo kill for first blood and he says, alright, that was your one shot, I gave you a freebie, comes in to clean up house for what could be the end of this game. Death times might just be too short. Let's see how bold they're feeling.
I think they're feeling pretty bold right now as we're going to see the fact that they have a small minion wave there.
Yeah, they're going for it, man.
A little curious. Oh, the triple! But it's not enough. They're still out at the Nexus turret. Shwo's there just to save the day. As, no, they're actually not. They are scared of Wink and Tianjin and Crying.
That they
So
are.
they
I think
don't.
I think it is the right call. I don't think you're going to be able to get that last turret down. The counter-strike damage onto the minions is probably the only thing which keeps IG in this game. So NIP get themselves the first half of their victory lap. This feels like it's been a long time coming. Once again, you can see that Corki in the side lane is the target. It's just, there's not enough damage to finish up the Corki before he can get to the rest of his team. And then as we saw, the rest of this is just a heck of a lot of Cassante things.
Yeah, the fact that he's sitting there tanking so long on all those members, it's actually insane. We also got Rookie.
Oh my gosh.
With the steel chair, and it's gonna be a nice Crying ulti, but it's not enough. The package was lethal, and you shouldn't open that one.
That's more than a steel chair. That's like, you know, like the old Looney Tunes cartoons when you have the Acme 1-ton weight. He's just dropping them in a straight line across the whole of Wile E. Coyote, or in this case Invictus Gaming's plans. Gosh, this Corki is really online now. I had some questions about LPL Corki. Rookie is very much answering them. For those of you that don't know, so Eclipse has been changed away from a lethality item. It still does damage when you hit people with 2 attacks in the space of a short amount of time. But because the rockets proc Malignance, that counts as 2 attacks. So 1 rocket procs Eclipse and just destroys someone's HP bar, just like Rookie did there.
He's giving you a nice example of it if you want to take some clips here. He's definitely making it look real good.
Yeah, you might have to mute our sounds of despair in the background and disgust at this damage.
It is pretty nuts. We do actually see, though, they're just going to barrel down the top side of the map. It is a outer tower now taken down. We're looking at the inhib towers now with a little bit of minion push, but Shanji doing his best for that mid lane push, too.
He is, and you can't finish off Shanji on the side lane. He has 3 items, tanky as all heck. You're not going to be able to close him off. You don't even have the Nocturne ult to engage right now. This is a slow bleed out.
Crying gets caught here, but uses his clone to dodge that Nature's Grasp. The turret falls because of the zoning ulti of Aki, and it looks like there's only a few living breaths left for IG in this game 1. Jesus.
Oh my god. What?
Yeah,
Justice reigns from above! What? This guy's just gone!
Down, man. Photic is insane. The combo is alive and well, and last turret left standing for IG. As the paranoia comes through, it's going to be Tianjin trying to get one last grasp effort, but the Nexus is in the eyes of NIP, and a couple more kills on top of it. NIP started off our day real strong, 1-0 over IG, and Rookie over his old team.
Yeah, that for sure is a fair amount of damage. Yeah, but I love getting 100-0 by 2 skill shots from across the screen. Xiaoyueji, buddy, I'm so sorry. That was like an orbital laser coming down from arena mode, for those of you who remember that one. This is like its giant laser of judgment firing down at this poor Varus, and gosh, that was a very comprehensive late game performance. I mean, the work which NIP did around that second dragon really set them up for success in the rest of the game, and yeah, that was a heck of a game if you like big damage numbers.
It was, and I like the difference in the styles that we got, but it was obviously IG that didn't have enough gas in the tank. Now we are going to take a little break while we get over to our second game. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Gosh, that was a composition of all time.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Spring 2024. I'm Mizel, I'm joined by Nymera, and what a game to kick it off. Rookie and NIP handled IG in game number 1, and Rookie himself is going to be the one that gets MVP for game 1-2 on that flying high Corki.
We had some worries about LPL Corki. We'd seen a couple of late game Corkis not do that much. Didn't need to be late game for this dude. He is absolutely mashing his old team with this pick. He had great team fights, hard to pick off in side lanes. It was just a good game from Rookie overall.
It really was. I think there were some really pivotal moments that we actually get to see. A lot of long-range poke, but the package timings. I feel like it was the most efficient packages that we've seen, except for the setup of the first one. But we'll take a look back at the highlights here. It started off, though, with this solo bolo from YSKM.
It did, and this was where things got a little bit worrisome because you think, okay, you picked the K'Sante into the Jax, but it's YSKM's Jax. K'Sante is seen as a bit of an answer to this champion, but as you can see, not as easily said as done. But of course, that was the one real bright light from IG. After that, things started to go downhill. This was where things really started to fall apart. They got this kill back, and then you thought, okay, well, if you can't win in the individual side lanes now, where do you go after that? Maybe we should team fight. No.
Well, it was not the case. Rookie parting the seas of IG and finding a beautiful entrance into the backline in a crucial Dragon Pit fight.
This was the fight which turned the game. If you don't get this fight, it's much harder to come online for the right timings after this point. But after this is what we saw on the composition on paper, right? If you can't reach the carries, good luck. You have one chance with your ultimates to get that big explosion. But they're not going to do that much work towards the front line, and as you can see, it gives so much space to Rookie to just do absolutely unspeakable things after this point. And then we got to see some really fun rocket montages after this point.
Yeah, when you use 3 ultis on a member, it just leaves you out like that. We did see some attempted plays back into it, but every single time it was just NIP being way too far ahead. And the Tahm Kench, honestly, for Zhuo, that was like the difference maker in the game.
Yeah, I actually feel like Zhuo is a bit underrated in terms of the MVP performance for this game. Obviously, Rookie had the great team fights. He deserves it. But my second shout is actually for Zhuo. He did some incredible saving of his carries in the right place at the right time. Good early game laning phase as well. And the game was unplayable because of the way he was shielding his carries.
Yeah, and he had just a lot of really good setup, multi-man knockups with the Abyssal Dive, things like that. It just set the team up good, and that's what we said from the beginning. That's what we said from the draft. They wanted a team fight comp. They got it. NIP on the blue side, they're going to take the confidence pick, and they're going to grab that K'Sante first for Shanji.
So same bans from NIP as they were on red side. It has been, of course, flip the sides and Senna banned from IG. So no photo can draw playing towards that rock solid bot lane and then firing across the map to help out the top side. However, IG potentially picking towards this Varus again, but not for the same player. On in, of course, for Xiaoyu AG on that bot side of the map. He'll be playing his first game of the LPL of 2024 at least. Of course, he was playing most of the games last year too. He didn't play in their first series, but he's back again for game 2 of this one.
Xiaoyu AG was that support we were talking about subbing in last year for IG, and it wasn't in place of On. But On and Wink, a classic combo for IG, a combo that's been around for a little while, since 2020.
It was always very funny how they were both Draven players in at that point as well. Like, if I had a player for each Draven, I could pick on my team. I'd have 2, which is weird that we have 2. Yeah, you know how it goes.
So but, they still really liked the pieces of their game 1 composition. They go ahead and grab the Jax and the Varus.
They do, but they're not up against the center and the bot side, importantly so, which is very, very hard to... Oh my gosh, what has happened to the hair?
I think it got bigger.
Oh my gosh, what has happened to the hair? Stop the talk about draft. What is going on with the hairdressing?
Somebody back there was like, let's make it bigger. Let's Lulu ulti the hair.
Oh, it's like someone's hitting him with the storm surge. The lightning bolt's got a static, the static electricity. Have you ever touched a Van de Graaff machine? You know, those little balls which give you the... Anyway, we'll talk about it at some point. This is a different pick. We're potentially seeing a Lissandra support into the Rakan from Wink.
And I'm wondering if that is going to be the case. I think you can have a lot of control over the lane because of that, and you just have so much engage potential from the two, from the Varus and the Lissandra. But now that we get into the second phase of bans, I do expect IG to start buckling down on what will be this mid matchup as well as the jungle matchup. We already get the Akali ban towards Rookie, a ban that IG wanted to go ahead and do in the second phase last game too.
Yeah, so they banned away the Orianna last time as well, which I think would probably not go amiss. It's either the Azir or the Orianna that you're taking off the table. And so the good thing here from IG is that they can hold potentially a flex for mid lane support for Lissandra until R5. We're not really seeing that much Lissandra being played in mid lane. There's a chance of it if Rookie wants to pick up LeBlanc, because Lissandra was always a pretty good matchup as that champion. But with that banned away, that assumes that Lissandra is probably going towards the support instead of mid lane. Otherwise, I'd be tempted to leave the LeBlanc up and pick it into it, but then the risk is, of course, Rookie still going. On the other side, a lot of the initiating junglers are taken away from Tianjin.
That's what's keeping my brain ticking right now, is trying to figure out exactly what Tianjin is going to go here. He did have the Lee Sin that I thought was pretty serviceable, as well as the Rel. The Orianna was a pick that was let through here as the Nocturne was taken away, but maybe that strength from the champion inherently can be worth it. Cryan going to grab that one. A classic for him.
I think this is a pretty easy Azir lock-in for Rookie now. You don't particularly want to play Corki or Talir into the Orianna. Orianna tends to just land the shockwave on you and force you out of lane too easily, whereas the Azir can kind of shuffle out of it and have some pressure on there too. So that was the easy lock-in. And of course, Arky potentially going back towards one of his tried and true faithfuls in the Vi. So it will be last pick jungle. This one's kind of the jack of all trades. Not the most valuable R5, not going to lie, but it's still, in terms of counter pick potential, but it does fit the composition very, very well. You're going to have much more, it feels like effective engage than you would have done in that last game. Now you have Rel, Orianna, Lissandra, Varusol, and the Jax jumping in to potentially catch out carries in the backline from NIP.
I think Rel just brings a lot of flexibility to the jungle role, as well as just giving Tianjin a little bit more of that power of engage that I want to see that commanding point be behind him as well. I do, though, see a much similar composition to NIP, or at least for NIP. They have the pick tool, at least in Aki, but they have some very good sustained damage in the comp between Rookie and Photic.
They do. They are less protected this game than the last one, though. The front line is a bit more fragile when you've got the Vi, who sometimes gets caught out overextending, and of course the Rakan over the Tahm Kench. So will that give an opening this time for IG to snap back against NIP? We'll have to see. Their engages will still have to be on point. They're still going to have to stop Rookie and Photic doing damage, as you so rightfully pointed out.
The top lane matchup, a chance of redemption for YSKM for sure. The big focus for us coming into this one is seeing how the top jungle matchups are going to look for these two. But we now have seen that mid lane was a little bit of a difference maker. Rookie getting very far ahead of Cryan.
I can't with that.
And Photic and Zhuo actually ended up being a big powerhouse for NIP to play around. So I think those are the things that IG needs to think about moving forward here is, can Tianjin be proactive and get the map in control of IG? Because it started looking all right for them in last game, and then IP quickly wrestled control away.
So let's try not to throw some early fights over to NIP this time, shall we, IG? Let's see if they can get themselves their engages on the right page.
See if maybe the crowd's woken up a little bit and get those Chios as the skybox roars with the dragon. It is a beautiful time to be watching NIP versus IG Game 2. They're still asleep down there.
I think they're still asleep. Well, it's pretty early here. Pretty early here on in European time as well, from where I am in the world. So I don't begrudge them that.
Is it early? Is it late? Who knows?
I would also be silent after witnessing the raw destructive potential of Rookie's Corki in that last game. Tianjin probably just going to W over the wall. In fact, doesn't have the ability to do so. He started Q to get the stun, couldn't hop over the wall, forced to flash.
That's a bit rough. You do have the Hex Flash, so not like super detrimental, but definitely wish you could have that flash combo down early on for your first gank. Not going to be there. So at least NIP trying to get something early on, but maybe IG say, well, you know, we're at a deficit. Let's just go ahead and see if we can get something back. They do get some vision down here, bringing a lot of members.
Doesn't they go
oh
for
my god, this
big
is
engagement.
so dicey.
Tianjin, buddy, you don't have W or flash.
This
you
is
don't
so
have. What
dicey.
are you doing?
Tianjin just might have tossed the game at level 1. He does go down, and it's first blood to Aki.
Oh my gosh, that is such an overstep. Buddy, you can't do that. You started with the Q. If anyone walks up to you, you are fighting because you can't leave. And they don't have the ability to pile on and force a full fight in their advantage. I know that stuff like the Lissandra W can potentially be very, very strong at level 1, but I didn't even see if Wink had started that or the Q, but either way, now having a late jungle start, a death already going over. Speaking of that Lissandra support, looks like Luma was the last person to play in 2019 as supported in that role. Of course, more recently, we've seen Mickey X over in G2 in the LEC play it quite a lot, particularly into the Rakan because he jumps in and just gets CC'd up and dies. Interested to see what he can make of the pick.
And I want to see if it actually unlocks anything down here, and if you're going to end up getting an advantage with it. And I know you will around objectives, a lot of setup, a lot of CC, but also the reset potential there with the Frozen Thralls. But it's about getting to that point here. And in IP, you're already off to a strong start with the first kill on Aki, and Aki known to be a very proactive jungler and somebody who, with some kills, can do some serious damage.
And Shanji doing some pretty okay damage up here as well. Of course, he was losing out on the early trades in the last time around. So yeah, the laning phase of Lissandra into Rakan is typically really, really strong. He can't ever really W at you, because you just tap W as soon as he flies at you. You can cancel W and just lock him in place. Now have ourselves a bit of an invade from Aki, using the fact that Tianzhen was slow on his clear because he was dead. And now he has double buffs. Tianzhen will spot him out, see what he can do with this.
Tianzhen doesn't want this fight. He's able to get a little trade back. Rookie actually taking a pretty heavy trade from Cryin in the mid lane. Looks like Scuttle Crab should be Aki's, but maybe a little bit of contest coming over as Wink and On coming up too.
And they have the flash on Lissandra. It's very, very dangerous playing against the Lissandra that can kind of run out of lane and then kind of put the frozen path down and then try and flash W afterwards. So there's some good follow-up from that champion pick. So you're going to give it the bot lane, bot side Scuttle. You can get top side either way though. Aki's still in a very happy spot.
I think you're perfectly fine in that situation. I think this is also a bit different from what we've seen in the last game, as well as like IG not needing to go for crazy early games. Like they do have some serious strength as the time goes on.
If you have the Lissandra support, and then you have like a Sejuani jungle, and then you know that one surprise party of Mumu who's dressed up as a cake? Is that the ice cream cake we were discussing in game 1?
100 times,
so
yes.
if we see enough Freljordian champions with that skin, maybe we'll see.
Sneaky.
We've got the Hex Flash.
He's
Whoa.
sneaky. Tianzhen with the
Surprise!
angle there, and Zhuo had no idea.
Yeah,
but neither did Cryin. Instantly responded to by Rookie getting the kill in mid.
Okay, well played by Aki. Realizes that the play's happening bot side, immediately responds to mid lane. Problem is, there's a cannon in this wave too, so Cryin is actually not going to miss any farm at all. So all this is a bit of an extended reset from Cryin. Doesn't actually lose that much for it. The only thing which really goes over is the kill gold over to Rookie. So IG, once again, finding some routes into this early game through that bot side, but getting a little bit concerning now that Aki's so active on the map.
And taking a look back at this was the,
Wait, it was on
Aki
Vision?
style setup. It was literally on Vision. That's why he smiled and laughed at himself afterwards, because he just didn't expect the death, I guess.
Of course, on the live feed, we went straight from bot side through to mid lane, but if you look at the minimap, we'd been able to see that ward. Either way, this laning phase in bot side now is going to be quite difficult for Photon draw, so they're going to have to live up to their reputation as a lane which can kind of withstand a decent amount of pressure. This bot lane is one which has been pretty good at being a rock in the bot side of the map, but Lincoln on, especially with this looks to be with the Halo Blaze, the poke barriers coming through as well. They're going to really be chunking down this Rakan before they really get to fight on even terms.
Now we get to see the OP-ness of the Rel against the Grubbies, as she does have that shield shatter that makes sure that it's a little bit easier. And also, something else to bring up while we look at why those summoner spells got burned down there is Tianzhen on the Rel just is tenacious, I feel like. And it's, even with those early deficits going down, some things going wrong, it's a champion that can always have a big moment.
Absolutely. Rel has become the jack of all trades. Rookie tries to avoid a shockwave, but Tianzhen's here to follow up.
Goes over the wall there with the flash, but won't be able to get any more after Rookie burns his.
Okay, so that's just not being able to track Tianzhen well enough, because you want to shuffle outside of the ball's kind of command radius, make sure that a free shockwave doesn't come down. That's often how it can lose to the Orianna. But yeah, Tianzhen, they're ready to make a response. Shanji roaming down, but not being able to find a proper angle into mid lane.
We did get that dragon going over to NIP. The last grub is left there all alone. I can't believe this. This is cruelty.
Is that Ed already?
Which
one is it? Who's left?
Does it get it? Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Does it get a different name when it's by itself?
That's a good question. It depends on what you're calling
Grubberton the third. No, the fourth.
Wait, what do you mean the fourth? It's only the third one spawn. Where was the first one? There are only 3 in the first spawn. Why the fourth?
Don't make me, because he's
The
by
logic
himself,
is not
I don't know.
logicking here, Mazel.
It is logicking. But anyways, doesn't always need logic. As I do expect Aki to try to play a little bit more aggressively now, back onto it. No. Tianjin's like, I'm not losing my chicky nuggies for a 3rd time in a row.
Well, he's going to be able to defend them just about at this point. Of course, Prime had reset, which essentially meant that Aki could have stuck around for an extended steal attempt. Level 6 hit by Arn quite early. Drow still at level 4. There's a cleanse on Photic, no ultimate. Like, you can see how dangerous the range advantage of this bot lane is, and the poke that starts to rack up over time.
That's going to be the Chains of Corruption used and the cleanse burned by Photic.
You can even use the E to get
Nice
that.
double
Ooh.
engage there. Beautifully done. Going to get out of the blade collar, though, on a beautiful little sidestep. And the range is really starting to come to worth here for IG.
Okay, Aki's on both sides of the map. He's going to get spotted out, but
He will be
has
spotted.
ult. Double flash is available for Arn and Wing. Realistically, this is a pressure gank. This is going to buy Photic and Draw a chance to take their wave to wherever they want it to be, whether it's just a soft freeze kind of
He's going to wrap
outside
back around. This is really smart. I thought they were bringing Rookie as well, but he has level 6, so why not?
I really don't think there's an angle here. This is just pressure
No?
for me. I don't think... Yeah, I mean, you look at like the double flashes and the level 6 available from Wing. If you can't target Lysandra at that point, she can freeze up whoever's starting to fly in as well. You're realistically not going to be able to get the most out of that, which means that the play fizzles out. So we have really good vision being built up by IG this time around. Yes, some stuff was just cleared out by Arki. They have some decent vision into the river, which means that if Arki's going to be around, they're going to see him. But Rookie has found a route into the enemy jungle off of that vision line.
Rookie's been played a little bit slowly, at least out of this mid lane for this Azir, but stacking up beautifully well. And nice flash from Cryan's going to get hit out of a death trap that was being set up by NIP. That is the shockwave burned on the back.
It is. He saw Aki in the bush, so he thought, okay, well, maybe without Aki there, he could kind of just take the ultimate save as Flash. Tianjin would have been there soon enough, and he chooses to be more respectful than he was in his mid lane death under tower before this point. So we're getting to the point where, you know, the next phase of the game where the first item spikes is just about to be hit. We'll get them in the next minute or two, and then we'll really start to see whether their first big fights come through. I'm looking really at that next dragon. If NIP stack up a second dragon, I think they can be a lot more happy with themselves and finally break themselves out of some of this extended laning phase, which is not going so great for the Xayah. Xayah is a bit of a difficult champion to play around if you have been shut down in laning phase, so I'm looking to see how NIP can get some more resources onto Photic's AD carry.
The problem is, as well, is it's just really difficult to play with all these CC tools down, right? You have to use your Featherstorm on so many different things that it's going to be really hard for Photic to find entrance. But that is why Photic has been sometimes the best ADC in the league, or at least fighting for it, because he has really good position. We saw it on the Senna last game as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And, you know, I always remember the Callista Renata from Photic and Draw as well in 22 Spring. That was one of the duos which they were very, very best at piloting. So yeah, you know, they're a versatile bot lane, and now they have to see that they can use that versatility to figure out a way out of this potentially difficult bot lane situation with Arn and Wink, with the, of course, Arn subbing in from Zhao Yueji as well. A difficult game one because he couldn't really do much. It wasn't really an individual underperformance, it was just a, can't really do much about this Corki here as a on-hit Varus. He's gone for the poke build in this game for Arn this time. And this bot lane now, I feel like, takes up a bit more of the position that NIP's bot lane had in the last one, where they are the rock which is harder to break than the Xayah. They have the range advantage, they can stand their ground, and with the Lysandra ult either to be used defensively onto Wink or onto the person diving in onto them, it's really hard to get on top of that duo and really break them.
For sure. We actually see the turret plates going over to Rookie here, but I wanted to check in because we got the Sundered Sky completed early for Aki. Very strong potential there with the skirmishing. So NIP will just take forward foot and go for a second dragon, while Tianjin and Co are on their way, but a little bit behind the play.
Yeah, you need Wink to be here realistically to have AoE CC. Drow is potentially out of position, but spots the enemies going towards him. Tianjin has flash, but they're just too late. They're not there at the right time, and suddenly 2 dragons early to NIP for not much loss. They didn't give up anything for this, so IG, sadly for them, not going to be able to stop NIP getting the value out of this early game, which they just managed to claw back there.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure. I know it didn't matter because they weren't gonna make it there anyways, but right before they got to it, I'm pretty sure they passed over a blast cone for IG and Tianjin got knocked backwards. But it doesn't matter. But like they would have made it anyways.
Oh, Shanji, that's a bit of an awkward W.
Yeah, a little bit, but he's fine. He's doing okay. And that's another difference, I feel like, of this game is that we haven't gotten that kind of craziness of that solo kill and the refocus up there to try to pull the emergency services this time. It has really been just a quiet top lane.
Has been so far. Interested to see now, of course, how that...
He did! I knew it!
Glad to see that one.
Hilarious.
Glad to see someone had eyes on the minimap. Speaking of eyes on the minimap, I really want to highlight the vision control again. When you're playing pushing bot lanes, you really need to secure that push. And IG have done a very good job about that. Aki's never really had good angles toward this bot side, and that's led to 3 plates and a huge CS lead going down. Wink has built himself up the Celestial Opposition support item as well, and now one of the things which I was talking about was, hey, can NIP get themselves to a point where they can get more resources onto the Xayah? They can do by doing a bit of a lane swap towards the top side. I wonder if they can get themselves maybe 1 plate before the timer dies off as well at 14 minutes.
I feel like they should be able to. You are getting a good response out here from Wink coming up this way. There's that plate going to go over to Photic, maybe even a second one with the damage it does. We'll see if he does end up getting that one, though. But it is a very interesting set of lane swaps coming through here. We have the first items really coming on board for a majority of members now as well. So trying to figure out how NIP are going to get back onto the map here and find a safe place for Photic, I feel like, is the next course of action.
So, yeah, I mean, that's a pretty valuable lane swap from NIP, all things said and done. So, we do have Void Grubs, which aren't going to get taken in time because we have Herald spawning at 14 minutes. They're all gone.
They killed themselves. Oh no! They are all gone. Now it's the grubs. The sacrifice has been completed.
Is that how you summon the Herald? You just like throw a load of...
I think it is.
You make like a summoning circle out of grubs?
No, it's the grubs that have to make the summoning circle.
Right.
Don't make it out of them.
So that's actually the grubs emergency services. Like, yo, this is getting a bit hot for us. Can you call them
they're just going to boldly start this one up. As everybody from IP is like, you want to fight? We'll give you some fisticuffs. Rookie's on his way. Shanji's already here. You have YSKM on the backside with a flank, but he's just being burned down. The cease and desist comes through it. Burst divide right back, and here comes Tianjin. This is a chaotic fight. What the heck? As Tianjin is on the backside, now you got Shanji with the ulti out. Tianjin's just gone now. YSKM now goes in for some reason, and IG are falling apart at the seams.
And they managed to do that with such a split fight. 2 people go top, Dro's going on a flank towards the bot side, a full screen and a half away, and it ends up in a 3 for none. Herald going over, and just like the last game, it feels like IG are in a pretty okay early game situation, but then suddenly the first big fight of the way goes the way of NIP. And after this, NIP are going to be feeling a lot happier about the resources they have in their carries pockets because Rookie is once again online.
Dude, Rookie's just sitting there. So you came to me on the day that I play IG, huh? Well, I'm going to start both games sitting 2-0-2 because why not? And it's a serious moment to think that, Rookie is Rookie. He is one of our best players in League and has been, and he's definitely taken it to his old home now.
Yeah, I'd be quite surprised if he was committing, identity theft or something like that. He actually wasn't Rookie all this time. He's still the same player, folks. You can see that the big difference for me in this fight is actually how much Shanji is doing in terms of frontlining at this point. He has a good escape button. Photic is keeping enough HP. The fact that Shanji is just buying enough time, it means that the split fight on both ways with Draw on one side and Aki engaging on the other just about manages to tick over into a successful fight.
When you look at the audience, you would not tell how crazy that fight is. They were all just chilling. It's just another day of the week here in the LPL. Meanwhile, chaos had definitely ensued in that one. And that's something for me that's always telling about the LPL is we can have chaos all the time. It's literally our nature, right? It's our slogan. But it's more so about trying to figure out in that chaos who has the right head on their shoulders and who has the right decision-making potential. And I think NIP has shown they got some pretty damn good heads on their shoulders.
They do. And that's why now Photic is actually in an okay position. The CS advantage hasn't grown particularly. He's got himself 3 assists.
Who's driving?
Who's up? That's a very good question. Are they going to put it the right way? Rookie's looking to put them into the
Rookie's
dirt.
driving. I don't know, though. Zwo is going to miss the engage. Does end up turning back. Kenzen is there. Rookie's locked down. Rookie with the Emperor's Divide gets flashed up by YSKM, or at least dashed on. And now it's just IG, who thought they could find Rookie for a second game in a row and end up with literally nothing.
I mean, Rookie's the tank now? I don't know, man. He took like 2 or 3 ultimates, 3 people focusing him down, but just with the Merc Treads, he somehow makes his way out of that one alive. That was one of the weirder Azir fights I've seen in quite a while, but it works out for them nonetheless. It's going to buy them an outer turret. Rookie, are you going in again?
Oh my god! On and Wink reunited again, and maybe reunited in death. Welcome back.
Gosh, what a destructive phase of play. The last 3 minutes have been absolutely exemplary from NIP in the way that they've looked towards their fights. The fights have executed themselves in quite strange ways, but they're effective. Who am I to complain after that point? And sadly for NIP, for IG rather, across from them, they've managed to now get themselves into a point where these pressure lanes they're playing around, the Orianna which can take control of the mid lane, the Jax which can take control of the top lane, of course this bot lane which was getting serious advantages, now they have to play from a deficit, which is not really what these lanes are balanced around. They're going to have to play from behind, and they're going to have to find some way back into this game.
That's an avenue that's getting darker and darker as the lights start going out. Ryan maybe wishing the lampposts were around a little bit earlier, because now he's in some trouble. Rookie has come from the night to claim his life, and he does just that here. The minions are going to be claiming the kill as Rookie puts the cherry on top.
Oh my gosh, he just drops the match with the red buff, and he just walks away. Cool guys don't look at explosions in the top lane. It's so good to see Rookie back, man. We've had some worries about his form. Demacia Cup was a bit strange. 2023 was a difficult year for him as well. He had 1 good game and 1 bad game in pretty much for all of his best of 3s. But these have been 2 good games back-to-back from the man in the mid lane.
I really am glad that you kept talking during that, because my entire screen was frozen and I was wondering what was going on. So now we get back into it, and it's actually IG looking to punish NIP on the way out.
Do you want to know a fun fact about what happened in that top laner's play as well? Because it's something which happened in this last play. You can apply red buff on Azir Souls now. We'll see if this fight is actually good. I don't think this fight's going to evolve into 2-0, right guys? Right? Aki,
right?
You gonna go for
right?
it? Right?
Right? Right, guys? Right? Oh no! Oh no! YSKM, run away! Oh! Well, NIP are just easily handling it here.
So that's why I was sat there like, this fight shouldn't really evolve, right? Because IG were not in a position to contest that. They teleport in, get absolutely blasted. The only way that fight should really start is if Aki decides, right, I'm pressing the R button. IG commit to that fight, they get blown up once again, and this is now pre-20 minutes looking like the death knell for this game.
It is a little bit there, as there is another turret fault like in mid lane. It is an 8,000 gold lead, sub 20 minutes. And it's an NIP who is looking to steam off into the 2-0 sunset and join some of the best at the top of the table.
So this is what I'm saying about the frontline Rookie. I'm like, so he tanks up, you know, the Lissandra ult, and then he's in the middle of Rel's engage and the Shockwave, and he still makes it out alive. Rookie apparently does not just do mad amounts of damage, he survives mad amounts of it as well, and because so much is used on the Azir, who is still putting out damage at the end of it, it's just such a free fight for the rest of the team to run over.
Now, actually, there's not much real estate on the map for IG to contest over, and that's where I want to spend a little bit of time thinking about the compositional thought process here with the Lissandra support. I know we talked a little bit about it before, and I like the initial concept of it, and maybe we don't have time for that since Baron's being started, but maybe so that we can bring up a little bit later on, as it's already burning.
So the problem is, you're meant to be at a big lead by this point, you're meant to have snowballed, you are not at that point. Now you're going into enemy fog of war, you're going into very dangerous situations. Maybe you can get a good enough shockwave to turn things around, but even that, I think, is going to be step 1 in like a 10-part process to winning even a fight from IG. It's a very difficult situation for them.
See IG just try to run away, and one person's left out, and unfortunately it's Wink. Crying's coming over with a shockwave, maybe looking to try to get something back. There's the all-out though from Shanji, and Wink is just absolutely gone. Another engage on a Cryan. He finally gets the
there's no way out.
Down anyways. There is no way out. Shanji's still alive. YSKM, he wants it! He got the kill, let's go! It's a consolation prize, as it's the small prize given at the end, but it's NIP that take home the big one, and it's looking like a big purple worm.
Oh, there's no way out. 707 on the Azir, 208 on the Xayah as well. The carries of NIP have had a really, really solid day. And IG looking at, you know, one of the names which made them the organization they are today in Rookie, taking them down. It's a bit of a pill to swallow. The Baron's going to go down with it. As we said, it felt like the game's been over since about 18, 19 minutes into the game. This is just the victory lap on top of it. Winx caught out. The retreat is not so organized. YSKM's not there in time to be disruptive. Ryan's not there for a shockwave. NIP kind of forced them into a bad spot trying to answer the Baron. They pick them apart as they retreat from it in disorderly fashion. This to me is just the extra bit as well. The Azir turret goes up between them and their base, so they're like, yeah, so we're really not getting out of this one, huh? YSKM flashes in to try and get just one last kill on the board. He does get that, but that is the last laugh they will have, and it certainly won't be the end of the crying in this game.
Oh goodness, they're just going in now. On was the focus, but it's actually a nice little disengage there from IG. Oh, it's Rookie that finds a double in the end, and he's making it known that they did not come to play, they came to smash. And NIP are running away with game 2.
20 kills to 2, ain't that a scoreline? NIP, this team is one which I've personally been very excited about heading into this season of LPL, and you can absolutely see why. When they're firing on all cylinders, they have so much pedigree. Rookie chasing down on, doesn't have an ult, he has a flash, but that's not going to be enough, buddy, I'm so sorry.
I don't think he's going to make it out of this one. Schmo comes in just to make sure. And final gasps in this top side of the, or bottom side of the map rather, going to be this last turret going down to Shanji.
That's going to be going down, but Aki's actually deciding not to push around for an inhib. Rookie is just doing his own thing.
Just having fun.
This might be, I was about to say it might be a little too far, but YSKM wasn't close enough because they'd gone in, they used them abilities.
Wait, oh my god, he got a solo on Crying.
What? What is happening?
Like we've got
Aki's backed off, taking a dragon. Top side is doing just random things with Rookie and Draw, and Shanji is just once again doing exact things. There is no rhyme or reason to this.
Oh my goodness. All right, well they have some Baroned up minions now, and they're looking to push the end. As it's almost 15k lead, and NIP putting a 2-0 smackaroony to IG here. One last TP in, one last attempt to try to kill Rookie, but he's literally not taking any damage. And Rookie goes forward, eliminates On as he welcomes him back to the LPL with open arms and a bloody lip. That's game 2 to NIP and the series 2-0 to the Ninjas in Pajamas with some extra sauce added on top at the end.
Kodak gets rid of his clean sheet, dies on the fountain, but what style he does it with. That's more than a bloody lip, mate. That's a cracked rib. That's a trip to the emergency ward, because that was nothing short of a brutalization of Invictus Gaming. NIP, that's a heck of a way to come into this year. They're looking pretty okay as a team, aren't they? And it just goes to show, again, these names on paper, they are something to feel excited about, but now we're actually seeing the gameplay of them. You're starting to see some of the solidity behind those feelings.
And the haircut just stays unbeaten here, apparently. Love the attitude, love the feelings of this NIP roster, and something you really get behind, because we got the rejoining of, it feels like, the power duo in Photic and Rookie, and it just, this top side of the map, the OMG standouts coming over feel like it's really made a home here on NIP.
And I want to give a bit of a different shout out to NIP as well. I know that sometimes as international LPL fans, it can feel hard to feel connected to the players. NIP and actually Photic as well have been putting in a lot of effort over this offseason to get connected with some of their international fans. They've started up their own Twitter accounts. Go spam Photic with how good he was on his center and his Xayah as well, and maybe you flame him for that last death on the fountain. But yeah, get in contact with them. They're out there, folks.
Hey, it's really cool to see some of that correlation come over, and some of the Western audience get to interact with them. But anyways, that is our first best of 3 locked away of the day. Doesn't mean we're done just yet, because we got LGD versus Ultra Prime coming up next, so don't you go anywhere.
漫天的飞雪，璀璨的金光。真正的英雄，就是以平凡之躯，对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁，让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一刻，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
由 Scott 获得，让我们都去 Scott 结束。
该停下来了吗？
他们说我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。我回来了。
小浩说了一句，他说：“哎，现在感觉打的有点上头，有点想。”
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
队员们都比较的年轻，很敢打。
在 LPL 的发挥真的是令人欣喜。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次，我们会走出属于自己的那条路。
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所有冠军。
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在了对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL 2024 Spring, and what a time it is. We are already into our second series of the day. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Nymera, but before we get there, we got to give some rightfully due MVP and look at the last series that we had to cover. It is Rookie who gets his double MVP on the day, so lucky fan on the comments of NIP's tweet, be looking out for your personal message, but an 11:09 performance on the Azir, rightfully so.
Oh, it feels so good to see Rookie back with all the confidence and the swagger which he has in his playmaking. A great game on the Corki. Even better, honestly, game on the Azir in some ways. This dude had an awesome day. And as you said, yeah, NIP, they made a tweet the other day which said that, you know, the most liked response would get a response if Rookie got double MVP. You have it. So what this is a message in the future for you guys to go check out some of our LPL teams and the content they're putting out there as well. It's really great to see that kind of interaction. And even better to see these plays on the Rift. This dude was on fire.
It feels really good, especially after coming into the series. We're like, man, Rookie really took a back seat last series in their win, and really want to see Rookie step up. Well, he stepped up into the spotlight and shone brightly. It was incredible to watch him pick apart a lot of these fights, but the angles for the Azir truly had a lot of moments where he was a big difference maker here. But really, all in all, the team looked good for NIP.
This fight in particular still makes me laugh. He hits like Varus damage, a Lissandra ult, there's a Rel engage, there's a Shockwave after this point, and he still doesn't die. He's still there completely fine. I have no idea how he still gets a deathless game, incredible damage, and then also takes like the brunt of the entire burst from the enemy team in that fight as well. Apparently he just does it all on this champ. Yeah, he knows. You know what you did, buddy.
He knows exactly what was going on there. And then to put the top on it here, just being able to take down the duo, the tried and true duo of IG, at least with his duo of Photic. And it just continues like this, right? It was a very one-sided game in the end, and not much of a fight that IG could have.
For sure. It really felt like as soon as everything fell apart around that Herald fight, where, of course, the first kind of package of this highlight reel, it felt like that was the end of the game, really. Bot lane was going pretty well, actually. I want to praise Arn and Wink for the Varus Lissandra laning phase, but that was kind of it when it came to the Bright Sparks from IG in Game 2. So they're going to have to go away, and as much as we're praising NIP, IG have some stuff to sort out.
Yeah, I think it's looking at the horizon, if you will. They will be facing RA to start off week number 2, so something that they can look forward to. Then they'll have TT and then BLG to finish out the week. Well, on the other side for NIP, after taking over this win, they'll have JDG, WE, and OMG next week. So a lot of momentum at least building for NIP.
For sure, and again, this is a team which I want to see build. We need to see them build, really. There's a lot of pieces which need to come together onto the same page. Of course, they were in this series, and I think for parts of last series, after some weird early games, actually, yeah, a lot of weird early games in both the series. They've managed to come out with some explosive mid games. I'll be looking to see how they evolve beyond that point, but that tends to be a lot of your storylines in the early part of the season. It's like, well, okay, it's before Chinese New Year, these rosters still getting used to each other. How much can we really expect this to be the version of the team that we see later? But then there's also those kernels which you take further forward and say, actually, they've built from this, they've grown from this.
Yeah, and that's what we're hoping for here. Now we are moving forward into our growing day of LPL. I see you like that. LGD
I do.
versus Ultra Prime is up next. And when we look at this LGD roster, there's a lot to be hopeful for, but a lot to be looking for now, I feel like, going into the second series of theirs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for me, the big change for LGD coming into this was Birdall coming into the top lane. This is the player which Chronicler over on the LCK broadcast championed an awful lot for his time over there, particularly for his time coming out of LCK challenges as well. LGD is a team that has struggled in the last year, though. They haven't made playoffs for many great years at this point. They had a 17th place finish and a 14th place finish in LPL last year. They would love to build beyond that, but that's why we keep bringing this back and say, what are we actually taking forward from this point in time? They have to build.
And I think another big point there is Kepler being added there to LGD as well. A big offseason pickup, popping off into Demacia Cup. But now, speaking of popping off, it's Ultra Prime looking for a pop-off. As I think this is a roster where Hacker is a main driver of the aggression, and Doggo needs to be a stalwart carry for them.
Absolutely, because we know how good Doggo can be. It's just getting a little bit infrequent as to when he's turning up with those carry performances. You know, Ultra Prime, they did the opposite of what LGD did last year. They started in 14th in spring, finished in 17th in summer, so they would love to bounce back from that. We've had plenty of times before where, didn't we have that WE split when they had that, you know, the last place finish with a like a really weak win rate, but then they came back in the next split and actually managed to get towards the playoffs beyond that point. Teams have led comebacks. They need to light a fire under themselves, and as you said, I think Hacker and Doggo need to lead this team to greater things.
And we're headed to the arena in Shanghai, and it should be a blast here, if not a little bit chaotic. One of these teams has to come away with their first season win, and it's going to be a roundabout way of getting there, I'm sure. For me, it's, yes, I already talked about Hacker, Meteor on the other side. The jungle matchup right now is going to be so important between these two teams.
I mean, both of these jungles are the ones which have had their time in the sun, you know, their debut splits, and just beyond that, they were players which came in with a lot of fanfare to the LPL, but they haven't really managed to recapture that level of form just yet. I think both these fans of these teams be looking to see in the jungle whether they've got anything special left in the tank.
I love seeing Bertle's player photo there. Yeah. By the way, it's too good. But as we welcome Bertle, you know, coming over from Live Sandbox in the LCK last year, somebody that I feel like if you're an LCK fan, you'd have kind of high hopes seeing what he can do against the top lane competition here in the LPL. But again, that first series not exactly going the way that LGD wanted. That man right there, Haichao, another man who was a big prospect for LGD in the past, came up from the LDL in 2022, but needs to continue having those growing moments.
Haichao had a great Yone early to mid game against NIP earlier in the week. It was sadly still a 0-2 series for this team, but actually on the individual play, he brought out some pretty good moments. Both of these teams, of course, walking away with 0-2 wins against the teams we saw in our very first series of the day, so there might be a bit of a benchmark for how both these teams are coming onto the stage. We've seen LGD walk out in front of those lights. Time to move on to Ultra Prime.
Prime, again, you already covered a little bit rough end of last year, but both these two organizations looking for a come up in 2024. Additions, interesting decade in the top side of the map, especially was over on LGD last year. So interestingly enough, but for me, it's also about Uakai. We talked a little bit about Haichao in the mid lane for LGD, but Uakai's been with LNG as a sub last year, coming over now to Ultra Prime and maybe trying to make a carry duo out of him and Doggo.
And particularly with the position of mid lane in the current meta as well, there are a lot of picks which can take the game by the scruff of the neck and do disgusting things to it. It feels like, you know, you've got your Azir, your Corkis, stuff like the Orianna as well. Faker had a fantastic game on that just yesterday as well. Some of the great players in mid lane across the world. Xiaohu, of course, on this Talia as well, we saw the other day. Mid lane is not a position where you can be passive. It's not a position where you can just like hope that things will go okay. So yes, if you do have Uakai coming in with a good performance, be very excited to see what he can bring to the table.
I think the poster child obviously is Doggo. I mean, even with the new addition of Jue in bot lane coming over from BLG Junior.
Imagine if he plays Hue, by the way. Can you imagine Jue Hue?
I would love it. I would love it. But I think the important factor is how is this bot lane going to function, right? Doggo has been a centerpiece for many teams in the past, and it hasn't necessarily always worked. But maybe this is the year where Doggo can finally take his place as one of our top-tier ADCs.
Potentially so. I mean, Doggo, he came onto the scene with such a blast of life over in the PCS. He subbed into PSG Talon because Unified couldn't play for them at One World due to some, I think there was some paperwork issues. So he came in as an emergency substitute, and oh my gosh, he's done some good work ever since then. He slotted into that lineup, came over into the LPL a little while after that point. He's not really
BLG super team, didn't work out for him.
Gosh, yeah, that's a very good point because he was there stationing it in and out with Uzi as well when they brought him back. That was the time. You know what? That has somewhat skipped my mind because the thing about Doggo is that he's had some great moments.
That's when I became a Doggo fan. That was
he's
like
had some,
my year.
But the thing is, like, he's had these great moments, but the consistency of those moments is going a little bit down and down. I remember sometimes last year as well where it felt like he had one or two great games, but he couldn't finish off a series with it. And it just felt like he was struggling to impact games the way that he used to. I really want to see that old Doggo again.
But it's cool because now he's going against Kepler, who is a constant pop-off in Demacia Cup in the off-season. It feels like he's a part of all the cinematics that they have every year, it feels like. But came over now and looking to fight up against somebody else who has been established in the LPL for a little while but hasn't really made the big splash yet. I think Kepler is looking to make that splash here on LGD and be a difference maker here. But I do want to focus brass tacks about what we want to see differently out of these teams from the last time around we saw them, and starting with LGD here.
Oh man, see, this might bring up a couple of false flags because we were talking about, you know, NIP. They look really good in the mid game, but the early game's quite weak. I was wondering whether that was an NIP thing, whether that was an LGD thing. Because actually, they managed to get some really good early leads, in the first game anyway, against NIP. I'd love to see them have the transition from early game to mid game just be a bit more cleaner before they start stalling out and running out of momentum. I want to see jungle support get vision into the enemy jungle a little bit more consistently than they did. That will help with a lot of their mid game issues because that's where they stalled out against NIP.
And on the other side for Ultra Prime, I think some cohesion was lacking for sure. I think we still actually saw some pretty big moments from Doggo and Jue, but in all actuality, it's about putting all the pieces together, and that's what is my big eye looking at Ultra Prime this time around.
Yeah, I think I'm largely aligned with that as well. The thing is with teams like LGD and Ultra Prime is that sometimes you just have to throw something out there and just see if it sticks, because both these teams are teams as we said, coming into this year, had a difficult 2023. Now, everyone loves an underdog story. Maybe they can love an underdog story as well. See if you can bring something stronger to the table.
We're going to be getting into the picks and bans here very, very shortly as well. And it's where I want to take some time before we do. And
yeah,
I asked last time around when I was casting with Lyric what he was thinking about some of the jerseys. And what do you think about the Ultra Prime Purple? Are you sold?
I like the color more than a lot of the others we're seeing in LPL this year. I'm not sold by, say, like the OMG Orange. I know you look at a little bit more.
Why do I like all of them? Why?
I don't know. I can't be the judge of your taste, Mizal. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna. Well, maybe I can. I could just flame you right here. But we're into the draft, so luckily you're safe in it, Mizal. We'll get to that later.
I made it home safe. We're back to where play-by-play thrives. All I gotta tell you is what's happening. Ultra Prime on the blue side is gonna be Tristana, Yone, and the Azir. LGD on the red side's got the Ashe, that LeBlanc, and the Nocturne banned away.
Okay, so Haichao's Yone banned away from him. Of course, we said that was a highlight of their first series of the LPL. Doggo gets his Lucian. Now, the two pairings we have that with are either Milio or Nami, most likely. There's a chance that Jinzhao takes away Milio. You could go for something like... You can either go a Felios Milio, that tends to be the better kind of pairing with that one. But it looks like with Senna going through the draft, they might be cooking up something with that. Are we going to see the base Senna Tahm Kench or something a bit more interesting? I've always said Senna Tahm Kench is when you've kind of forgotten to really experiment. I want to see them try something differently just because it's interesting. But there you go. You wanted to see more from Meteor? There's the brand.
There's the brand. You got to find an answer to it. I don't know if we've actually seen worldwide an answer to the brand. It just kind of starts scaling. It starts clearing really, really fast. But trying to be aggressive, I feel like, can be a way in. We'll see if Ultra Prime can get Hacker a tool to do that, because right now LGD's team composition is already looking pretty scary with only 2 pieces grabbed. It's got to be the Milio here, or the Nami will be the Milio.
So the thing about, just quickly going back to how do you answer a brand, typically it's by not giving him too many winning lanes and then allowing an aggressive jungler to pin him back into his own jungle and potentially pick him off. Something like a Maokai can deal with him a bit more in the mid to late game, but the problem is if Brand isn't caught in the engage, then he just throws his combo at you and you burn down and, you know, okay, instead of being that mighty old oak tree, you become a bit of kindling instead. The way that the rest of the lanes are going to work out is very, very important to see how much value this brand can get in the early game.
Logic has to go out the window because Ultra Prime just locked in a literal tree man versus a man made of fire. All right, I don't know what you want. Results-based analysis here. LGD is winning, but I'm sure we get the Tahm Kench here, at least for that safe lane bot side, and then we'll see what the big focus is in the second phase, especially for LGD going.
Well, so they lock in that Tahm Kench, which I said, oh, maybe you can do some experimenting there. I think when you see that Maokai, you just think, okay, you just got to have the ability to pull someone out of the Maokai route. I think that one's completely fine. You're locking in that bot lane, and what that means is that you're not losing some counter pick value a little bit later into the draft, especially when you talk about those winning lanes being important to the brand. You want to make sure you hold those lanes as well as possible. I think probably something like a K'Sante on 4 would not be bad for Birdall, especially if you remove the Jax. You could maybe remove something like the Udyr as well and just say that the K'Sante is not going to leave lane, and that means that you can save 5th pick for a more interesting last pick mid for Haichao.
And that's leaving a little bit of agency there in the mid lane, which I actually can appreciate with a bit of a different look for a second series. The Jace ban is going to be there, so taking away maybe a piece of their puzzle if you want to go with that Jace Maokai combo, but will not be available for LGD.
Jace has kind of fallen off the radar somewhat when it's come to mid lane pool. We occasionally see it in top lane into some characters, some of the tankier characters when you can kind of sit a load of junglers top lane. But that's not going to be available in this game nonetheless. So, removing that Orianna, which is one of the more strong matchups in mid lane. I wonder if they'll try and ban out the K'Sante themselves, actually, at this point. Might be valuable to remove that away from Birdall. Problem is that both K'Sante and Udyr are going to be available, so you're going to get a annoying kind of priority tank in this top lane available for Birdall either way, which I think is quite valuable for LGD.
Yeah, I don't think there's much getting away from the champion pool up there. Dinar always available.
Okay, blind pick Corki.
Corki does go through, so we've seen, at least today, we've seen a positive Corki. Okay.
Yeah, we have, but I'm just worried about... Corgi is not always the most safe laner. There are some counter picks. I mean, you could lock in something like an Akali. It's not the best for the composition, but it's so good into the Corki that it might just be worth it on its own. I want to see something aggressive that can punish Haichao for picking this blindly into the mid lane. And now, of course, they give up the Cassante as well, which I thought would actually be quite good for LGD's composition.
Is it the Akali? Like, I feel like that might be an aggressive answer into it. But
yeah, that's my first thought of it.
Something.
Yeah. You could also potentially go for something like a... Well, we joked about it with the Jue Hui, because it can outrange the Corki. But this is the aggressive answer where Corki can lose very hard through side lanes eventually, because you can just never walk up to the lane.
Yeah, you'll just get instantly ulted every time. So Ultra Prime pretty happy with what they've come away with. Feels like LGD are the ones that are experimenting a little bit. They're bringing out the brand for Meteor, and now we get the Poppy locked in for Bertle.
Now, Poppy really can threaten Cassante on the top side every so often, because you can punish both his E and his W with the Steadfast Presence. You can get the extra damage from that one, and it means that even in a tank top lane archetype, you can get some pressure in that top lane. So this is quite interesting seeing coming out of Bertle as well. He's played this for different points in his career as well. So LGD, they probably do lose the frontline advantage just a hair to Ultra Prime if Hacker and Decade end up getting on the table well. But you have such a range advantage stood behind those tanks from the other side that I feel like that Senna and that Corki, if they reach the right amount of items, we could see a pretty similar performance to what we saw from NIP shown earlier in the day.
So LGD with a little bit of combustion behind them can actually snowball to victory, if you will. It would be a very interesting on-fire snowball, but really looking at that stability from the side of Ultra Prime, looking at Uakai and Doggo to be big members, but also always coming back to the conversation we started, and it is all about jungle for me, and seeing what level up we get from these two guys going into a second series, because there was some chaos and some interesting calls in their first series, and I would like to see that cleaned up and see some very, very honed in aggressive action between these two. As we're getting into our first game of Shanghai, it's our second best of 3 of the night, and it's nothing but chaos between LGD and Ultra Prime. Do you think we get a wake crowd here? Do you think we get some cheers, Nymera?
I hope so. I missed the JOs. They're one of my favorite
miss
parts
it so
of
much.
things. Let's see if they give us them. A valiant effort. There's some cries out there in the crowd.
We got some LGD cheerers out there, but now it's the brass tacks. It's about picking up your first series win of the season here in your second series. And Ultra Prime starting off pretty strong. Again, we talked about their compositions a little bit more. I want to see what Hacker can do to play around Uakai here.
Yeah, the thing with the Maokai is that you're not necessarily doing early jungle pathing for aggressive reasons. Maokai is not the most aggressive early jungler, but they're normally to answer things on the map. You can throw a sapling in to track where Meteor might be moving across the map in the enemy jungle, but that's realistically what you're going to be doing up until you get to the bigger team fights as they start to evolve in 5v5s.
Imagine being early aggressive as a tree. Well, I just don't think it.
Look, I have a pretty active imagination, but I don't know how to imagine that. That's not something I've practiced with. And I say that as someone who, I know that we're both like big tabletop players. I was a huge Wood Elves player on tabletop, so you know I've had my I've had my interactions with tree men before, but this is beyond my recent experience.
I'm very interested to see how that evolves a little bit more. We get some good trades at Botside TV2, but another thing I witnessed is that the Earth Corki makes a comeback again. Rookie took it earlier. We got Haichao cooking it now. I haven't seen it in other places. What's up?
Yeah,
like, is that the meta?
I kind of miss the Corki. I know you have a lot of animal facts. Did they extend to dog facts? Did they extend to them? You're a particularly dog fact person. I have one fact about dogs.
Okay,
as we see Doggo on the screen. Apparently, whatever genetic connection there is between like aggressiveness and friendliness is also linked to how perky a dog's ears are. So if you have some breeds which have like floppy ears that evolve over time. That's because they've actually just got more friendly over time as well. Okay. So perky ears, that's normally a sign of like activity. Doggo, he's got perky ears here in the bottom.
Did you know that dogs dream? And Doggo is dreaming of an aggressive 2v2 bot lane.
Is that why they do the whole like running in their sleep thing?
They
when they're on,
do.
like, they lie on
And
their side.
puppies and seniors, the like older dogs will
Yeah.
actually dream more than like middle-aged dogs, which is really
Huh.
weird.
That's good. Don't give up on your dreams, old dogs.
Yeah.
Don't give up. That's a positive affirmation
Yeah.
you can have from that. I
Yeah,
say that I'm
exactly.
very much a cat person, but I do. Say, like, I wasn't really a dog person until my parents got a dog, and then I was like, okay, this is actually pretty okay. I actually quite appreciate dogs now.
But isn't Ari a fox? So then,
That's
like,
not
how
a
do
dog
you-
or a cat. What is-
Yeah, exactly.
it's
But
not
how do
related at
you
all.
just said you're a cat person, so what are you gonna do about foxes? Just add
Well,
that
I
in
was
there?
well. Okay, so foxes aren't really that domesticated. You can't really. Well, you can. It's just a lot of effort, and they're also very loud, and they're quite stinky. So
Yes.
that's. I wouldn't keep
they
one.
are wild
I can
animals.
admire them from a distance, but I wouldn't keep one. You get what I mean?
They'd be a really good shoutcaster friend because they make a ton of different noises. so you
Yeah,
just
they.
like have them make.
So
a
that's
bunch
why
of
the meme song of like, what does the fox say? It's because they make so many different sounds because of the way they're vocal.
What does the Birdle and Meteor say? Maybe trying to gank.
I think they say
I don't-
goodbye.
Oh, okay.
There's just literally nothing there. We have picked a pretty good time.
There
to tangent
can't be
because-
anything.
So as much as you wanted to see like the early jungle aggression, we're being denied that somewhat. Our lanes are very even, pretty much everywhere. I mean, top lane's getting a bit of an advantage from Poppy. As we said, being able to punish sometimes the Cassante at points in the game. But realistically, these aren't the game-breaking plays. Right? We're waiting until Void Crumbs come up at 5 minutes. If you leave them unattended with a brand, he just burns them down incredibly quickly. This isn't really where the game's being decided.
But that does bring up the conversation that we said. Usually you want to try to aggress into a brand, not just let him farm up. So once we see that kind of come to bear, is that going to be something Ultra Prime are ready to deal with?
I mean, at least you're not at the point where Meteor's going into a jungle and causing a whole load of issues. Hacker is not going towards the brand, going towards bot lane, though.
I don't know if he's going to get it. He gets the flash, though. Out, knocks back with the Bramble Smash, and Kepler's getting oh so low, and he is one with the trees now.
The roots have claimed him. I think you have to just early flash. He flashes as the root is coming through from Maokai, follows him all the way back, and that's now a very difficult situation for the bot lane of LGD. The wave is pushing into Ultra Prime's turret, and it's going to be the start of an early dragon. At least this means that with the bot side focus, Meteor is going to do this thing where you Q the first one, E it for the spread, the passive then goes down on all of them once you use the W to trade at the early objectives. But with the flash and the kill gone now, Kepler, that's a bit of a bot lane hole that LGD would like to plug at some point.
I just love it because, you get a little bit of a welcome back, Kepler, and give him a nice how do you do down here.
Yeah, you're using the E, trying to make sure that the vision isn't there to get the point of ability. Just such a flash early. It feels like a little bit of a disrespect there from Kepler. I know that Maokai doesn't always have the highest early damage, but you still have to respect it all the same.
We're going to try to play more aggressive on the aftermath of that play. Probably going to find Mitch Ellison. It's been an interesting story for these two guys, right? You were talking about Doggo earlier, coming over.
And
big
dogs.
name, and dogs. Big name-making moment at Worlds and whatnot. But, Kepler, I talked so much about all those off-season tournaments. He has all the clips in, but he has been around since 2020, right? And it's crazy to have watched him go in and out of the system over and over again, go back to LPL, go back to LDL, and it feels like maybe he has a chance now to be that kind of turnaround ADC for LGD, like Doggo has now been a staple for Ultra.
Wow, okay, we've got Built on the top side as well. Step back is already used.
They might actually not find anything.
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of the time in this season at least, it feels like the Santes are using their ult more for poke at some points. Like, they'll take a bit of burst. They know that they're not actually losing that much health from actually proccing their ult, they're actually using it. This is a bit more of a worried extended trade now, because the ult is now worn off. You're out of damage,
Birdle
but
hasn't
potentially could use that ult for a bit more CC, but again, Wet Noodles, bit of a poke.
And that man gets baited.
Yeah, yeah, a little bit. I was hoping for a bit more.
Hey, they got me earlier with the brand.
True,
hey,
true.
It's all right. But now we
Oh, yeah,
can
what's
maybe
happening?
look.
That's top lane.
Oh, it's happening. We're getting action. It's happening bot side. Kepler, he's trying to save. He's really trying to save Jin Zhao's life, but I don't think it's going to happen. We got Meteor on his way here with some AoE, and actually ends up being the difference maker in saving his support.
So, Jin Zhao definitely has enough HP to make it out of that one, and of course the Grey Health helps him a little bit more with that. Meteor hasn't really been that active so far. He's been farming up though. As soon as he gets to that one item, he's going to be very powerful. Notice that he's taken the first strike and the triple tonic as opposed to something like the electrocute with a bit more burst damage. He'll be able to chunk through the front line fairly effectively because he's got the Elixir of Force in his inventory. Might be able to use that for one of the first fights of the game for the extra 20 AP.
Hacker's getting traded pretty heavily there as well. But they were actually moving mid lane down, so nothing else going to come of it. I think that's the biggest thing I've noticed in the game so far. It's literally just been about presence. Like, literally, Meteor's presence stopped the bot lane fight.
What did you get? Did you get any nice presents?
No, I didn't. Not yet. We got one.
Well, we have the package coming at some point, yeah. So, funnily enough, we were talking about the cat person, dog person, fox person. So, this Christmas, I got about 4 Ahri-related presents. It was a good time to be an Ahri maker.
Yeah, I can see by some of the pictures that see in your background.
Yeah, if you look very closely, I know it's blurred out just because of the way that the camera works, but there's an awful lot of Ahri stuff back there, folks.
Also, really good announcement photo you had on the thing. I think it really represented you well.
Thanks. Yeah,
your Ahri hoodie.
I'm returning to my more base instincts and my base my base calling. I'm just the gremlin gamer, as I'm sure many people will relate to out there.
That's all of us, isn't it? I don't think there's any getting away from it.
Yeah, I don't trust anyone that plays League that hasn't had a bit of that. It really has been a slow early game mode. I mean, we've had a couple of plays towards bot side. Again, we're still within 600 gold. We've had, second Reds coming back up now. Hackers on top side for it. But really, we're just waiting until maybe second Dragon. I think giving over 2 early Dragon stacks is not something that LG would particularly love to do. Maybe that's the goal.
Love the trading pattern there from Doggo, actually stepping up right there after the root goes through. So some little things starting to come, but it gets me honestly excited as play-by-play because we have 2 very explosive teams, one with a literal explosive man on their side, that are just waiting for big team fights. So I'm here for it.
Absolutely. He's got his flash, he's off in vision. This could be a good angle.
So in trouble right now. Doggo's gonna early flash. They're like, okay, well, Tway gets hit. Donic Shadow in the combo. A return kill for LGD, and it goes to Meteor.
Nice CC chain from LGD. That actually could have been a little bit cleaner even then. There was the time catch W, which I believe was cancelled out, but I'd imagine it would have to be the Milio Q, the kick.
Ultra Mega Fire Kick.
That's the one I did not memorize. So I memorized all of the Phalios' abilities. I still haven't done it. And Hui, do not ask me about Hui's abilities. I have not got around to that yet. I look at this dude and I'm like, yep, that's a button press. We might see Dragon being taken down as we're ruminating about different ability names. It will just be Hacker forcing LGD away from that one. I think with low mana and a couple of those ultimates being down, LGD don't really want to overstay. Better for them to get a reset, get some more combat stats, return to the map.
We'll take a look back at the unfaithful moment down here. It ended up being a return kill for LGD.
That's a really clean kick turn. That almost saves them. And then, of course, the brand Q lines after that. Without the level 6 available from Milio, you can't use Lucian to tank the stun or something like that, body block it, and then cleanse it away afterwards. So, sadly for them, kill is returned back towards them. Brand is going to do Brand things and clear through those grubs very, very quickly, so it's likely to be the 6 grubs going all the way over to LGD. That thing at the bottom of the screen is Polar Radiance. It's the MR Sunfire tank item. Who's built that one up? That would be the Maokai. So it's not going to be as damaging as we saw earlier with Leandries. It's going to be a bit more Sunfire, and that's some damage on the bot side.
Oh, he got gobbled up. Meanwhile, we had a package from Haichao over here. It's available, but they can't get the pull-off on it. Doggo's just gone down in bot lane. Decade's gone too. What the heck? Haichao gets taken out by Yukai. And what a rounding, crazy carousel we have found ourselves on. As now Bertle, he forgot that Yukai was behind him, and he's just going to try to get a kill back on the Hacker here. It's a nice little stun actually coming from Meteor, playing with a really nice range advantage here. Does have the ulti popped, but does get the shuriken flip. Not enough to burn.
W.
He's got the plants, and he's alive.
I mean, this dude is never going to go without eating his greens ever again. Saved by the Honey Fruit. On the Chemtech Rift, there was a few more of them around the map, and they give a little bit of extra healing, shielding, and the movement speed as well. Gosh, that was a close run thing. It's still going to be 6 grubs over to the side of LGD, who gets a lot of that gold though. Meteor comes away with, 101, so that's pretty okay for him. But the big thing now is Yokkai's going to be quicker towards his first item. I think if this Akali gets the first item, can actually side lane and potentially force someone like Haichao into bad situations. That's not a bad play pattern for Ultra Prime to play towards.
We're actually going to take a look back at it too, and it was all started with the Brad trying to take the grubbies here. It just turned into chaos.
It does. Haichao had the package for this fight though, which of course is a huge power spike. I think that Birdol's played the early laning phase very well, and then in his first big fight of the game, managed to get good value. The problem is, you can dash all the way you want to, you still get followed by the Shuriken flip. So Yukkai, someone we also asked to have big value in this game, coming out with a pretty important fight here.
The follow-up too as well, and we get to see Doggo going down here in the bottom side.
So this is a route into the knockup. This time the Camilio Q is not around to cancel it, so the damage comes up. For the ultimate from Tankenshin the Devour has a lot of damage on it if you have to get it onto any champion. You don't tend to see that as much in the support roles, typically safe for his own teammates. But yeah, Kepler and Jinzhao, after that first death went out down against them in bot lane, they're starting to really put out some hurt here.
And we saw earlier today, well, how scary a Corki plus Senna plus Tahm Kench can be with the amount of scaling and damage they can provide later on. So we'll see if that continues to be the case here, and Ultra Prime can find an answer. Because again, you got to remember, they first picked the Lucian. They were very confident in the way that they could approach this game.
But one of the things which was different between this composition and the one we saw earlier from NIP in their first game of the day. Wait, was that game 1 or game 2? That was game 1. Yes, the second one was the Azir game. Already getting mixed up. It's only 3 games in, folks. We'll see how far it goes.
Yeah.
The thing is, you don't have a Cassante to go unstoppable in front of the Maokai route. You have a squishier jungler in the form of Meteor as well. So there are more targets to go towards. This is quite worrying though, because you have 6 grubs and 2 people hitting this in a turret. Yes, you might be getting that Herald, but you're losing half of the bot lane turret for it. Yokai will be able to clear out, but you're not going to be able to completely stop them from hitting this turret.
They're doing some serious damage. They aren't able to get it. They do, actually. Throwing up the little Teemo emote too. The grubbies coming out, or the mites rather, and they still are not being punished here.
That was really well spaced by Kepler, by the way. He was walking into the turret range, getting the auto attack while the turret was firing in another minion, getting an auto attack, then stepping out of turret range so the turret didn't refocus on him. If he takes a turret shot or two, there's a chance that Yokai flies forward and forces them to maybe blow an ult and a flash. It would have gotten close after that point, so well played by Kepler to get that one down. Interesting thing of note, it is not going to be the Storm Surge first item from Yokai. It's Lichbane. Lichbane is a strong first item. I haven't seen it so much on the Akali, but I think anyone who wants to build non-mana AP assassin items is choosing between Storm Surge, Protobell, and then also the Lichbane as well. So that one's going to be more sustained damage. It means that Birdol might take more damage in the side lane matchup there too.
And as we move forward, Hacker actually has the Rift Herald under tow, so available at his request to drive into an enemy tower. About 20 seconds for a dragon coming up as well. Would be a 3rd dragon for Ultra Prime, so they might be in a pretty big deficit, but map control-wise, they're sitting well.
Yeah, you also have the support item from Lucian underway too. It's been a little bit slow stacking. He's still on the World Atlas, and well beyond that, you see Kepler's at full blood song. He started with that one, but this is just a lot of damage, man. This Kepler's Senna is doing a hell of a lot of work right now.
Got the Yumu's, Serrated Dirk, and that Blood Song with the pickaxe too, doing a lot of AD, and LGD will take their first dragon of the game and deny the sole point of Ultra Prime.
So Ultra Prime, you're going to have to figure out where you're going to start getting your resources from. Taking a top lane out of turret is a good start. What you really need to do is find a way to allow Yokai an extended run in a side lane somewhere against, you'd like to say the Corki, but then of course the Hextech is going to make that a little bit difficult. Ultra Prime need to start finding advantages in side lanes nonetheless.
When we're looking at them trying to find that, right, we have to look at the lack of range I feel like they have in their composition and how that plays into the composition of LGD.
The range gets a little bit more easy to play around once you get to Rapid Fire Cannon on the Lucian, especially once you get Rapid Fire Cannon and then the Bloodstorm as well. That's good, but Hacker is currently alone.
He's all by himself. Pop the Nature's Grasp there. Kepler makes it out alive, and that's the strength of this very safe bottom lane. He's a little bit worse for wear after that.
That could have gone a lot worse. Luckily, Doggo and Dre turned up in pretty short order, but Hacker for a moment there potentially was walking to 3 people. Brand was a little closer and could have gone very, very badly, but still makes it out of that one okay. Kepler's just got himself back to base, and he's got himself Serpent's Fang, interestingly. I think that's what you just picked up on as well. So that'll have some value versus bits of Milio's kit, and of course a little bit of Sand Phase. It's not the biggest thing ever. It's not like you've got huge enchanted healing shields on the other side, but still.
Maybe he's just going for the early items. So
yeah, but then why wouldn't you go on Blood Blade? So much oh my gosh, that's Brand.
Yup, that'll happen when you step up a little too far, and that's what I was talking about. The lack of range makes it very difficult, even when you get the rapid fire cannon, which is very close. Still hard. Hideout has the package now available. Ultra Prime setting up around here. Bertle behind enemy lines here is going to be able to get out.
He's using the Audacious Charge to, or the Heroic Charge to get out of danger in that one. So, Ultra Prime, they're not really finding angles and side lanes the way that I wanted them to. They look to maybe group at this point. Of course, Malgal, very, very strong. That will be coming up at the next half a minute or so, next 30 seconds. They will be at that second rank, but it feels like Ultra Prime, I don't want them to play the grouped up fight still, if at all possible.
Ultra Prime's top laner looking like a little bit of snackage here for LGD. They actually won't pull the trigger on it, but they do have Kepler Jinzhao in mid. And
they've got Kepler Jinzhao in mid, which is giving Bertle a real platform to just say, right, I'm just going to walk into the enemy jungle, I've got 1.5 items. Jungle Poppy, full build of 3 items. Bertle misses the ult side.
It's a ping difference, right? That's what it is. We do have a full engage right now on the backline of LGD. Nice double knockback there from Decade, and it's been making the difference. The Abyssal Dive does coming through, but it's Yuukai. No, okay. The passive coming through, and an extra burn on top of it all. Ultra Prime, they'll go ahead and fire up the engine and get this Rift Herald in here, as I think that's a little bit of a mistake from Hacker, but he does speed his way out to a tower shot death, and now Meteor was moving forward. But the start from Decade looked real good.
That was such a strange fight. It felt like the teleport from Haichao was really late. Maybe the communication was, we can get out fine. Obviously, that wasn't the case. So, a handful of kills go across the place. It's not really going to lead to many big map plays.
Why is Server gonna do this to him?
But you have to. I mean, if the problem is, even if you connect it onto the Sensei, chances are he presses W and goes to stop it. This is where the big stuff starts, right? You manage to get the Devour out early, and Decade, after the Devour's over, still gets into melee range with the Senna, gets to get ults onto them, and that means that the Senna Tom Kent was really out of position. If you force the flash of both of these bot laners and the ult, and they're still in melee range, that's a problem.
Oh,
no. This is just not playing against Brand much. They get like a triple passive setup at that point. Meteor does insane work, but that to me has got to be just a misclick, right?
Yeah,
surely that's a misclick. Because that is insane. Wait, hang on. The Steadfast Presence stops the dash out of the Herald? That happens? That's an interaction.
All right, well, we're here Fight Night round 2, right back in the mid lane. No package available this time, but we're setting up for a little bit of fisticuffs.
So that we are. So, who's on the agenda? Who's on the fight card for tonight?
We're going in, don't matter.
Up the Maokai
Analysis later. We have fighting. I actually think the bouncing there for the Power Classic was really big, and now they can just follow that up too. I don't think there's much getting out of that one from Ultra Prime, and you can start seeing Nymera. LGD's comp is coming alive.
That it is. If you can't get on top of the Senator Kench like you did in the last fight, it's not going to look nearly as pretty, and the last one was already pretty messy in regards to that anyway. So LGD, they take that mid lane out of turret, they're going to take themselves a dragon. That's going to be once again a denial of soul point for Ultra Prime. It's going to be more golden pocket from the kills, and for that fight as well, Meteor had the Rylai's. He's going to get even more gold off of the last phase of the play as well. LGD, they might not have as much tank as the other team when they have everyone kind of put together with the Maokai and the Sante, but they have a hell of a lot of damage. This time, the big difference is the Senna gets to stay safe. Bertle does a great job of front.
Yeah, the composition worked to a T because of that setup, right? And there's no real way around it with Ultra Prime unless you find backline access. So you can't take a full-on straight-up 5v5 front to back because you need to be able to work around some of this this extra pressure you get from this damage profile.
I'll say one of the other big factors in this too is the fact that Doggo had a very late support item. He still hasn't got himself the Blood Song at 23 minutes. Every other support item in the game from the other 3 people building it has been completed to that degree. Doggo is someone that we asked an awful lot of from Ultra Prime as one of the more veteran members and one of the more star carries on this roster. He's not in the best position right now.
He isn't, but you know who is? It is Meteor on the other side, who I needed to see it come up from, and absolutely tearing it up on the brand, taking advantage of what can be such a strong pick when you play it very well, or at least keep the pressure up on it.
No, when Brand's doing really well, it's Burning Man. When it's not doing very well, it's Fire Festival. This time it's very much the Burning Man. It's doing pretty well for himself. Almost at the 3rd item. Wouldn't surprise me if we went towards the Crypt Bloom, actually. Feels like, yes, there's a decent amount of magic resist on the other side with a lot of Merc being built up. But having one Crypt Bloom per team can actually give a lot of value to keeping someone important alive.
You gotta look at the worth of that as you move forward, because we do have this 1v1 happening down here, but we have some vision contesting going around the top side of Matt Hurdle. Trying to go for Decade here. Don't think he has the damage just yet. Just try to push this out, and we're getting set up for potentially threatening the Baron at some point in the future.
Absolutely. I mean, you don't have AD carry Corki, which is probably quicker at taking down Baron, and Sten is not the quickest Baron taker either, but you got a Brand, got Leandries. This is a replay of what happened on the top side. Looks like it was just a culling thrown at the enemy team. Again, still no Blood Song. Still has himself the 2 energized items, don't get me wrong, and Milio can help him extend his range even further. But Doggo is just not going to be able to force people out of the map in the way that he would really like to on this champion.
And it's not going to be any easier as time goes on, because you're getting close to a 3rd item for Kepler. And meanwhile, Doggo has had really good farm, but it's just different ways of winning the game. You have about 2.5 minutes for potentially a soul point for either side. And it's crazy that we've gotten to the point where Ultra Prime had such strong commitment to the objective control early on.
W lands on this way. Realize the
one, by the way.
That is just one, and that wasn't even with the increased damage. So if you hit someone who's burning already from his passive with the W, it does an extra 50% damage or so. It really starts to rack up. Of course, for those of you that don't know Brand, he's new into the meta. So his E, if it hits a burning target, will have double the spread range. W does the damage, gives you the stun. All very helpful. Almost running forward. You don't want to jump forward like that, man.
That was very bold. The Nature's Grasp pulled out as a defensive tool just to make sure nothing else happened.
This is actually a very good example of why typically Lucian works in the LPL, but doesn't work maybe in, say, the LEC and the LCS, because if you are jumping forward as the Lucian, you don't want someone to third party. You're very good in 2v2s and running forward your item points. He does have the Blood Song now, so at least he's got that online. But if someone is there to answer you and you haven't had vision on them or track the enemy jungler well enough, that's the kind of play which can get turned around on you. Doggo very, very closely playing the line there. Does get hit a little bit with that Brand. It could have gone much worse.
Yeah, it's important to do so when you're at this moment, though, because you're at about a 5K deficit here for Ultra Prime. You got to find some way to get something back, and maybe one of those key moments can be picking off Kepler or Haichao with a big ulti or a big move like that from Doggo.
So Doggo can help with that. One of the things which I asked for early in the game is, hey, maybe we can get Yokai doing something in a side lane. 2-1 on Akali, he's at 2.5 items as well. But he's been up against Haichao, has been safely farming in range. Haichao hasn't gone towards the Eclipse third. He's finished off the entirety of the wall, which I think in this game makes a lot of sense. If you think that the way you lose this game is Yokai doing nasty things in the side lane, why not build up the full defensive line? Ultra Prime feeling a little bit out of options.
Crypt Bloom does get completed as well as the opportunity there. So I'm curious now with the item breakpoints that LGD are hitting. I mean, they can just force this dragon, get soul points as well. It looks like Ultra Prime do want to position around this though, but it might be too little too late. Ooh, run him down, Kepler.
Kepler's just running in 1v2 at that point. Jinjiao's there, being a bit of a cheerleader, but you can see how much this Sen is doing against the Lucian Milio.
Hacker with the phase rush does make it out of there alive pretty quickly. TP is going to be utilized by Decade. Package on the way.
This is your captain, Haichao. We'll be flying at a height of approximately 60. We'll be looking for a journey for approximately a minute while the package lasts, and hopefully we'll get ourselves a dragon in that time. Please enjoy your flights.
in worst case emergency, maybe you will have to use the package in a defensive manner.
In case of emergency, hold on tight, and we're going a million miles an hour into the enemy team.
Hychal waiting for it over here. Dragon already getting burned down by the little burning man himself. It does go through. Third Dragon down. Nature's Grasp connects on the multiple members. Now you got Ultra Prime forcing a fight here that I don't think they need to force, as Uakai is going on to Hychal here. Package still has not been used, so LGD pounce onto Uakai on the side. I don't think they have the damage to get him just yet on the distance. Decade steps forward, though, and lets the bounce come through. Pyroclasm amongst the members as the Dawning Shadow comes through to add insult to injury. Ultra Prime licking their wounds.
Gosh, they are so lucky that there wasn't just another E-tag onto someone to get the extra passive going. It's enough damage to make Ultra Prime a little bit awkward staying in mid lane.
Birdo going right in, gets the double knock up there as well. The rest of LGD locked down, though, from some slows, and LGD pushing back onto the Baron with pings aplenty.
Birdo very close to getting a clutch engage there. He's had a good game on this copy. Great in lane
just
phase.
really want to engage on LGD here.
And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you at this point? You have to try and fight back from this deficit somehow, some way. They still have Uakai's ult against Splash too, but LGD, they've been very, very happy playing at their max range and playing behind their front line as the ultimate's thrown at them. Ultra Prime, they can't give up all presence in this mid lane because that's surely going to be Baron afterwards. It's already likely to get started right now.
It already is, and they are burning it. As I don't think there's any way for Decade to get here fast enough. You got Hacker pulling the Nature's Grasp. They try to get in the pit here. It is tankier now and harder to take, so it's gotten a little bit time for Ultra Prime to get a response.
Okay, so that's the killing used. But this is the problem. Even without that Eclipse adding the extra value on, 3 item Cork is 3 item quality. Hychal taking this time to defend mid lane. He'll be slightly isolated right now, but there's no wrong position, no time to engage onto him. So LGD, as much as they have won a lot of the fights that Ultra Prime have thrown at them, they're struggling to make their own plays at the same time. They don't have the biggest engage tool set in the book right now, but they're still happily building their way to more items. This isn't the kind of game where they have to engage. They will eventually just Eclipse in terms of damage.
They're just easily riding off into the sunset right now, and Ultra Prime just trying to find a way to knock them off their track. And I think now with those, 3.5, fourth items going to be coming online for LGD, this next fight in about 2.5 minutes is that breaking point for Ultra Prime.
Okay, Baron's still on the table. Feels like we are just returning to this mid lane because Ultra Prime, they tried to play through side lanes. It wasn't really working for them. They've now just tried to overload mid lane and try and catch LGD off guard. That hasn't really worked for them either. You can see that they're having to call someone extra into the mid lane to make sure that Doggo and Joy are not just stuck in a plain 2v2, because actually Kepler's just been running forward with impunity and getting huge value out of that. He's got himself the Opportunity. That's a new lethality item, which has effectively one of Youmuu's old last season passives, where you start combat with more lethality, drops off as it goes through. But it means that if you're looking for the poke, there's a huge amount of stats to add towards it. LGD get themselves mid lane priority again, going to head back towards the Baron, probably force a response once again from Ultra Prime.
It's funny we find ourselves here in a deja vu yet again.
Feels like we've been here before, multiple times. It's like a 3-day festival weekend.
True, and we'll see if it's going to actually be in the favor of Ultra Prime now. Oh my god, Hacker's in there, baby! As Meteor is aggressed on the backside by Uakai. That's going to be a nice execution there, and it's about near perfect as Ultra Prime make the difference. Birdo's trying to change that as he's in there too, and he gets one back. Decade should be able to help clean this one up. Hychal, big damage from the side. But that's Ultra Prime, just like that, turning it all around.
They are, but Hychal is alive and he has high HP. He has enough rockets to potentially poke people out. Is there anything left to really contest with from the side of Ultra Prime if he stands at rocket range? Hychal doesn't feel like he has the vision. Maybe he thinks he would get caught out a little too easily. He gives up the Ghost and they give up the Baron. So, out of nowhere, LGD, who are winning in the side lanes, winning in the side push, don't give the respect needed to Uakai on the flank, and this Akali gets some mad work down. Serious props to Hacker as well, finds an angle, the blue trinket spots out Kepler in the middle of his shroud, which means that Hacker can flash forward and get that root. Key moment, Kepler can't put down huge damage. Hychal, of course, is there for lots of other damage too, but he can't do enough after the brand goes down.
Uakai, beautiful positioning through all that. The instant damage. First of all, a lot of damage just going into Meteor. And well, just trying to put that down. And being able to get the Baron afterwards all easy, as they can actually use that to pressure that mid lane and now potentially get themselves a soul point and tie us up.
And they also have vision control as well now. This means that it's much easier to jump forward if someone like the Akali on a flank, or Lucian jumping forward to use the Blood Song, Rapid Fire, cannon auto attacks as well. So that's going to be an uncontested Dragon to LGD. They're licking their wounds a little bit from that last Baron fight. They can't afford to give over another ill-placed, ill-prepared fight.
This is exactly what I would have expected from these two teams, though. Like, literally, it was like a 6K lead for LGD. Nah. That ain't my game. That ain't my best of 3. Let's see what happens when we throw a little bit of chaos into the mix. And I think LGD now trying to reel back and figure out how they approach these next bits.
Dollars going to just dash up the back. I was wondering if there was a quick enough close angle there with LGD. Package is available, but not being used to contest anything. Maybe this is just a case of saying, look, we're not going to be able to use this in the next, like, minute or two. Let's just use it immediately just to see if there's a pickup we can get, and then wait for it to respawn in time for the next Dragon or Baron. Of course, it respawns every 5 minutes now, so it's not going to be up perfectly in time for either of those objectives, I don't think. We'll have to see now where LGD can start getting themselves a holdover on this game. They have themselves a couple items. But yeah, there's so many items on their carries that someone oversteps, that could be enough of an angle in itself.
Literally, Doggo lost like 1/4 of his health from one just auto attack of Kepler. And I think it's starting to get to a point where this composition's really kicking up the damage. As we had said, we were close to 4 items. We have the Eclipse now for High Chow as well. And we actually see the Kirkshade Shard sold for an execution by Kepler.
Interesting, because that's going to stop some of Milio's healings. Not a huge amount of hit on this side. Big down the middle.
Yeah, after looked for the Nature's Grasp, but didn't realize all of LGD were there. They do get Hacker out of there with Keeper's Verdict, but the tower is still the name of the game here. About 10 seconds on the Baron buff. It's not going to be enough.
So, this mid lane turret feels like it will inevitably go down despite the valiant efforts of LGD. Kepler gonna have to keep an eye on his stacks at this point. He's getting towards 35 minutes, folks. Senna does do that whole thing of infinite scaling. Of course, the range doesn't matter if someone's melee range of you. You'd be attacking the same either way. Don't really get that much tankier. As you said, salty Kirkshade Shard before the execution's falling. So get rid of whatever incidental healing will come over from the side of Ultra. The last of the Baron push has now gone off. Ultra still trying to take a chunk out of that bottom.
And I was trying to look because we did at least see a little bit of that continuation of the siege here, but without the Baron buff, their composition becomes that much more weak around these kinds of setups. So it's really trying to find somebody in transition here. As you can see, Yukai is hunted.
There he is, and Yukai has 3.5 blocks. Seeker's Arm Guard functions like the old stopwatch. We'll give him that one fight power spike of the stasis. He's going to catch out Hacker with a bit of damage. So that API to MR items rather though, pretty fun nowadays. Hacker actually not taking the hugest amount of damage.
Oh, LGD is going to get the blue buff for everybody.
Importantly so, actually, because of course it's past 20 minutes. Buffs are team-wide. Blue buff onto Senna, Brand, Corki for both the cooldown reduction and the mana sustain. All pretty
Oh yeah, you take that all day. But the thing is now is, looking at LGD's comp, we know how they win. They team fight, they get damage off, GG easy. But Ultra Prime, we talked a little bit more about their range difference and how they've built up to this point, the fact that they've kept it such a close game. But it's one fell swoop that feels like it could be the difference maker. So are we trying to look for Decade on flanks? Are we looking for Decade to be a big member of this, or is it really on the other 4 members?
I think it's on Yukai again. I think Decade still probably wants to go down the straight and narrow. Yes, get into the backline how you can. I think it's also very important that Hacker, as we've seen multiple times this game, can shut down Kepler with a flash route. I think if you can force out the Devour easily from that, Yukai has an absolute field there against most of them. Especially with the huge amount of items that he's getting up towards. If the front line, like Decade and Hacker, can blow some of the defensive tools, this Akali could be the difference maker.
We did get Bloodthirster also completed for Doggo here, so 4th item and a lot more sustainability. The thing is, though, we have double objectives spawning at the same time, and it's important ones. It's Soul and it's Baron.
Okay, is this where we see the final hammer blow fall? Definitely seems like that Camtech Soul is not the strongest, really. In this kind of game, when you have a couple of tanks looking to survive at low HP, don't get me wrong, it's a nice added bonus. Looks like Birdall actually looking to catch out this Sensei.
Yeah, Decade's in a lot of damage trouble here. Haichao not really peppering too much more. Haichao is on 5 items now. I believe I saw him get the Void Staff last, so that's why he does that much damage. Almost half health, half the team of Ultra Prime.
That one is a nasty item to pick up. His rockets, as you saw there, hits one onto Doggo and Dre. I think that wasn't even the big one. It still chunks them out. Certainly large enough size of the HP bar.
And the Baron dance shall once again become a thing. I do want to see, though, actually, it looks like we're going to prioritize this dragon, which I can appreciate. Hacker, he's found Jin Zhao here. Dawning Shadow utilized already. Decade is trying to find the backline. He's trying to get that Q3 here as well. They do find Hacker, another in-game. Jin Zhao's getting low. Hacker gets the breath of life from Sway and gets out. Now on the back is Yukai, and he executes the Tommy Kench as Decade has found a return on the other side too. Birdall is in the mix of everything as Yukai is trying to set up a big play here. Birdall has left himself out to dry, gets rooted down, gonna TP back. Doggo step forward, Doggo pop it off, and he's a mad one now as Ultra Prime clean house, and it's the comeback of the year so far for the team.
And it's a closer fight than the one at Baron, but it's good enough for Ultra Prime. With this win, they're going to get themselves the Soul. I don't know whether they're going to be able to get themselves Baron. Haichao is chunking out so much damage. It feels like if you sit around on an objective and choose to stand nearby, still quite dangerous beyond that point. Starts off with Jin Zhao just going a little too far. I think this probably has to be Birdall there, not Jin Zhao. He is not as tanky as the Poppy in this late game. He's 4 levels down on his top laner. Just let Birdall walk up and do that kind of duty. Yeah, he survives a decent amount of time, but he's not in position to bail out someone like Meteor, someone like Kepler later on. And when those defensive tools are down, just as we said, Yukai can get good value. So Ultra Prime, credit to them. They're starting to really problem solve out of their team, out of these team fights.
The fact that Decade just said, hey guys, I'll take one for the team. I'm bringing Meteor out of it so you guys can actually have a fair team fight. That is a big decision there. And I think that is what leads to a lot of these big moments. Hacker getting a double engage, just wrapping around and getting a second time charm. It feels really good for Ultra Prime on this come map. And they're down only 500 gold now. They've been consistently down like 3 or 4K, and we're getting to the point where that's not going to matter as much. We got the Soul for Ultra Prime. They have the Kempuck Soul, and now Baron dance is going to be renewed.
And this dance is, I don't think it's much of a ballroom dance. Feels a little bit more like a break style, like freestyle break dance. It's not really the cleanest thing that we've seen because both of these teams are kind of afraid of giving the ideal scenario to the other one. It's not like you can march into the river as Ultra Prime and expect LGD to not poke you out with these rockets. On the other side, LGD cannot afford to walk off the vision and allow Yukai a big flank, which again he's trying to do. You can see how he's separated from the team.
Haichao has package this time. It's a little bit more scary for Ultra Prime than Haichao's one looks for the big engage on the back side as Yukai still way back there. He'll be on the wrong side of the river now, though.
Even max item Corki is not getting through the MR items of Decade of Hacker. That's a statement on how this season is, folks. I know people talk about how big damage is. It's not to tanks. Tanks are so strong in this match, but Yukai is not a tank.
They got Yukai, but he can't get him in the end. The warm hugs healing him up. The nature scratch there. Doggo going for it. Haichao's out of there easy. As that's a lot of damage for the Pyroclasm. Got to be a little careful on how that works. Ultra Prime, big redemption though. That was a huge amount of healing, and Ultra Prime are right back fit for the fight.
That healing was cut by Senna, by the way. A lot of them were damaged by that ultimate, so that's after the heal cut's already been applied. Now, Ultra Prime, they're going to round 2. What ultimates do they have? They importantly have themselves the Breath of Life from Emilio and, of course, the perfect execution from Yukai.
It's got to be an item completion.
I think it has to be.
It's an Ivori quick blade for Doggo.
Okay. I wonder if he sold the Blood Song for that at this point. Maybe he's just said, okay, this is what I was left out. No, it's not that. He sold his Boots Rip. He's keeping the Blood Song. Boots are gone. He's barefoot on the Rift, but he has himself an extra couple of swords to bring with him.
Hey, dogs don't need boots. They just need to feel the ground between their paws.
Hey, they do if it's cold enough temperature, or hot enough actually. You got to protect those little footsies.
I don't know, it's getting pretty spicy on the Rift here.
Don't want him stood in that Chemtech sludge. back out on the map with his team, and now LGD have given up control of this topside river, which means that Vision's going to go down with it. The Scuttle Crab will reveal some vision as well. That's one of the things that late game Scuttle can do, and we are really, again, back to the Baron breakdance.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here watching the timer, wondering if we're going to beat the longest game of the season so far. Also an LGD favorite. We'll see Ultra Prime forcing off the Baron now here. Let's see the setup from LGD, Nymera.
Okay, so Yukai once again on the flank. That's where he has been the entire game so far. He's off vision. They haven't spotted him so far. I think there's one red thing, so they are just theory crafting whether he could be there. The front line from Ultra Prime is so strong. Look, they need to try and hit the back line.
The Baron's already gone. Atron's Grass now comes down. Now LGD engaged on by Hacker, and the comeback continues as Yukai, he's right back there ready to go. Decade goes ahead and kills Kepler. Hacker might trade his life here, but it's Yukai who will pay dividends as it's Decade and the combo of the solo laders who are going to town on LGD. What a heartbreaking loss for LGD, but what a momentum swinger for the Ultra Prime squad.
Ultra Prime go ultra late game, and even against the infinite scaling of the Senna, even against the raid boss damage machine of Corki, they get it done. Serious good work by the front line, serious work by Yukai getting onto the carries. Ultra Prime, all right, they're here to play.
Lucian is built different in the LPL. You can coin that to me anytime because it actually is so. And what a game from Ultra Prime. A game they were literally losing for like 90% of it, but they find a way to pick apart the diamond style composition of LGD.
Really felt like that game was dead to rights, especially when it felt like the mid lane priority was so far in advantage of LGD, but the brilliant fight which came after that point around one of those first Barons of the game where Hacker gets onto the right carries, Yukai gets to get onto the others after that point. The teamfight execution of Ultra Prime just outstripped what LGD could bring to the table in game one.
There's a lot to deal with, and now Ultra Prime go 1-0 up in the series. It's time for a little break while we get ready for game number 2, so don't you touch that browser. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Spring 2024 as we are neck deep into this day of games here. We got 3 best of 3s, and we're already almost halfway through. We had an impeccable win from Ultra Prime off of a comeback they shouldn't have probably had. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, and our MVP was none other than the Tree versus the Burning Man, Hacker.
And while he was down 2,000 gold to the brand individually, the highlight of the game was largely Hacker getting onto a key carry every important fight. The flash Ws were pretty much the tail of a lot of these big team fights. It opened up the likes of Yukai to have some insane executions on the Akali. This Maokai broke open the team composition from LGD. Maybe LGD will be ruining that loss because it felt like it was in their hands.
For a long time, it was in their hands. So got to figure out a way to tune that kind of late game scaling composition to something that actually works, because it was consistent engages like this from Hacker. This one, he got a double engage and really nicely followed up on by the rest of the team.
No, and sometimes actually just going onto the Tahm Kench is fine. He's not as tanky from the support role, even when you have the center, compared to a solo lane experienced tank like the Poppy. I feel like there were some mistakes coming through from Birdle, then Jinzhou as well, in terms of their roles within how they are meant to be face-checking bushes and playing the front line. I think Birdle, on the whole, actually had a very good game. But it wasn't enough. It went to hyper late game. The damage, which was so in favor of LGD in terms of the right and break points, just couldn't last out the rest of the game. And yeah, you could see the damage from the Corki. It just didn't factor in because he could never get a good platform enough, well, where Ultra Prime were in range of him to actually do damage.
And that's the difference maker between when we saw Rookie take it earlier and now, especially, is that there were other options, there were other avenues, and he just used the timings really well. I think that was another big difference. The package timers were not hit this time around. So I don't know if we'll see the Corki go.
I mean, the package timing is a symptom of other things. If you are in position to look for a fight, it means that pulling the trigger is much easier. I think that LGD, they struggled to pull the trigger at all. It felt like the package really was their only engaged tool, and that's not what you really want to do, because if you only have one engaged tool, the enemy team only has to look out for one thing. If you have to look out for three things, like an Akali flank, and then the Maokai as well, and then also the K'Sante, that's where sometimes the mental overload can come in and you lose a track of a piece on the board. Now into game 2, let's shake off some of that dust, some of those worries from game 1, see if LGD can strike back.
We will see Ultra Prime back on the blue side, LGD on the red side. We got the Tristana and the Yone ban this time around, as well as that Azir for Ultra Prime. It's the LeBlanc and the Nocturne so far. I wonder if they do also want to just go ahead and ban. Okay, it's the Ashe instead. We do have the Orianna left open.
Orianna's left open. Yone's obviously banned. Okay, so Dogger's going to go back towards the Lucian. Are we going to separate away from Emilio this time? This is what I was wondering about, because Emilio's very good with Aphelios, which is one of the things which I was wondering in the first draft. So, you're probably going towards the Nami now for Joy. That was the obvious lock-in. You kind of have to lock that in on 2-3 because that's the really support you need. Now the question is, what are you going to do now the Maokai's been taken away? You've now reversed a bit of the composition that we've seen in game 1. Maokai is very good at being a frontline and a team fighting game.
And that, for me, is a symptom of a definite change in the LG drafting strategy. It was really cool to try the brand, right? It's something different, it's something fun, but it's also something that you can absolutely win a game 1 of a series with it, because usually not much preparation goes into facing off against the brand. So I can appreciate now honing back in, going to more meta choices here and seeing what they can grab themselves in the final part of the first phase, as we do see the Corki as that piece for Ultra Prime.
Right, so maybe they were worried about the Maokai setting up shop with the teamfight engage and then also locking that inside for Corki. Aphelios is what I assume will be the lock-in. It's the best remaining AD carry with the Milio, and it's also very good at kind of following up on some of the engage. Even though Aphelios is not a mobile champion himself, especially with Gale Force being the game, his ultimate flying forward in the team fight when someone's been locked up by the Maokai is very strong on the offensive side of things. And when people dive onto you, you have the Milio to keep you safe as well. So it becomes a champion, weirdly, without mobility that can play quite aggressively in dives through the range of his ultimate, but also play well defensively too.
Words are like knives, Chimera. I just want you to know that when you said the Gale Force is gone, I felt that. Alright? I felt that. It hurt. It hurt.
Somebody plays a lot of assassins who didn't particularly like AD carries having like double dashes with Flash Gale Force.
Well, as an AD carry, I don't like assassins either, because you just come and kill me. Like, that's not fair. I should get to play the game.
How's Storm Surge?
It's not great. It's not great, I'll tell you that. But I missed Gale Force. Write me, please. Call me. We do have Jay still locked away now by Ultra Prime in the second phase. The Jax also joining that ban table by LGD. So some solo lane focuses for sure in the second phase, as the Vi actually is going to be that change up of bans in LGD.
Because Ultra Prime don't have the best engage options this time. Of course, LGD were the ones who really struggled to get on top of their opponents in the last game. So removing something like that Vi is one of the best point-and-click engage champions you can get from the jungle role. No, it's not AoE CC, but it's enough to lock someone down to the Corki. He absolutely cannot miss his rockets. That is a dangerous prospect. So, Poppy banned away from Verdal, which means that Decade maybe is eyeing up the K'Sante again. What are you doing here now? You can kind of pick mid lane and then pick your top lane last, but do you think the K'Sante is too valuable to give over? I guess so.
Yeah, looks like it. And I think, I feel like we've seen some reasoning behind that as well. There are still a lot of options on the table to go into it, though. This would be an interesting one.
I like this.
Provide a lot of safety and that length of engage for you.
Exactly. It's the engage which I'm particularly concerned about. Now, K'Sante can go immovable rather, or unstoppable, in front of the Maokai ultimate, but he can't do that against an Ornn ult. Decade is looking now to go towards more of the... So you have a bit of lane pressure with the K'Sante. You're not going to counter him. What you're looking now is for Decade to get a flank, get around the Maokai ult, and then get onto a carry. I just feel like the Ornn would have been a bit more dedicated and engaged than Ultra Prime are currently lacking. I'm a bit worried, because I think that Aphelios Milio is going to stand there, look at the Aatrox from a mile away, and just gun him down before he can reach them.
The Trundle is the difference maker here, they say, for Ultra Prime. A very nice pick into a tankier members, and the K'Sante and Maokai can just be that. So a little bit of an interesting comp for Ultra Prime this time around. Not as much as that meta staple I feel like that we got in that game #1. Speaking of meta staple though, this has been left open would be so huge for LGD.
This is the pick. Because if you're walking forward as Trundle or Aatrox, you cannot ever realistically dodge that Orianna ball. It's going to be the Akali. I don't know, man. There are some weird decisions in the last half of this draft. I get that the Akali is good into the Corki. So is Orianna, though, and I feel like Orianna does more against the rest of the team composition. You're a little bit more vulnerable to the Lucian Namis, the Orianna, don't get me wrong, but I felt like blocking the Orianna there would make the game unplayable for Decade and Hacker, especially when they can just never reach the carries through Milio. So I think that's maybe a bit of a fumble in the last half of the draft from Ultra Prime, but on the same regard, I feel like maybe the blocking and that Akali have, they have themselves the side lane pressure. So you're losing a little bit more out in the team fight. Maybe you're giving yourself a bit more options in different areas there.
Do you see Ultra Prime being any more aggressive with the Trundle jungle here instead of that kind of farming, wait out, reactive style gameplay?
To an extent, yes, I think that you can get some really good early dueling, especially when you go press the attack, the auto Q, auto reset, so a lot of good damage early. I think what it also does is allow you to just pin down the first target at the start of the team fight very effectively. If Meteor or Birdall are out of position, you put the subjugation on them and you burn them down with the damage that you have. It means that maybe you don't have to look for the flank as aggressively. I still think it's dangerous. I still think that the carries from the side of Ultra Prime are going to do an awful lot of damage, but it gives you some ability to tank threat in the way that Ultra Prime struggled to do last time.
Well, we're getting into it now. Last game, a game LGD would want back 10 times out of 10. They were in such a commanding position, unable to close it out. Ultra Prime picked it up and ran with it, and they'll see if their momentum can carry on into game #2. And it's a year of come-ups for both these two teams. The organizations having rough ends to last year, but here we are in game #2. Both organizations looking for their first win on the series, and Ultra Prime looking to close it out here.
On to the Rift we go. LGD, of course, they typically have themselves a bit of a cult following, even though they haven't reached playoffs in quite some time. They were one of the really big fan bases back in the day. I think 2015, that was the year they kind of rose to prominence. It's the team that went to Worlds as first seed in that year. Of course, things went pretty badly at 2015 Worlds with the Juggernaut patch. So,
Fist bump.
So it goes with LGD, is that every 5 years they come back to prominence. They had 2015 and 2020 were their 2 years. So we've got another year on the clock for that to stand true. I think they'd like to cut a year off that time if possible.
I would say so. Why not here? Why not now? There was not a level 1 though, unfortunately. It was very close. We did get the fist bump though. I can't tell you how many times I've had people freak out and wonder what those are, and then you tell them, oh, it's a fist bump, you just hate you.
It's a new item, it's a new ability.
Well, first it goes, what is that? That's crazy, what is that? Wait, what button is it? Wait, it's you?
Yes. Okay, this is dangerous now.
Oh,
Kepler and
no.
Jinzhou, they don't have Vision Hip, they didn't put a Tribush, they are getting wrapped around on this 3.
The bubbles, it's not there, but the Pillar of Filth not gonna actually find the angle. Did get the barrier out of Kepler at least, but that's flash from Hacker.
Now the question is, can they stop Jinzhou and Kepler getting XP from this wave? I don't think they can, actually. So this is not the best level. Given how good of an angle they had from there, that wasn't actually the best level 1 they could have got. Kepler, I think, good discipline to not blow flash early, just blowing the barrier. That's completely fine.
This is good decision making from Hacker and Ultra Prime, though. A guy who we know is very aggressive, and for Ultra Prime specifically has been. But it's also about splitting the map here, Nightmare.
It is, and I don't think that Maokai has the best ability to shut down someone like an Aatrox. Now, how much is he realistically going to lose? It's probably going to be the 1 buff, I suppose. I don't think that the Hacker's... he just 3... Oh, he took a bit of the wolves. That's what he got. That's what I was for.
Oh, it disappeared
Remaining
right away for it.
Goodbye, my canine friends. Meteor, I'm going to take that lonely Gromp on the bot side of the map. And Hacker, well, you are wondering whether this Trundle would signify some more aggressive gameplay. The answer is yes.
Didn't stick around too long there. Did end up stealing away those 2 camps, but hasn't found that big moment breaker yet. I still expect some proactive play to come out of Hacker, but I feel like LGD are in just fine position. They'll actually try to save bot lane a little bit more here, as they're already about to give up a plate for Doggo.
Good timing by Doggo there. It's one of the things you do when you're dashing under turret. So last game from Kepler, so let me talk about it briefly. If you attack a champion within turret range while the turret shot is just firing at the minion that it's just next targeting, you can dip quickly out of turret range and then it won't target you. You can also do that with stuff like LeBlanc and Yone, where you get the auto attack with the ability, you ping back before the turret retargets you. So it's a good way to kind of get a cheap trade under turret, which some people just aren't used to seeing.
Saw the Scuttle Tussle go down for Hacker over there on the bottom side. Is there should we have like an official word for that? Is there like WrestleMania? But it's for
I don't know. Well, the problem is that you know that the
Scuttlebuttle.
It actually. The thing is, the Scuttle has no rebuttal because it has no attacks. It can't do anything. The poor
but
dude
it's the
is
fight around it. So if you have two people going there to fight, like you gotta come up with names like WrestleMania.
Well, I mean, if you're quickly taking both of them, then it's the Scuttle Hustle, obviously. That one's easy.
But what about when two guys show up, lock eyes, and there's a scuttle crap between them, and they both fight for it? What do you call it?
That's a good question. I
think
don't
it's
think
the
I have
Scuttlebuttle. I think that's just it.
Yeah, because the other ones aren't satisfying, right? You have like the Scuttle Rumble. It's just it's just not
the rhyming really makes the difference. I feel like.
Yeah. So well, that's look. We'll call it. We'll workshop it. All right. Well, we'll call
I'm
it.
pointing it right now. All you other casters out there, you watch out. All right, Scuttlebuttle is mine.
We could just call it the Deadliest Cash.
True.
Because it's the danger of fighting over Scuttle.
That's a great.
That was what happened to
for a while. Then it
turned out that there's actually
it was a reality show.
There's actually only so much content you can get with that. So important thing with Trundle when you're taking the Void Grubs, by the way, because the little things die around you so often, you get a lot of HP back from your passive, which means that you're very healthy at taking them. You don't do the AoE damage that some other champions, of course, like Brand or Lilith, can do to the Grubs, but you take them very quickly with a single target damage. So right on spawn, Hacker getting some value for his team, played up aggressively, and after getting his MVP in game 1, very quick Grubs in game 2, he's bringing value to his team.
It's the worst. It's literally the worst. But I think, especially with the way the composition lies, getting that early and getting the timer on that already shows the good game plan coming out from Ultra Prime.
And I think particularly if Hacker gets enough stats, he can kind of walk up and maybe face tank the Maokai ult, put an ult onto Meteor or Bird ult, and cause him a load of issues. However, speaking of that, putting an ult onto Meteor is not going to be as successful because he's gone for the Scorched Claw in terms of the jungle item, which is going to be a bit more the burny, damagey stuff, and he's gone for Salt Boots as well. So he's gone for the first strike. This is going to be a bit more pokey AP Maokai. And of course, when you're building up Liandry's nowadays, you don't build mana into it, which is completely fine for Maokai.
Yeah.
You really need that from the jungle anyway. You don't get Demonic Embrace anymore. It's a bit sad, but still, it's going to be a bit more damage from these.
It's really nice too because you don't give those extra tank stats over to Mr. Hacker there. You just are a little bit squishier. Still, base has a decent amount of tankiness, but it's not going to be as much as if you were, say, full tank build. Now, we do have a dragon up as well on the other side. We saw the Grubbies go quickly over to Hacker. Hacker going to want to make presence known around this dragon pit too.
So Hacker's still going to be just walking into an area on the map that Meteor doesn't particularly feel good about. Walking back into there in turn. Just checking in on the CS in the lanes as well. Of course, Kepler and Jinzhao, they had a bit of trouble at level 1. They're not falling too far behind. Actually, turn up this way for about 5 or so down into the deficit. And some vision in the bot side as well. Very interested to see now if Doggo and Dre can get off to a better power spike than they did last game. I actually think Doggo had a very difficult game on the Lucian. I think that late game, yes, it was fine. They really struggled to use the mid-game spike. Now he has the support item early though. Once he gets Bloodsong, very interested to see if Ultra Prime can have a stronger game on this duo lane.
And that's where I want to take stock of the changes around, right? We do have the swapping of the Akali here. Haichao picking this one up for game number 2, as well as the Corki going over to Yokai. They were big difference makers last game, and I look to the continuation of that here.
Looking for a continuation, hopefully for the side of Ultra Prime at least, to get themselves that 2-0 and finish this one off easily. Feels like this one has been a bit of an easy early game. Of course, last game they fell really far behind. Part of that was, of course, Meteor having a good individual game on the Brand early on, managing to get himself towards bot lane a number of times. And now we're looking towards, first dragon spawn. Trundle very good at taking early single target objectives due to single target damage, and he's going straight towards that with bot lane prior.
Easy does it. Early take over here with the priority we're talking about, and a little bit of moving from the Yokai as well. That early dragon and the grubbies actually starting to add up a little bit here. We do have the next spawn of those grubs coming up in a minute. Again, you only need those 5 to get that double proc.
I think it's quite interesting how Trundle is going for a tanky build. It's not going to be something like, I don't know, what else would you go? You can go stuff like Tiamat first on Trundle. Trundle putting Tiamat going into something like Titanic Hydra. I think in this game, you need to be a frontline though, particularly with someone like Aatrox that is half a frontline. He does frontlining by doing enough damage to heal through it. He's a bit more of a drain tank. By going towards the Barmy Cinder first, it gives him a bit more ability to just have the base HP to stand and fight, and again, put the ultimate on an important target for the double marksman on his team to gun down.
Okay, so let's look at the map here now. We see a ton of pings coming up towards top side. It is Doggo and Shui moving now. They want to play for these grubs.
Two, but realistically, I don't think LGD have a huge amount of tools to fight with this right now. You do have, you know, the Haunting guys on Meteor, but it's not a full item. When you're going AP Maokai, kind of need to get yourself to that first item. Maokai, at least at level 6 with the tankier build, just with some HP built up, and something like an Aftershock as well is a bit more valuable to his team. So for this point in the game, early game, wherever Hacker walks onto the map is pretty much a no-go zone. Decade has just teleported down here. It's a 3v1. He has ult, he has flash. This is
early World Ender. He's going to try to heal up off the wave, trying to just take the wave out here. He does. Calibrum's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, topside, we also have that fight going down. Nobody's falling yet, but Decade definitely went a little too far off the turret.
That he does. He was trying to see if Meteor and Jinzhao would not be there in time to stop his retreat off, especially with a flash. Meteor doesn't even have to blow the flash himself now, though. Dangerous now. Kepler has himself Crescendum to go through that bot lane turret. Topside is now going to get the customer dive too. I don't think they can dive him, though. I
don't think they can either. Cassante is built a little bit different, and I don't think Hacker
got
the memo. He does make it out alive, but my God, it's so close.
Yeah, folks, you need to be really careful of a Cassante on the turret. He's popped the Ghost. He has enough HP to even run it back at them. Haichao there to cover. So it's going to be a lot of plates down top side, but it's not like there aren't any plates taken on bot side either. Kepler will have been whacking away at that one, and no kill to be returned from Ultrafire.
It was Kepler's chance to get a little bit back there as well, but I will say getting some good plates on Doggo is huge. I think we should be close to 1-item spikes here for both ADCs. Decade just taking so much of that damage there. We will see him go back topside as we take a look at that dive.
So this is popping the ult, just trying to see if he can clear out the wave in time. He does clear the wave, he just takes 1,000,000 damage doing so, and after that point, Meteor waits for his next basic round of cooldowns to come up, and he is dead. So sad fact for Decade, at least he doesn't lose that much CS. It's not the worst case scenario.
I think giving it over to Meteor, not too shabby. He really didn't want to give that one to Kepler, who was waiting with a Calibrum long shot there as well. We actually do have an item differential going down right now. Storm Razor for Doggo, no item completed for Kepler on his back.
So, a fun little coincidence about Kepler playing the FLS as well. So yes, very, very Targonian champion, all about the moon shot of the Calibrum. You know, Kepler was a famous astrophysicist. He was one of the people who helped
Kepler's
discover out some of the movements that, yeah, there's a space telescope named after him. He helped understand some of the more intricate movements of the planets. So there you go. Bit of a moon space relationship there between the fellows and the moon.
I like it. I like it. Now, does that help? Probably not.
Well, okay, so you know that in FLOS's development, they wanted to have FLOS's power well, it was tabled. I don't know how serious it was, but it was genuinely brought up. Hang on, can we make FLOS's power wax and wane with the actual moon cycle? They actually thought about that.
That'd be hilarious. I think it just adds that much dimension.
I think it'd be very confusing. Some
Yeah.
people already find this champion confusing enough. Let's not make it any harder, huh?
Yeah, I'm down for that. I'm down for that. Doggo actually getting some good procs on the first strike so far with those in and out bobs. I do want to highlight those Storm Surge is completed for Haichao now.
That it is. So it's not going to be the Lich Bane that we saw from Yokai first item. Yeah, Doggo getting some good damage down here, throwing that.
And another
he's
plate.
on a much better timing for a support item too. Remember last game it was 23 minutes until his support item was proc, so he can potentially reach his power spike earlier in this game and use it better.
And that's the Doggo that the Ultra Prime fans will know and love. A key carry potential for the team and has been for a little while now. The question is making it work with the rest of the squad. We do see Kepler down there being pressed potentially by Hacker now as he makes his presence in the bot side complete. And Meteor on the other side bolting down here to make sure nothing else can happen.
Yeah, I think as soon as that last chunk came in laning phase and the removal of that heal as well, nobody has to be just a little bit on call. Even though he doesn't have camps down on bot side, he just realizes he needs to be around that for the Dragon as well. He does have his Leandries now though, so let's see how much value this AP Maokai can get. So don't underestimate the burst coming out of this champion. The extra AP scaling is of course very nice too.
Yeah, he should be able to just keep pressure on with those saplings too. I think that's the hardest thing to deal with. Uakai has completed his first item and also completed his first package grab at least. Gonna see where that's delivered though.
Well, it looks like the blue pings are onto Herald, and given that Ultra Prime would like to break open the map a little bit with their 6 grubs as well, something like the Herald can potentially open up the map a little bit more and have some real split with crash up going into the game later. And Dragon hasn't been started up on the other side, so LGD, they're kind of spinning their wheels a little bit right now.
What kind of package would a Rift Herald get?
I don't know. Cinder blocks? Maybe in its free time it just likes breaking objects.
You just going with crazy. Why couldn't it be like some magazines or something? Like could just
look,
be like
I'm
normal,
sorry. Do those
normal stuff?
Do
Like,
those
why does it have to
claws
be
look like
weird?
they? Do those claws look like they can turn a page?
Oh, you bet.
I don't think they're
could
very
see.
dainty.
You bet your bottom dollar I could see a Rift Herald chilling in a lazy boy with a magazine out. 100% I could. All right.
Yeah, so we've got an order of like claw manicure for
it's
Mrs.
in a
Shelley or
deep
Mrs.
purple?
Shelley. Mrs. Shelley's. Yeah. Deep, as in the rock band, deep purple.
No, as
Okay.
in the color that Shelly is.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Good catch. Good catch. Just trying to make sure. Doggo's got a good catch
That's
on Kepler.
perfect.
Ooh, beautiful pillar of filth. Is the tidal wave going to be enough? It's not. Running away from the tsunami was LGD.
Nice, so that is your power spike that you're looking for, and Doggo just gets the Blood Song after that as well. Much better power spike and much better early game from Doggo this time. The illusion of last game left a lot to be desired. This one now in the early game is actually a threat.
2K in the lead is Ultra Prime, just off a very neutral game so far. But that is what led to so much chaos. Last game is a very calm and easy first like 30 minutes, and then 15 minutes of just bangerino fights over and over again.
Another thing that did just pop up in the bottom of the screen, as did highlight that as well, is the Profane Hydra being built up by Decade. It is Hydra but lethality, which means that you can go in and be a bit more bursty. It's less about drain tanking and being a bit more healthy, but gosh, you do a lot of damage. You start swinging that giant sword around and get the extra Hydra block on top of it.
Every time I look at new items and I see Aatrox wield them, I'm like, man, somebody really liked Aatrox. like all of
Like
the
the
items
Sunder,
work so beautifully with his kit. It's just like built in.
So fun thing with the not Divine Sunder ability, like Sundered Sky. So it gives you a healing on the first auto attack against a champion. So kind of like Java passive, right? So it gives you more damage. But the healing also gets the benefit of his ultimate's increased healing too.
So
So
you
he
just
does
instantly
absolutely
heal, like,
he goes
3
from
or
like
4.
0 to 100. That's just fun. That's okay gameplay, folks.
You do see an outside tower going down as okay gameplay comes through for Ultra Prime. The little mites just got destroyed by the Shurikens. It feels really bad.
Maybe that's the wait. Hang on. Maybe we got this wrong. Maybe the Herald and the Grubs. Maybe they're not the ones getting the deliveries. Maybe that's what they're delivering. They're like the little, you know, like the little delivery riders on bicycles, giving you like your takeaway, your groceries and stuff.
Oh, Jin Zhao almost falls. Doggo's doing so much damage now, and he hasn't even hit 2 items yet. You still also have the Rift Herald available for hackers still.
Right. Now, folks, if you want to have more conversations about Lucian, and I know we've had a lot about them this split, as we tend to, as it hits pro play, and some regions make it work and some don't. Watch Game 1 and watch Game 2. Game 1, Doggo couldn't jump forward like this because his team didn't have vision, they didn't have the power spikes at the right time, so they couldn't jump forward. This game, great vision into the enemy jungle. LGD know that they're not going to get jumped on in return if he jumps forward, and he's hit his item spikes at a really good time. This is how you make use of Lucian. Now you can see that Kepler, Jin Zhao, they're the ones which are being forced off the mid lane. They're not really participating in this game. Now, don't get me wrong, Ultra Prime will still need to translate this, but this is how you use the Lucian. You kind of get that set up first, so he knows he's not going to get third-partied, and you get a huge map advantage like this.
And you can just keep pressing your lead, because I think for right now, that's the biggest thing is the pressure has just been constantly on. And that's why there's almost a 3K lead there for Ultra Prime as well. The thing that we keep needing to come back to, though, is that LGD have a comp very similar to Ultra Primes from last game. They will start coming online. They will have a lot of pick potential before fights. So I want to keep an eye on how they position around some of these moving forward.
And also, I mean, you have an Akali who's going to be a big threat to the backline, and there's no Tahm Kench to save carries on the other team this time. Yes, the Nami can very much help and buy space, and you can get a little bit of disengage, but it's not going to be absolutely free. So, going into a bit more of the side lane play for now, minute until, of course, Baron spawns, that will be up at some point. And of course, the Cloud Dragon, this one is the third dragon of the game in just a minute as well. But for the time being, it really is going to be a bit about this push and pull in the mid game. Doggo really needs to be a little bit careful if he's jumping forward like that, and they don't have vision control, which they currently don't on the bot side of River. They need to get that vision in place first, then they can use his 3-item spike. Of course, he's got the rapid fire cannon as well, which is going to give him that extra ability to jump forward and tap someone with the Sheen block for 1,000,000 damage.
Like that. Bertle.
That's a tank,
Who's
by the way.
a tank?
It's a single auto attack. That wasn't even empowered with anything.
All right, who's driving? Get your driver's license
That's
out.
a good question. Is it Decade?
Decade, do it.
Show us what you can do.
Do it, Decade. No, somebody get it. Okay, well, I guess nobody wants to drive today. You got the Nature's Grass coming out, though. Does get the nice little engage. The tower does fall. Hacker's a bit overextended here. Subjugation doing work. And here comes the tidal wave. You got Haichao on the side. Decade trying to take care of that one. Moonlight Vigil comes across. Haichao out and down. Hacker trying to get Kepler. And one shot not going to be enough. Flashing forward. And more autos. More kills. And the Doggo's eating good tonight.
Oh my gosh, plus Ultra Prime get themselves a huge fight in the mid lane. The reason they didn't go and pilot the Herald is because they knew that there was potentially going to be a counter engage coming through. By allowing the Herald to just charge by itself, they can get themselves in a better position, and they use that position well. They take the mid lane turret now, they take the dragon, and they're going to really start rolling over to a big advantage. They're in their power spikes, and it feels like LGD, this is the right call to make. You're trying to stop the Herald getting maximum value, and you can see that Haichao actually gets a good value dive into the backline too. The problem is that you just don't have the frontline stats against the power spikes at this point in the game. So Haichao completes one part of the equation, gets the dive going, but the rest of the team is in such a full retreat because they have no frontline to stand behind that they will eventually just get ran down anyway.
So many options for Ultra Prime in this situation. See a little bit of the background there, but it's really important to note that it was great positioning from Ultra Prime. It was a great manning of the backline from Decade, and Doggo realizing Decade's got my back while I'm moving forward. And these kinds of decisions make it oh so good to see for Ultra Prime, where those have been lacking in the past in other years.
Yeah, they have, but I think their teamfight execution today has been probably their strongest point. I think that Hacker, I want to really shout him out. He's someone who I had a lot of questions about coming from last year. I think he was one of the players which had a good reputation, but it slowly started to slip away as he's had a couple of different difficult years, I suppose. But with him playing the front line very, very well in that last game and in this one as well, and that last fight, getting good value out of it, this guy could be the start of something pretty big in terms of the leadership for Ultra Prime this year.
And that's always been the thing about Hacker is he'll go for crazy plays, and sometimes he'll pull them off, but it's usually not with his team, and usually it ends up being a mistake. But we've started to see more consistent performances from this guy, and I think with this duo behind him, it's looking real good in that decision-making tree at least. But we do have a moment now where maybe some stalling, some sputtering, and maybe something that LGD can capitalize on. Crippling is completed as well as the Canic Worker.
So, that's going to be some tank items, importantly for Bertle, of course. I think once LGD get to a point where their front line can actually be a front line, maybe Ultra Prime have themselves a couple more issues. I just don't think that's going to happen for a while. You can see that Doggo has felt like he's doing so much damage that he doesn't need to go towards a higher damage third item. He's gone towards the Hex Drinker. Okay, I say third item, depends whether you count the Blood Song truly. But yes, he's going towards the Hex Drinker. Yukai's also going towards the Maw of Malmortiers. This is going to seriously remove some of the threat of Haichao on the other side. Now, Crypt Bloom is a great item. It gives you 30% magic pen, but that is less than something like the Void Stone, which also gives you more ability power as well. So, with a lot of magic resist being built up and Haichao not having the full anti-magic resist potential, I'm wondering how effective he's going to be in the next fight against this now magic-resisted up back.
And I was curious to see the Morellonomicon completed second for Meteor as well. Just trying to get some utility out of the saplings and the AP he's doing as well. And I can appreciate that. Maybe also just a quick completion of a second item too.
I mean, and also with the Leandris and the saplings, you just apply it for so long on the burn, but this is, oh, Birdle thought he could shunt him back there.
Yeah, that's not good. And now the culling forced out in there. The tidal wave also used a little bit late. So a couple tools actually from Ultra Prime being utilized, but it just means pressure in the mid lane goes straight to them.
Yeah, I mean, Birdle needs to be really careful with how he uses that ult too. If he gets ulted by Doggo!
Stepping forward like that into no vision when all of them are there. He gets his health chunked, and now Ultra Prime maybe finding themselves in a situation that they put LGD in last game. Haichao goes way overextended though, gets out with his perfect execution defensively.
IHL thought he could see an angle onto Doggo. What did we just say about this Lucian? You meta play it when you know you have vision to know that when you dash forward, you're not getting third party. You're not going into too many different people. That wasn't it. That was into a control warded red side jungle. Almost gets completely exploded by Kepler. But just about makes it away with it. He has enough luxury stats, particularly with the Hex Drink or Magic Resist, to make sure he doesn't get shut down.
You think Dre had a heart attack there, or what?
Oh, 100%. He's just like, dude, you know that one
Smash
gif?
that F button so hard.
You know the, you know that gif of the person trying to stop a deer running into the pool? It is exactly that going as a support player. Just like, dude, no, not in the pool. Please, out of there, out of danger.
And you pull them out, they jump right back in.
They jump right back in. Now the thing is, I know you are the ADC player here too. You still have to be self-aware enough to realize that this is your people doing this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's also me. I'm him. I'm Himothy.
Yeah, I am him in the worst possible way.
In the worst possible way, but catch me doing it every time I'm in bot lane. Yeah. Doggo though playing very aggressively. Feels like he's the front line now of Ultra Prime. And if he can get a really big pop-off shot, that does make the big difference. The thing is though, Dragon coming up, neither team really putting a big presence around there just yet, but Ultra Prime will be there first.
And they will have the package. See you guys spinning across the minimap like this. I mean, you can see Ultra Prime trying to force this mid lane prior. They could really threaten a dive here.
Meteor has a really interesting angle. Yukai going deep for the shot, and he gets Kepler down. No space is going to save you today, not even if you have a satellite in the sky.
Yeah, that telescope's all useful for seeing things, but it's not useful for getting out of the way of the Corki flying at you.
Ultra Prime though, there we go! Haichao! He gets that picture-perfect moment, and it makes the biggest of differences. Doggo running away from what is some mad hounds of LGD.
I mean, we're talking about the damn telescope. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Haichao flying out of the ether and gets a huge amount of value. The Akali springs to life, and in game 2, it's LGD that are getting the comeback after the early game. They're even on gold, and honestly, they could be looking at the Baron here.
It's literally last game, but backwards. It just feels so insane to have gotten to this point, but Haichao has been waiting for it. He's been wanting it. And he finally finds that angle. He almost had it just a little bit ago, but here it's picture perfect.
Okay, so the first part of this dive looks really good for Ultra Prime. Good package. Kepler does not get to play the game. He's stuck on top of the package. This is great. Problem is, the front line takes so much damage, and there's no magic resist on Decade either, that you have a huge sitting gallery for Haichao to actually get a good ult into him. He's tried this a couple of times now. I think Ultra Prime realized that the disengage is going to be quite difficult, so they stick around. But I think they still should have tried to disengage all the same, because Haichao had such a good angle.
Yeah, I love that Meteor gets in there and gets a 900 gold shutdown. Anyways, it is Ultra Prime on the back end of that play, just getting a third dragon for themselves. It was a good attempt from LGD. They will get a side lane turret too, but it's still themselves in a position they need to keep pressing their advantage.
And they're in such a good position to do so. The shutdown onto Meteor, because it's an AP Maokai, means an awful lot. So Shadow Flame will start causing your magic damage and tree damage to crit on people below 35% HP for an extra 20% damage. Now, he's going to have burns on people quite a lot. That's actually going to add a significant amount of damage onto the targets which are going to be first into the fight. Meteor getting that gold, I think that's a big point in this game.
It was, and also in terms of the goal difference too. I mean, they shot up like a springboard after that one, and they are full frontally in the lead, about 2k over Ultra Prime here. Doggo still always looking for those big pokes onto Kepler, but Meteor was popping the Nature's Grasp. Look at that AP damage he did there. Tidal Wave did have to come out, but Bertle was searching on the back.
Yeah, that Meteor Maokai is doing an awful lot of work right now. Did a lot of work on the brand, let's be honest. But yeah, Yukai is also at the Corki break point. The thing is, the frontline is not particularly frontliney from the side of LGD because Meteor has gone for the higher damage stacks as well. As soon as we get the Eclipse coming through for Yukai as well, we're going to have the same situation as last game that LGD found themselves in. They're just waiting for that one big one to land, and then suddenly you don't have the HP bars to fight. I think someone like Haichao needs to be very worried about that too. If he's diving it at full HP, yes, this Akali is going to do mad damage. He doesn't have any magic resist though. He needs to be very careful to keep his HP bar topped up before the engage.
Prime seeding an outer tower in mid lane, so that'll be all outer towers successfully carved down by LGD. And we'll move away now. There must be very close to getting Haichao his Rabadon's death cap. I'm sure the reset's coming out now. We'll secure those items.
There it is. So the thing about Rabadon's death cap is since the changes to AP come through and it gives you more AP now as a base item, it's 140 total. The item is actually gold efficient at first item. This is meant to be like a second, third item, folks. This is meant to be like something that scales up through the game, but this is insanely powerful if you can get it built up. It's very expensive, obviously, but now he has it on top of the Crippling and the Storm Surge. Haichao, if he was doing damage before, he is going to absolutely melt the backline of Ultra Prime in the next fight he gets a good angle into.
And a big problem is we haven't been able to see Doggo get damage off recently, right? He was getting a lot of damage pop shots off early, but now when everybody's getting a little bit tankier, and the second he steps up and can get blasted, it's that much more difficult to get the setup for Ultra Prime. That's where you start seeing that momentum shift into the corner of LGD.
So part of the reason for that is the nature of Lucian with his various supports versus particularly the Aphelios Milio. Because if you run at the Aphelios is one of the best turnaround ADCs in the game, because depending on his weapons, he can immediately fire out like an empowered auto attack with something like the Milio auto from long range, and then follow up with both an ability and an ultimate, and he will actually match burst with Lucian, despite the fact that he has more consistent damage too. So when you're in a game like this, where actually the Aphelios is now back in parity in terms of items, they're about. The Infinity Edge is such a big item that somewhat makes up for the Blood Song on the other side. Kepler can actually hold Doggo to account, even though earlier in the game, in the power spike of Lucian, Doggo was doing incredible damage.
The moment that changed it all was that big catch out, the huge Haichao moment into the Baron, into now a big ol' LGD gold lead. So now they need to try to find a way to utilize that. Keep putting the pressure with Haichao, find those angles, and that's your ticket in here. You were talking about a little bit of the damage Kepler can provide as well. So trying to get the avenues for that is super important. We got about a minute till the dragon spawns. This will be a Cloud Soul for Ultra Prime, which I think with their composition is actually very, very strong. And about a minute and a half for the Baron.
Right, so the next package timing also going to be very important. Wow, they're really going for this.
They can't catch Haichao here. If they do, then that's a big difference. The rocket, not enough. The burn! The burn! It's not going to do it! Oh, man.
That is so painfully close, even with the first strike ticking. Getting the extra amount of damage alongside the burn too. It wasn't quite enough. Haichao burning flash and ult. I mean, the ult is a fairly low cooldown, all things said and done, but it's still gone for the here and now. It gives some extra time for Ultra Prime to press up this top lane, push into the enemy jungle, and get some vision back. That's one of the big things they lost with the huge last phase of play. This could be a big moment for Ultra Prime.
Using those grubbies actually really well here, getting side lane pressure, and Haichao already almost dead yet again. He just came back. Ultra Prime getting a tier 2 tower here for sure, as they actually are a little bit scared because they can't see anybody else on the map, but they were perfectly fine.
I think Haichao just got his ult back up too, so they were timing that ultimate thinking, hang on, this might be a bit much at that point, but this is exactly what I wanted from Yukai. Now, the thing is, the Akali does a lot of damage, but takes a lot of damage at the same rate. Ultra Prime gave up a Cloud Dragon for this attempt, but I think this is pretty on the money for what I want from them. Because if you try to play towards bot side, you give up vision towards the Baron, which is spawning just now. LGD, they don't have the wards just yet. Now, because Ultra Prime got that top lane in a turret and managed to stick around top side to get some vision, they don't have to get caught off guard for a Baron.
And the next parts of this are going to be absolutely setting up vision control around this Baron, and I guess starting it up for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get to what. I mean, they have a very tanky jungler. He can very much help them do that. You can see those particle effects in the Fog of War from our spectator, at least. LGD
takes a long time.
How much value can Yukai get, and can Haichao get himself a good angle?
I think this is a huge angle from LGD. Baron goes down, but it's a little bit chaos after. Oh, Doggo dashes, and he's immediately pounced on by Haichao. There's no way he was surviving that.
Haichao!
Meanwhile, Haichao's just getting taken out there in the end by the combo of Ultra Prime. Bertle has found Hacker in the end, and it's looking like LGD walk away with this one and a continued lead, TPing into the mid lane.
I think with the death timers, this is at least going to be an inhibitor. I don't know if it's game just yet, but oh my gosh, we asked Haichao to get the angle, and he found it. Calculated, slammed that one into Ultra Prime, and poor Doggo just could not fight. It's his first death of the game, but it might be the only one that matters.
There's just nothing he can do against this composition. That's sometimes where the Lucian can fall off. They just have built so well around it, and LGD knocking on the doors here with Zway, the only one to answer.
They're going to get the inhibitor, but that will be it. Inhib and out. The Baron was taken by Ultra Prime, and they have one left on Zway, so he can buff up the minions and make sure that that ending push is not available to LGD. So we have a bit of a mirror from the last game, where Ultra Prime were the ones to come back in game one. They're the ones now falling under the late game resurgence of their opponents. Yukai gets a package out of the CC and manages to create this flaming barrier, but Doggo just can't get himself into a good enough position. That dash to the side there is absolutely awful from Doggo. He dashes into the ult range of Haichao, and despite the fact that he was 3-0 before that point, that is not what you want to do. That Akali eats you for breakfast.
Yeah, every single time. That Storm Surge is literally there to destroy Doggo. And if you walk right into him, it's just giving him a mouthful of food. We do see the damage there, a lot of ranged poke damage. Actually surprised Decade, he was like in a 1v3, able to do a decent amount, but it matters where that damage is done, and a lot of that from Haichao straight onto Doggo.
I mean, Yukai had a really good start to that fight. He got a really good rocket onto Meteor as well. And again, one of the things about AP Maokai, you don't exactly get yourself a lot of resist yourself. So, now this becomes a bit of a moment where Ultra Prime, again, need to find an area of control on the map, stop Haichao getting big value out of side lane. He's running straight onto him right now, actually.
Yeah, I don't think he knew that they were all here. Tidal Wave, everything used. Haichao gonna go golden. They're a little bit worried, though. The rest of LGD are right here, ready to go. It's gonna be the Nature's Grasp, dodge out. Oh, takes a little chunk of damage there. Try to dodge out of it there, but Ultra Prime were not able to find Haichao, and that's multiple times we've seen that happen.
I mean, they do get the stopwatch, or the stopwatch equivalent, I guess, away from Haichao in that Seeker's Arm Guard. That's now been broken, and we sat in inventory. I think this is the right play to make, though. If you shut down Haichao, remove his abilities to push up in side lane, it gives you ability to sit in an area of the map, get that vision, and hopefully then after that pick, failed or successful though it may be, you can still get the vision after that point, which can bring Yukai back online with his rockets.
We are at full items for Yukai now, all built up, all ready to go, but it's where those rockets land that's really the biggest teller if Ultra Prime can pull back this advantage. Just about over 1,000 gold here for LGD, and we got another round of the Fisticuffs coming up. 50 seconds for another dragon. So, that would be Soul for Ultra Prime, Soul Point for LGD. I don't think there's any reason why LGD could give this one up, but even if they did, I don't think Cloud Soul is going to be the be-all and end-all this game. Of course, it's nasty on Corki because he can proc the Cloud Soul so consistently. I think he's got a 30-second cooldown, so it's not on every rocket that he casts. But still, it'd be nice for Ultra Prime to get that one possible. It makes sense, right? Just try and kill him off while he's isolated. He's so strong that he wants to take 1v1s. If you never give him a 1v1, maybe he gets a bit bold and tries to attempt it anyway. They just can't catch him. He's too mobile. He's the Akali. He also now has the Zanyas, so maybe the Seeker's Arm got broken. It got upgraded as he came back.
That's a very good point, actually. And it gives a lot more stats now. So it doesn't give you cooldown reduction, but it gives you 120 AP. Now, that's getting amped through the death caps, that bonus AP as well. This Akali is going to one-shot if you hit an E. If you ever get hit by an E, that's it, lights out. So Haichao, really, really the person to watch from LGD if they can get onto the choice targets.
And right now, it's about those burst moments from Ultra Prime. Yukai, he found him. 4 times the charm? No, sir. Walk away, easy as that from Haichao.
Okay, the thing is, you actually have quite a lot of cooldown reduction for this build of Akali, so your ultimate at rank 3 is not going to be that high. The thing is, if you walk behind the Akali, they just ult over you. That's exactly what's happened the last 3 times that they've tried to go for this.
Gone.
Yeah, so you're stopping Haichao being able to join a big fight if LGD peeled off of the dragon and came towards you in that mid lane. But realistically, what are Ultra Prime doing now? You have full items on your Corki. You're not waiting to scale up there. You're looking to try and, again, get an area control, get a wave pushed in, and you still have to be able to start a fight somewhere, folks.
That's really hard to do at this point. We did see the boots sold from Doggo. No boots for this doggy today. And it will be a continuation of the build in trying to get to that Lord Doms, which absolutely is needed right now and probably a little bit earlier.
We can see Decade getting up to a few items, even at 0 and 4 on the Aatrox, fairly strong core of items. So Serildis scales up through the game with the amount of lethality you have now. It gives you more % penetration depending on that. It stops AD carries going, basically. You see that Yokai recalling. I don't think LGD know that the recall has come through. I'd imagine it is the package timing, which will be in time for the Baron. Okay, alright, game on. Package. This could be the moment that decides the game.
So the package setup is huge. We've also seen it completely toss games before. Doggo is really far up right there. Needs to dodge out of this one. A lot of damage put in from Meteor. Hacker gonna dash out of that one. Bang! Moonlight Vigil from Kepler. And he gets the damage that's done, and the Baron is now on the table for LGD.
Well, that's absolutely Baron for free. The flash away from Hacker means everyone else gets hit by the Fellow Assault. I don't think Haichao has the information to see the recalls completely, but if Doggo is alone here, Haichao is absolutely going to murder him.
Yukai has the package available now. Yukai needs to be a little careful.
Okay, wait, hang on. Akali's in mid lane. They see Akali's in mid lane. They're going to go for an engage.
Take down Jwei. He killed Jwei. Jwei's just gone. Package is there for Yukai. He'll use it back towards his team, but LGD are hunting. LGD are hungry, and LGD want to tie up this series. They're hunting down Ultra Prime, but they can't get the Shuriken flip. Doggo puts in some damage on Haichao. Now LGD forced to back away. Yukai is doing some work, as you might as well call him the Ballistics General, because he's hitting the rockets.
Kepler!
As the Cullen goes down, he's already gotten the front line, and Decade's out.
Oh, the Aphelios is online as well. I really think Ultra Prime could have looked for a 4v4 without Haichao in the equation, but they kind of spin their wheels yet again.
Doesn't have boots. He doesn't have boots. He has no way out of this one. Bertle's just going to run him down.
And I think that even if he got back to the base, it would have been a hard ask to defend this one. Yukai has GA. Is that going to be enough? I don't know.
Would we have asked for anything different in this one? Chaos was the king when we came into it. We know both these teams have a little bit of trouble in the end, and it does mean we get to go all 3 games for the first time of the day. LGD tied up 1-1.
These two teams, you had a rocky 2023 looking to take an important victory against each other to start their 2024 season off strong, 1-1. Very similar games back to back. They had strong early games apiece, but then fell apart to the late game team fighting of their opponents. I think that honestly in that game, once again, the team in the lead has to really be kicking themselves.
Almost a 40-minute game again, or if not over that. 2 of them in a row. This is going to end up being a very long series for these players, and a game 3 that's also pivotal to get your first series win of the 2024 split. That is it for our second game. We'll be back shortly for a third. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Spring 2024 split. I'm Mazel. I am joined by wonderful Nightmare yet again on this long, magical journey.
Wait, what
no
happened to
Bard
regular
that we have.
Wait, what's the regular?
He
Is it
got
just
subbed
wonderful?
out.
Oh, okay, right. Good to know.
Yeah. Welcome to the team. Anyways, we got a High Chow MVP for that second game where LGD are the ones to tie up this year.
And both of our MVPs in our first two games have
Down
ended the
2,000
game.
gold.
Have ended the game down 2,000 gold because they've still, regardless of the early game, have managed to make the game impacting plays. Haicho had an incredible turnaround in mid lane. This dude had a really big impact on the later game team fights. He escaped all the pressure which was put onto him in side lane as well, sometimes by very slim margins. I'm wondering now if this Akali becomes a very priority pick for the third game, because both games it has come online in the late game and really got on top of these late game scaling carries.
Yeah, we've seen complete flip-flops in the middle of both of these games so far, where the team that's leading falls behind and ends up falling so far behind that it's pretty much unreachable to get back, and a lot of it was off the back of High Chow. This is pretty late in the game, but this was a pivotal moment when he caught Jue coming to the fight.
Yes, and I actually wondered if that was a mistake, using the ultimate on this isolated Nami. What happens if they engage in the 4v4? But it works out for Kepler just uses the full concentrated power of the moon to blast down the enemy team, and that was kind of the end of the game at that point. Once you've taken that many chunks, lost that many people, very, very hard to get themselves that Nexus defense, and now we get ourselves a very intriguing game 3. What are the priorities that have shifted throughout the series? Is Akali now suddenly early pick, early ban? Is this something now that we're not going to blind pick that Corki? We've seen 2 blind pick Corkis answered by the Akali now. Back into that draft, and once again, first pick Lucian.
Yeah, I guess Lucian is just absolute priority. Now it's Kepler saying, it's my turn, doggo. You've had it 2 times in a row. As now Emilio
Mom
taken
said
away
it's
from
my
that.
turn to have the
Yeah.
Lucian.
Yeah.
Wait, your mom lets you have 2 guns?
That's not fair. Emilio taken away. That means the Nami will be coming very shortly as well. I do find interest. Okay, it is just the Maokai. I was going to say maybe we get something spicy from Ultra Prime, but Hacker, happy to be back on the Maokai.
Now, the thing about Maokai is that it's very dangerous with the Lucian, because the Maokai and Lucian both kind of roll forward with their ultimates in the mid lane, and you can't really do much about it. Maybe sometimes Cassandra can press W in front of it, but having the Maokai against Lucian too means that if Lucian misjudges when he's jumping in, Maokai answers with the ult, and makes it very difficult for him to take the towers in mid lane that he would like to. This Nami's an easy lock-in. I think the only 2 supports you really want to pair Lucian up with and throw are Emilio and Nami. One of them's taken away, obviously the other one goes in. This pick has been suspiciously absent from a couple of our games today. Of course, it's been Corki Akali for most of, well, both of our first 2 games in this one. We saw, of course, the game of it earlier, being put into the mid lane nonetheless. This will be a bit of a harder matchup for Akali to get an easy lane and easy assassinations into late game.
I wonder if now that means the pick priority does change there. We also have another phase to go through of the bans as well, because you've got to pick up the duo for the Emilio here, and it's the Aphelios that's left on the table. Aphelios coming out so strong for Kepler last game too.
This is something we've seen in both this game and the last draft as well. Once you lock in the Lucian and the Emilio, you sort of know what the other pairing is going to be, which means there's less flexibility in the first round of the draft. So you have to lock in the Nami, you have to lock in the Aphelios to complete these combos most likely. I suppose the Emilio has a bit more versatility. So what are we now going to see removed in the second round of bans? Now, Zir, Brand, they're 2 of the champions which had quite a lot of priority today. The question is, are we going to finally see ourselves something like an Orianna? Is the Akali going to be played into the Nico anyway, even though it's not into the Corki? A couple of options available.
Meteor's last series, Kindred banned away. And be also the Jax joining the ban table from LGD. As I'm sure the solo lane focus is going to come under a lot of scrutiny here. I do like that Ultra Prime themselves are trying to hone down Meteor's champion pool here. I do feel like Meteor was one of the ones last year that brought out a ton of unique champions as well, multiple times.
Well,
the
some
Divide
mixed
is going to be the
impacts.
fun. Well, hey, but he brought him out. Hey, I didn't lie.
True. That's true. Yeah, technically true, which is the best kind of correct.
Yeah, that's the only correct I ever am.
Okay, actually, no. I like to bully people on air sometimes because it's funny, but that's not true. You're actually going to create hype for the game sometimes. The Akali is going to go That's going to be, of course, that was the defining pick of most of the games you've seen so far. So what are you going to lock in? Are you going to go mage into the Nico and just try and outrange, use something like the Shockwave of the Orianna to stop Nico getting as easy access into the backline, play double long-range carry? Are you going to bother with something like the Corki again? That potentially could work now. Of course, the Akali's off the table. Of course, the Akali, in this case, could have been locked in towards top lane as well. I forget about that kind of flex as well. There's always going to be something out there. But now the K'Sante's locked in. What do you go into that with? No one's played Darius yet into this, and it kind of annoys me.
Because it kind of slaps.
It does. It really slaps.
The Rel does get locked in here, though, for Meteor, so at least you'll have a lot of strength from that avenue in terms of jungle and engage potential there as well for LGD. Bertle goes ahead and locks in that Aatrox.
Okay, so we get ourselves another game of Aatrox on the day. K'Sante is one of those champions which I feel can be counterpicked sometimes by topside. I think that the Olaf Medaris are pretty nice to play, but maybe if you don't want to play them into the composition with stuff like the Maokai that can keep you at range, you want to stand going for Aatrox and looking to have more impact in the late game team fights. Now, it's another game of Corki. The Corkis today have been wildly varied. Rookie's game earlier, absolutely fantastic. The couple of games we've had from Haichao and Yokai, they've done damage, but they haven't won the games because they haven't been able to get the damage at the right place at the right time. Interested now to see how the Corki will do, not into the Akali.
And I really like the Corki with the Maokai too. It just makes it so easy to get the big setups anyways, and a lot of sustainable team fight right now for Ultra Prime, and on both sides, honestly. I do like LGD's options, though, because it definitely feels like they have a lot more angles they can take. You're definitely looking at double flank angles from both solo lanes.
I like to call them flangles.
Flangles?
Flangles, a flank angle. Makes sense, huh? Yeah. You a fan of the flangle?
Take it or leave it.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean,
are we liking the flangles this time around?
I mean, Nico with the ability to kind of get people corralled into them with the Nami ult. Yeah, I think that's pretty
corralled?
Good.
You should have stuck
corralled.
with it, my man.
Oh my god, the corralled! Oh, that would have been excellent.
Give me a net for co-caster. I can't believe this.
Gosh, I actually really threw that, huh? Damn. That's really
right out the window. Just like both these games have kind of gone.
Yeah.
But now we're getting to a game 3 that promises to deliver all the chaos.
Do you know the word for being thrown out the window?
What?
Defenestrated.
Is it not just thrown out of the window?
No, defenestrated is a word, a specific word for being thrown out the window. You know, Prague has had 3 famous defenestrations. I don't know what they are, but they've had 3 of them. They keep talking about it.
Yeah, I'm sure that's fine and dandy. We're going to defenestrate ourselves right into this game, though, because we're going on to Summoner's Rift and outside of the window, because it is time for Ultra Prime and LGD to come to a head, and somebody has to win, Nymera. Somebody has to come away with their first dub of the season.
That they do. Both of these teams had a last place finishing split in 2023. They would really like to get themselves a win early in the season to give themselves a bit of confidence, a bit of momentum, and something to build off of in the scoreboard.
I don't know if Jayo's come through. I have not heard any Jayos. It makes me sad. That's all I'm going to say.
Game 2, we had a couple. We had a couple.
We did.
I think after
for
LGD,
at least.
Yeah, because, so, for those of you that don't know, sometimes you'll have the Gyros of both teams, but then often after both teams have finished, you'll get some random fans just doing the LGD Gyro, because they're just, it's become like the TSM chants in other arenas. Where it's just like, are they here? No? Okay. Do you want to shout anyway? Yes. So you just do that every so often.
Always love the fan interactions. It just makes it feel more alive. And speaking of, we gotta take a look at, I wonder, the mirrored start here, Nymera. Does it mean we get maybe some top lane action? We haven't seen much of it.
Yeah, so when you have matched or kind of uneven jungle path, what your objective is often a little bit different. If you're going from the same side of the map to the enemy jungler, it means that often you're playing around a pushing map on the other side, and you're either shielding it if you're losing push there, or you're using it to either dive or get into the enemy jungle if you have the winning lane. When you are using kind of mismatch stuff, you can either go for a counter jungle, or you can look for a 1v dive on the other side. But when you've got stuff like K'Sante and just the way that towers do so much damage nowadays, you're not really looking for dives at this point of the game. Using them, but not really nowadays. So I'm interested to see what Meteor can do. Maybe put down an important ward. We'll see if he can get himself in the right place.
Doggo gonna go for a little bit of aggression.
Or,
on
of course,
Kepler,
early pot
but,
lane as well.
Yeah, you know, why not? Meteor is going to be spotted out by that Pixel Ward, as he should just go for the Scuttle Crab, although it does mean that Hacker will know that he's down here and maybe try to get ahead of him over on the top side of the map. Doggo actually going to get dashed on by Kepler. Kepler getting a good chunk of damage back, though, in the end.
So Meteor, all they're going to do is put down, I think, a ward in the enemy jungle. Did they even get to do that? No. So I think they were just checking whether Hacker was on those camps. Of course, Scuttlecrab hasn't spawned just yet. They're still in their first quadrant clear. Meteor with the kind of the look in towards bot side jungle is going to lose a bit of farming speed. So that means that Hacker will probably get towards his choice of kind of location on the map before Meteor first.
I like the aggression. I feel like this is definitely a different level of the Lucian aggression in the early game that we got the last 2 games at least. They will have to take that early back, try to get back into the lane as quick as possible. Meanwhile, we are seeing the potential culmination of some topside start, or at least topside pathing for Hacker if he can get Birdle under tower here.
So, Kepler did the early back, started with a longsword, and went straight back towards the World Atlas, which is the support item. Kind of annoying for him that he couldn't get towards a Courteous Shard as well. The perfect laning item back would be Courteous Shard and the laning item as well, because Courteous Shard is so good in that occasional energized tap.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess you just get that big spike early and you can continuously use it every time.
I love how you just sat there like, I'm trying as hard to be interested about this AD carry first back itemization as possible, Alex.
It's so
go
good.
off.
You're so good,
Like,
brother.
I
got you. It's a dub, boss
You know,
man.
yesterday I was talking about how the Elixir of Wrath from Triple Tonic gives you like 50 extra damage on a combo, and Captain Flowers is like, that's nice, Nightmare. I'm glad you're as dedicated as possible. I feel very belittled in the last few days about my micro build stuff, man.
Hey, I mean, it's kind of cool, especially now that we're getting to the end of week 1, where, you know, we've spent a week with this patch and we're starting to get some different culmination of item differentiation and the different paths you can go early on.
Yeah, for sure. For the record, I actually do sit there with a calculator sometimes figuring out random different things with the... I am a nerd about this, don't worry. I accept that. That's why I'm a color caster. And that means that sometimes you can see some of these adaptations on the Rift, which can give you that tiny extra bit of damage in lane. And when things get so hectic, as they have done in some of the games today, those extra micro... When you're fighting those extra percentages of damage, extra micro advantages can really come to bear.
See, but Lucian has 2 guns, and Aphelios has 4 guns. So
wait, 5.
You know, results based and now, okay, well.
Yeah, it's
yes.
5. You have Cal. Do you know all the names of them?
Math is really easy.
Do you know the names of the abilities of all of his weapons?
Ooh, I don't.
So you have Calibrum, which is the rifle. That's Moonshot. Yeah. You have Severum, which is the lifesteal pistol. That is Onslaught. You have Graviton, which is the root gun, and that is Binding Eclipse. You have Infernum, which is the flamethrower, which is Duskwave, and then you have Crescendum, which is Sentinel.
Which makes sense.
And then you have the Ultimate, which is the Moonlight Vigil. People do.
I know that one. It does big damage.
Yeah, it does sometimes. You know that
we
after you hit it, you get an auto attack after it lands, which is why if you have a lot of crit chance, sometimes it feels like it does a million damage because it crits, but it doesn't always do the same damage. This is an auto attack.
The things you learn.
You could have also just replied with that with, interesting, and left it that again.
I could have, but I didn't because we're friends, all right? I don't leave you hanging like that. Except now I throw you under the bus.
I'm glad that someone appreciates it.
Yeah, at some point somebody has to, right? The back to the batteries, though. I'm just saying, the Nico looking kind of sick into the Corki right now after a laning phase has started whittling out. This is the first time we've seen this matchup in the 2.
I mean, we saw the Nico into the Corki.
Well, tonight.
We saw it with Rookie versus Cryon earlier today with the IGN IP matchup. But yes, I'm more interested to see how this works in team fights, because if Nico gets a bad angle, Decade just shunts him out of the fight with his ult and takes him out. If he also gets a bad angle, there's a chance that the Maokai ult stops him from getting a good angle. But if you manage to get into the backline, the melee ult isn't going to stop the knock-up coming through from the ult and the damage of it, which is very powerful because, of course, the melee ult gives you that AoE cleanse and the heal on it too. So Haichao, I'm really looking for his angles. He did really well on the Akali, right? He's definitely got the ability to do so. A lot of responsibility for him to find the carries, though. Because again, it's one of those games, you have a big front line, which you don't really want to be hitting. But if you find the back line, they will melt.
Yeah, and again, Haichao's really an interesting story in his own right. He's been with LGD now in the starting roster since summer 2022, but originally LDL call-up from LGD Young. And I think had a lot of rocky moments last year where you can see some of the mechanical play is definitely there, but sometimes that decision-making tree doesn't actually fit the way that the team comp plays together, and it ends up in like desynced plays. We've seen a bit of a come up of that, at least on the Akali in big moments that you could find those flanks last game, and now trying to do so again on the Nico.
Should be the name of the game. So, what's interesting to talk about in the game so far? Lane phase, fairly even. Talked about the mid lane. Meteor and Hacker finding themselves in the jungle. The Grubs have only one taken, but now we finally get a fight top side.
Okay, Bertle needs to be a little careful. We're going to dodge out of the Q, though. Is going to have to burn his flash, potentially. No, actually just dodges out.
Okay, good steps. Gets himself away from a lot of those Qs. Keeps himself topped up as best as he can, and that's going to be ult for Ultrade on the top side. So, not really leading to that much. Neither of them have top teleport to get back to lane. Dragon is not up on the bot side of the map. And yeah, we only have that one grub taken, so the spawn will not be coming through just yet. Potentially stops, you know, some of the ability to play around side lanes later in the game from being so impactful, especially if we don't get all 6 spawning in this game.
Should I don't know when we're going to get a counter for it, but should I just take a permanent marker and mark it on my computer screen on how many grubs get taken?
They're on the top.
I think you can.
They're in the top. You can see them. They're outside the tower bit. So you have kills, you have gold, you have towers, you have kills.
But I wanted to like stand out. I want like a little picture of them. Like that's a picture of the icon. That's a picture of the icon. I want to see Ed, and Eddie on my screen.
I see. I finally got you. You're finally calling them something besides the grubbies. There we go. A victory.
But they're so cute.
A victory. A victory for those who want to call them different things.
I do really like Sir Grubbington III.
Yeah, the third is okay,
that was pretty good.
But is that the first?
No,
the
fourth is the Descendant. All right.
I did almost call them bacon, lettuce, and tomato. I thought that'd be quite funny. Like you eat them up because it's a BLT sandwich. Because it's a great trio. I don't actually like tomatoes that much.
You're missing the bread.
But you don't talk about what's in the... You don't talk about the bread when you talk about the filling of the sandwich.
But when you make the sandwich, Nymera, don't you need some bread?
Wait, hang on. I'm sorry. Do you call a BLT sandwich a BBLT because there's bread? Is that how you would call it?
I call it a BLT sandwich.
Yes, exactly.
And
so
then a sandwich
BLT.
has bread in it.
It doesn't have bread in it.
So
bread
one of us is the color caster here, and the other one's the play-by-play. And I'm just saying, one's making better decisions here on how to name
Your logic is beyond me, Lennon. It's beyond me.
One day we will come to a decision on what we're going to call the grubbies.
I can raise you another one. Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Do you ever have Rice Krispies?
Rice Krispies are, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know if that was just a...
Do you remember the little commercials?
I do.
They're like little stories in commercials.
I feel like a lot of people...
marketing.
I feel like a lot of people are influenced a lot. Well, this probably tells you how the marketing works, but I remember so many random adverts from my like a lot of them, and I will never buy these products again.
Good job.
I'm never going to buy these products again, but I'll remember the adverts. So it's kind of worked and kind of hasn't.
I forget I was talking to somebody the other day. I was like, a jingle for one of the commercials is going to be in everybody's head for the rest of their lives, and they won't even know why. We do, though.
Someone's trained very hard to do that.
Yeah, you know, hey, good advertising. That's what it is.
Right, okay. Should we get back to talking about the game? We have ourselves Dragon on the bot side. It will be second for LGD if they can get it, but bot lane priority is a bit askew because Kepler and Ginger have left the bot lane and chose to go towards the Dragon. Dog is not
Package is coming out.
First item built up for 80 carries importantly.
I'm wondering how Yukai can get in here. Dragon is taking forever to go down now. Yukai actually didn't take the extra angle here, but he's actually going to look Moonlight Vigil connecting only a couple. The Dragon goes over to Meteor. The package going to be utilized as the tidal wave came across, so Ultra Prime can't really do anything about it. That is the Dragon going over to LGD.
So it's not going to be a parting of the Red Sea like Rookie did in his crazy Corki game earlier, but it is going to be at least the Dragon going over to the side of LGD. So Yukai not really getting the biggest value out of that, sadly.
Trying to make something out of nothing, it feels like, in a lot of the situations. A little bit dicey. Kepler, speaking of dicey, does actually bait out Doggo and Dway. Now they're in some serious trouble here. Kepler can't really do damage, though, because Doggo will have his number. The Graviton is doing some work here, as they are going to try to push this in with the fact that they have Hacker right around the corner.
So he doesn't have ult, but he does have flash if he needs to close down someone. Of course, he could reset Taraga if they wanted to go for something aggressive. But realistically, not looking at that.
Warm hug. Kepler doesn't like warm hugs very much.
No, he's very antisocial. He's not a touchy-feely kind of guy. Keeps you at arm's reach, tries to keep you at the culling range, and Ultra Prime, they'll get away with the all-in towards bot side, which we're going back. So, Yukai's a little bit late to this fight. I'm really surprised that Dragon went over the side of me to get on here. Oh, that is close. 81 HP. Okay, fair. That's actually really close. Surprised the Hacker didn't go down as well, actually. That was a close run thing on that. But Ultra Prime, even though they don't get the Dragon, at least they get out with their lives. That was looking chancy for a second.
It was a really good tidal wave from Jin Zhao, actually, as the packages coming across from Yukai. But now, as we look at the battlefield at hand, is 2 Dragons to LGD, which gives him a lot of map control. Hacker continuously looking down this bottom side now. LGD having vision of him all along, and Meteor just in tow.
Getting himself down towards the Scuffle Crabs. You see the grubs go away, so there was only 1 grub taken the entirety of this early game. There has been 0 topside focus at all. Just left those 2 very much unknown. You see that Cole is going towards the Thane Hydra again, towards this Aatrox build, which seems to be picking up a bit more popularity. We have a Salsfell on the bot side, but Hacker's close behind.
The horse goes wild there. Magnet Storm in, and guess who's dead? It's Dway already. Nice combo back to Ultra Prime, responding in kind. Double kill for Yukai.
That was an unwise dive, LGD. Ultra Prime, they had themselves the barrier onto Doggo, which meant that he could stay alive. Through Meteor's engage. That's going to get a handful of gold over to Yukai on this Corki, who we know does damage. The question is whether they can convert on that in this game. It's been a bit of a questionable thing in this series, but Ultra Prime, that's a significant win for them.
See, the actual startup of this was LGD's number trying to make it happen.
But I think the real big story here is the fact that Hacker's just behind Meteor. It's not that long of a timing window for LGD to work around. Meteor doesn't manage to drop tower aggro. Kepler has gone in too deep as well. The reason they're put into this position is because Hacker just cuts off so much of their exit strategy.
And it's crazy because this Yukai guy, he's been a sub on LNG for the last year, and here he is trying to make it happen on Ultra Prime, getting the start and making some damage happen in game number 3. Was very good in game number 1 as well. And the Corki not too bad in game 2, just weren't able to close it out. So starting off with 2 kills now, going to be very strong for Ultra Prime to play around.
Okay, gold is just about even as far as things go. Means that we're not really looking at any game-breaking advantage just yet. We don't have the towers down yet either, so the map is still pretty fresh. That does mean there's a lot of standing gold to go towards, but we're going to have to wait just a little bit longer to see if we can get one of these big power plays which sees ourselves in. Wait, what happens if we don't get an early advantage? We've had 2 games of early advantage into late game scaling. What happens if we don't get any early advantage?
Honestly, you probably have more eyes on that, because for me it's been nothing happening and then long games. It's been really fun because like 30 minutes plus, then we get crazy action.
You really
That's
just went check it at 30
time.
minutes.
Well, I mean, honestly, it's been a lot of fun to do that, but now we get to check in about 16 minutes, and it's the Rift Herald maybe being driven away here because Ultra Prime go ahead and steal it from LGD. Now, Decade did have to give his life for it, but they'll be able to drive that into a turret in the outer section sometime soon.
Okay, that was the Infernal Chains getting good value against Decade. He couldn't get himself out of that one. He dies for the cost of the Herald itself. Hacker is just over the wall. Ultra Prime, can they break open something across the map? As we said, no turret's fallen just yet. However, with the death going down, Decade does mean that soul point likely picked up for LGD, and particularly when it's an Ocean Soul, it's quite valuable.
Yeah, I think Yukai was going to back it up. No, if the package is available right now. But I would suspect it was, but they just didn't have an angle to go for the Dragon. So it means they are now on a 5-minute timer for Ultra Prime because that soul point completed for LGD.
Speaking of the Corki, has himself really strong items at this point in time, so he's got the power spike right here. So we've had two objectives stolen. What the heck? What? Was that the ult? No, but the
ult stolen?
Did the ult steal that?
That's insane.
I mean, it wasn't a sapling popping. It was. I didn't catch if there was a sapling running towards it. That is not a smite range. That was not in smite range, man. He was literally not close enough to press that button.
It's so funny though. We heard the the sound as it comes down because Meteor's trying to get it, but I think he's just a little too early. I think the last damage came through from the Nuker's grasp.
Smikey's not been particularly impressive this game. We've had one dragon stolen, one. Ooh, so that Meteor not reaching Doggo.
The combo button is though. Zwei is just caught and dead. Decade's down a flank here. Trying to push back Meteor a little bit. Does get the all out and should be all dead for Meteor. He gets the healing though, and the flash out, and it ends up being Haichao getting the kill on Hacker.
How the heck does that work? Well, Meteor blows the flash, but he doesn't die. We have ourselves some side lane action happening at the same time. Of course, when you build up lethality, that does affect towers. They have themselves something like 100 armor, so Train Hydra will help Birdult take down this bot lane turret. On the other side of the map, though, Yukai, this Corki getting a lot of solo gold. Hasn't stopped off for the Hex Drinker this time, going straight towards the damage build, so he has himself the core 2 damage items of the Poke Corki. He's going to get himself to a damage item point much earlier because he hasn't stopped off for the Hex Drinker. Damage here, though, doesn't reach Doggo, so I thought that this was going to be a bit of a blowout fight, sadly for LGD, but they managed to catch the support, and after this, Decade's really good angle here. Thought again, actually, yeah, bad for LGD, but somehow the Nami wave comes in clutch, and throughout all of this, Ultra Prime just couldn't get the damage down, and Doggo is dead.
Doggo's just gone, caught out, it looks like, in the middle of the map. This means that Ultra Prime now are on the back foot for the foreseeable future, and Kepler just gets to do its thing.
Yeah, and you know, losing that mid lane out of turret at this time mark is a little bit annoying now because you're dealing with the Lucian Nami running at you with their item breakpoints. You've got the Imperial Mandate and the rapid fire cannon, crazy energized build from Kepler at this point too. So you can't really walk up into mid lane with as much impunity as you did before that turret was down.
Let's see LGD pick up another one here.
Yeah,
as
let's
we
see
go
how
into
this
the
happened.
replay.
Alright. Okay, this is Lucian Nami running at them. Numbers advantage. They'd already kind of called over the jungler earlier before for the last dive, but he's not in position this time as Hacker to save them once again from LGD.
A bit unfortunate on the positioning on that one, but something that maybe needs to be addressed as Ultra Prime move forward here. He's gonna be just fine though with that range advantage.
We have a very dangerous situation now. We have an early gold lead. Well, it's not early gold. We have a gold lead. Gold leads have not been particularly safe in this series so far. So LGD, beware. Don't throw it out so easily. There is a Corki scaling on the other side. No, it's not Nakali who's going to assassinate your backline, but, you know, keep it tight.
Just keep it tight, keep it in front of you.
Stay frosty. Just saying, we've seen a couple of long games with a couple of throws. Just throwing it out there.
I'm waiting the 30 minutes. I got my watch going and everything. We're ready to go. It has been the craziness of this series, though. It's just been so back and forth. Games that seem like they should be in one hand, drives in the other. He went the other way!
Yukai!
He was on the other side. Hey, that's not on him. That's not on him.
Yeah,
it literally was on the other side, and it just went the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, there is an arrow you're meant to click to be able to put the heralds driving in a certain direction, but I thought there was like a problem where if you clicked on it, sometimes the arrow didn't matter because it meant it was kind of like, it took you to the opposite side of the herald that you were facing, so it would kind of drive you forwards from the position that you were facing. That obviously wasn't the case there, and that's really awkward now, because that would have been really nice to break open or at least chunk out that mid lane turret.
I love it because I've casted 2 days of LPL. I've seen that twice now, and I just think it's absolutely hilarious that in a professional league we get to watch this happen.
Oh, it's been hilarious. Carrier had a similar situation.
You can't do anything about it.
Like, bro is not getting the driver's license.
Revoke that thing right now, cut it in half in front of him, and send him home in a taxi.
Bro has a rafflecopter, but he's staying in the passenger seat for the car.
Oh my goodness. I love it so much. Now, we do get to see in about 10 seconds the LGD soul fight here. If it's Ultra Prime, go ahead and give this one. But it also gives LGD a lot of options too.
does. So, package is the big thing to watch, of course. But can we get ourselves an even flank? Haichao's on the flank, but I think that Ultra Prime are very aware of what's happening here. Oh, and they find him.
Haichao is completely cut. No, he catches them back. His life will be traded, but Zwei is down low, and so Doggo gonna heal up. That tidal wave buying a little bit of time, but LGD not going to have enough space. The Nature's Grasp coming out now as well. The Decade outside, all out. Going to get Meteor out of there. The Dragon went to Doggo instead, and now
it's the gold lead.
Decade going through it, and it's the gold lead yet again as Nightmares strike 3 times in this series.
It's actually like the old samurai movies where the first person to move loses. LGD, they get themselves out to the lead, and then suddenly around the Dragon, things fall apart. Haichao was really disconnected from his team, and because of that, they're not going to be able to get themselves the soul. They're going to lose themselves a handful of gold, and now Decade taking a turret in the spot side of the map too. Ultra Prime, like every other game that the team has been behind in, have found themselves a way back into this.
It's by seeing Haichao in the first place, knowing that he's down here and just starting it off. Haichao does a really good reactive job to get some damage back, and unfortunately his team without him don't do enough damage to be able to take down the Dragon fast.
And also, the damage goes on to Zwei, which is not somewhat, I mean, it's okay, but he's alive. Now he can stand behind his carries. He doesn't need to be up close, and that damage is never going to be capitalized on. Decade, great job of soaking up a lot of the CC at the front line. This is why K'Sante is very good into the likes of Maokai, Ral, Nami, this kind of champions which want to just throw stuff at you. You stand still, you still have huge impact. Now the gold is pretty much back to even. Item break points, what do we need to talk about there? There's still no second item from Doggo, importantly, whereas Kepler's on his way to his third. Gonna be so close to the third for the fellows now. In fact, he's picked up just there. Third item for Yukai, again, not stopped off for the Hex Drinker, so the Eclipse coming in very, very fast now. Yukai is going to be the Bombardment General.
There's gotta be a better name.
Bombardier General. That's probably the word.
There we go. That's better. That's
I knew that was actually a term.
The Missile Barrage Captain. I don't know.
No, that's gone the other way.
That's,
we have
less?
that is. I mean, there was the old Atari game Missile Command.
Yeah.
That was pretty fun. You could be the Missile Commander.
True. Yeah, I don't mind that one. I don't mind that one. What happens when you have the package too, though?
That's a good question.
You always got to think about the combos, Nightmare.
Yeah, I know. I didn't think that far. Well, I was thinking mainly about the ult damage anyway. The package is very true. Now, we do have ourselves Baron spawning as well. So now, LGD, they can't really afford to get vision denied around the area. It is harder for red side to take Baron than blue side, because particularly on this map as well, it feels like there are a couple of choke points where you can find yourself very easily in, and a lot of walls which are making the job very, very hard to approach the Baron. LGD are now going to walk towards that top side of the map and get themselves a bit more of a safe pocket to play around.
I think we're just sitting on a timer as well, since Ultra Prime were able to at least deny the stacking from LGD. We have about 2 minutes till the next Dragon spawns, and LGD really want to sink that one home now. Get an Ocean Soul would be really big for their team fight as well.
Those teamfights have pretty much been the decider of the series. You know, we can talk about side lane stuff and objective play. Largely has been teamfight execution, which has been the decider of these series. So, both these teams now somewhat back on even footing. Now get themselves a chance to really kind of show who is the better team on the day. I kind of like this when it comes down to a deciding series. It feels much better to have the close game in Game 3 where everything's open.
It's cool also, both these teams trying to go for their first win of the season. Again, it's single round robin, 17 teams, every win matters, and especially when it feels as good as dragging one out and making sure you take home the victory. I think now when we're starting to get the push and pull of these objectives, you do have a lot of pings from LGD around this Baron buff, maybe trying to pull a play around it and force Ultra Prime's hand.
The problem is, they don't really want to be tanking Baron, because you have one tank in the Ral and you have a little bit of sustain from the Nami, but Baron is harder to kill and it does more damage to you than it did last year. There's also a ward just behind them. They haven't done a perfect job sweeping out vision, so Ultra Prime will have some advance notice of if they're moving to and from mid lane of the river. Very interesting to see whether Ultra Prime feel stressed enough or stretched across the map enough to force their way into it.
So Doggo did just back out some more pieces to the puzzle here, trying to get back out onto the map as well. Figured there's a little bit of time as LGD. We're just trying to look for overextensions as it goes, but Nightmare 25 seconds just about As we have LGD taking priority of mid lane to take this dragon.
Yeah, that dragon, of course, is on the other side of the map to the Baron. Ultra Prime, they can't afford to let Baron go off the vision, but they can't control vision on both sides of the map. They're not being allowed into the river. Despite the goal being somewhat even, it feels like Ultra Prime are the team which have really struggled to get good foothold somewhere else. They're trying to brute force mid. That'll help them into the river, away from the vision that they put down safely. Let's see if they can manage.
Decade is here, the good frontliner. Hacker not super tanky, does have the frozen heart, so a little bit of armor there. And looking now to try to get in front of the bull that is charging in LGD.
Okay, Ultra Prime, they forced their way into river. This is good. Now, LGD, do they have any teleport boards available? No, not really. They can maybe get someone down towards bot wave. But Yukai, what's he going to be able to do?
Double hook. Now the Nature's Grass coming out. The Dragon is the play here. LGD not really able to get anything there. Dragon goes over. Second denial from Ultra Prime. And it looks like we're now positioning around the mid lane here as Ultra Prime is trying to gain some ground.
I feel like that's a bit of a slip up from LGD. They had control over the vision on both sides of the map. Felt like they could have got themselves
tidal
something
wave
big.
coming
Now
out
they're
too.
going.
Decade just literally tanks the entire storm that LGD threw at them.
So, I mean, LGD, they had vision control, and they'd had control of the mid lane for a while, but they still can't get Haichao into a flanking position. They're going back towards Baron now, because the wards from Ultra Prime have timed out, but let's see how this works. They don't have the tidal wave, they don't have the culling. Yukai, luckily, is on the other side, won't have package now either.
Nature's Grasp not available for Mr. Hacker, but Haichao, he found an angle, and the flash comes out, but it's too little too late. Decade tanking again, but he goes all out into an all death as LGD gets a little bit of a reset there in the middle of it. Great angle from Haichao.
Yeah, sadly from Ultra Prime, though Decade was tanking up a decent amount of damage, they can't get any significant damage in the return. Not enough, anyway. So it's going to be a 1 for none. That's about it. LGD don't even get themselves a huge advantage over this. They're going to get themselves, I suppose, a denial of Ultra Prime walking into top river and getting vision themselves. But this is how it happened. This is why we're saying that red side Baron contested quite hard. There's a lot of choke points which get very difficult to defend yourself in. Decade's the one that gets kind of shunted out of this way. Sadly, he can't get his W off in time to reduce some of the damage from that ultimate combo. He goes down. But they don't get that much off of that one kill.
Now looking back at inventories though, I just saw the Randuins completed for Hackers. It's going full on armor, it feels like. But being able to have some of these defensive stats going in these next fights is super important for Ultra Prime because it feels like LGD with those setups and now especially the Rabadons for Haichao, they have so much of the Wombo combo available to them.
Now, important to note, they will have to go through a shield blow from Doggo. We didn't go for the Bloodthirst, we went for the all-type damage.
That's a good call.
Kind of low-health shield. Now, between that and Milio, it's much harder to take Doggo off the table than just one combo. Hacker is chunked out a little bit. Again, he's fairly tanky, and he'll be able to regen up with his passive if he finds something to hit as well. So, we're back to the push and pull of the mid lane, trying to get some vision, trying to finish off one of these objectives.
Oh, hold on, my timer just went off. We got another fight. 30 minutes has passed, and now we're getting to the real part of the game. As ultis go wide, we have double utilized by LGD, but Haichao was looking for an angle of his own. Did end up getting that Nature's Grasp out from Ultra Prime.
Gosh, neither of these teams are finding a decisive way to enter river and to get towards this Baron. It's slow running stuff. Typically you think that the Corki wins out on these battles, but neither of these teams have been able to convert that into winning fights. Baron started up again. Hack is going over to check. There is a push in the mid lane. Ultra Prime are gonna have to contest, but they have to go through this choke point.
They're in about half health here now, just about. LGD still going to be forcing the hand as Haichao can look for an angle on the side. Double Nami's, one of them's got to be the
Oh, that's
Nico.
teleport.
That's on the back.
But that's
that
Haichao.
Is the angle. Ultra Prime, they don't know. They don't see it. They now do. They realize what could be done. Haichao, he's feeling a little bit desperate. He's going around the other side. He can't get it, but Hacker falls in the end. As Ultra Prime, they'll lose the one big member that matters in the moment, and they'll have to back away.
So, Ultra Prime have no smite, but because the HP bar is so low from Haichao with no teleport, I don't know if they can complete... Wait, they are actually just going straight for this. I was wondering if Ultra Prime could stick around the contest because they knew that Haichao could not be there for the extra damage source, and they are in fact walking over towards the Baron again.
It takes forever. They have to be a little bit careful. Ultra Prime fully willing to fight this, though Bertle looking around the head, gets a two-man knock up there. Does need to be a little bit careful, though. A lot of damage was about to be turned his way. Wait, look at Haichao. He doesn't have ulti, but he's looking for a flank. As we do see Decade go in, Kepler's already gone. That's a big damage profile off the table here. As now Ultra Prime moving on to Haichao. Can't hit either of the skill shots there. And LGD looking for some reprieve under their turret. Need to be a little bit more careful as Jin Zhao having a flash. That's a big amount of damage coming back, though. And look at Bertle! Welcome to the LPL, my king, as he's setting up to slam down Ultra Prime. There's a couple more. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'ams, as Decade will fall. No, he gets out. A beautiful Bramble smash from Hacker, but my goodness, this Aatrox is popping off.
That's why you go for the lethality build, folks. It might make it a little easier to kill you, but oh my gosh, do you slap back hard. Both the carries of Ultra Prime hit the ground. And once again, it has felt like most of these games have come down to these micro outplayed in the skirmishes and team fights, which are determining this series. Dragon's going to go over, even though the Baron is in complete flux yet again. How did this come out this time? Decade. He's the one that makes the difference onto the backline, and sadly, Lucian, though he does have strong power spikes, can't really deal much damage when he's dead. This is where things come around, though. Both top lanes really just influencing this phase of play. Haichao starts it off. Great damage on both of them, and then Bertle cleans up.
That's a lot of gold that he just got to. Almost 2,000 off the back of just those 2 kills. Ultra Prime, never one to wait. We're going to start up the Baron now. Now LGD on the way with the TP2.
But they're going to get forced off of it. The package available from Yukai, but once again, it feels like the Corki has not been the determining factor in the way that it has been for some other players in some other games. There's a lot of damage available in the Corki. It has to be at the right place.
Kepler dashing forward, gonna get a nice culling to Doggo, but now that ultimate is down. You have Haichao looking around the edge. He has Pop Blossom. The Baron trying to be burned down, trying to wait for Yukai. The Nature's Grass comes through. The package still available. This is dicey. They're taking a ton of work here from LGD. Tidal Wave coming around. Look at Haichao. He's unseen. He's coming around now. He will finally be seen as now 5,000 health package comes out from Yukai. This is a little bit stressful. Meteor's in the pit a little early. The Baron's going down. Meteor, he's not able to get it. Now LGD pounce back on Ultra Prime, but Yukai hits a rocket. Now Ultra Prime on the other side trying to take down Bertle, but Decade is tanking up the rest of LGD too. He's going to go down, and now Bertle is set up for success. He's getting some resets, and LGD are taking Ultra Prime to task. It's deja vu all over again.
Finally, we get ourselves a game-breaking advantage. LGD crushed the team fight after Ultra Prime secure the Baron, but they lose so many people, they're not going to be able to use that much of it. This won't be the end of the game, but with Ocean Soul in their pockets as well, LGD, they're going to go walk forward, probably take themselves an inhibitor, and back out with a map advantage.
What a performance from Bertle and Haichao right now in this game. They are setting them up easy every time. And I love your call out about the lethality build earlier. It's really starting to come online because they don't necessarily have an answer to Bertle.
No, they're not being able to burst him out of the team fights. Reminder, Bertle was this absolutely hyped rookie coming out of LCK Challenges. He was a T1 trainee. He ended up on Gen G. He had a patchy career over in Gen G there as well, but he even went to Worlds with that team. He's now coming into his first split in the LPL, and oh my word. Once he has a lead, folks, he's definitely shown how to use it. It's the increased healing you get from the world end of that. There's a bit of a sad moment where Dway tries to guess where the Q2 is going to go, instead flashes straight into it and dies, but that's just a bit of a sad moment on top of a sad team fight for the side of Ultra Prime.
Seems like there might be a Reaper at the doorstep of Ultra Prime right now, and it's wearing the face of LGD, and maybe Bertle's right there behind him too, because he's completed a 4th item now as well. Everything's starting to come online for LGD, and they have the siege potential for a long time with this Ocean Soul. See that Ultra Prime can't even leave their base.
Yukai, you really wish this Corki could do a little bit more in regards to chunking down the important members, but just hasn't been the case in this series. He's at 4 items, sure. Potentially great damage on the table, especially if it hits Haichao or Kepler, but he's just not had access to his targets. Hasn't mattered.
You literally see every game that Corki has been played. The damage is fine. The damage looks really good, but it's not consistent enough.
No, and it's not onto the important targets, but the important times. If you can sit still in an objective, force the enemy to choose between engaging onto you or trying to steal the objective, it gives Corki a lot of room to kind of get value and find some damage in between the cracks. But I don't think either of these teams' objective setups have been particularly clean today. It has meant that Corki has struggled to get as much value.
LGD a little bit worrisome to continue their siege. Will end up backing off without getting that top inhib tower, but they did get the mid inhib tower and the inhib itself. So the super minions starting to spawn there, and some resets coming out from LGD now.
You go spend their ill-gotten gains. Starts the unending despair coming out of Meteor, or is that the... No, that's the Hollow Radiance, that's all the Sunfire. I was trying to remember, because there are two items, tank items, which are really similar to Meteors. One of them is the MR Sunfire, which is effectively the damage portion of Jackshow, where in combat or occasionally there's great help from this one's the Sunfire. The unending despair, though, is a really fun item. Like, let me know when you see that, because that's actually a fun one. I like that.
I like it. I do want to point out, Doggo has a Bloodthirster now too, so he's just going all healing and survivability, which I can appreciate.
I mean, it means that you're not able to kill the DPM members as easily because you don't have the you know, the shred of being able to take down people with higher HP than you. I wonder if that will come to bite him at some point, but I understand being able to have these low health turnarounds, especially if someone like Aatrox gets right on top of him. I think even with the double lifesteal, I don't think we're dealing with an Aatrox that goes on.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit few and far between to see those kinds of moments. But I do think that LGD not feeling super confident to move forward. Okay, now they will, because they have Burgle on the flank.
Taking Haichao as well, so double teleport. Bird else will spot it. I don't think
Meteor
Haichao
wants
has.
it. Oh, Meteor's trying to force it. Zway's going in. Haichao finds the back end, and that doesn't matter. You can have a flank of a flank or even a flangle if you want, Chimera. LGD will take every single one of those, and they take Ultra Prime's existence here in game number 3.
They spot Birdle, but they don't spot Haichao, and I don't care if there's a Shilbo on Doggo. I don't care if he has a million lifesteal. He doesn't get to auto-attack. He gets blasted. Next wave shuttling in towards the Nexus as the super minion. This should be the end of the game. Package might be able to clear the wave. We'll see how much Yokai can do.
Yokai's got to do something here. He gets chunked just trying to use the package there. The last turret standing still. Hacker goes in to give his life. He's going down. The trees burning. Everything is burning. And Ultra Prime are falling. LGD claim their first season victory here in spring.
Important victory for them symbolically. Both of these teams struggled in 2023, both of them having a 14th and a 17th place finish in both of the splits between spring and summer. It was a hardcore season. It was a season last year and a series here today as well. This is something which you can use to build some momentum, some confidence up there. I don't think either of these teams is going to walk away, you know, completely confident from this series. There was some early game leads thrown by both teams. That will be a worry for them. I think that some of the objective setup left something to be desired. However, the team fighting execution was something which was on display. I think that even though the setup could have left a little bit to be desired, it felt like both of these teams at least put up their guns when they were asked to fight.
That's what I love, is we came into this one expecting a slobber knocker, and boy did we get one. I mean, it was back and forth. The gold graphs are crazy. We had everything you could ask for if you're wanting chaos, and we got that delivered straight to us. I think you can see some of those key moments. LGD a little bit troubled to try to finish things out. I think that was a common occurrence throughout this entire series, was just some of that hesitancy to close out games. But man, those fights I love to see, especially in those big moments. Ultra Prime being able to dissect team fights apart very well, get Doggo and Yokai in good positions. But man, LGD with a killing blow. Incredibly done. 2-1 victory to LGD over Ultra Prime. And now we have to send it away to a little break while we get ready for our final series of the day. You're not going to want to miss it. I'm Nightmare. We are back for the LPL Spring 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nightmare yet again. And we get to have our own intro in just a little bit for our next series. But right now, we got to go ahead and give our MVP for our last series, the LGD comeback win against Ultra Prime. The comeback of a comeback of a comeback. Bertle is the one that gets the MVP, rightfully so, and a nice little entrance to the LPL.
Yes, and I can get caught off by countdowns, and Bertle can catch entire enemy teams off guard around Baron. Went for the full lethality, and you know Bertle's had a bit of a winding career path. Was an incredibly hyped rookie. Had some good games in LCK. Had some awkward ones too. Finally came into a bit more stability, and now he's coming into LPL. This game is very important, I think, for him to stabilize. I think he actually had a pretty good series. I think his Poppy game, even in the game that they lost, was one which I felt like he had a lot of impact on. So yeah, congrats on the first MVP of the split, Bertle.
Works well. Also, just one of the greatest player photos that I've seen in the LPL. I do believe we have some of the highlights from last game as well. It was a very topsy-turvy series, but it started with some craziness here in the Rift Herald pit once Ultra Prime took it away from LGD.
But it did. It felt like this was a very kind of like, it was an early game of limited games, and then we had a couple of big fights happen after this point, but a lot of the time it didn't feel like the decisive blow was being struck. LGD did get themselves out to an early lead, but then things started to get turned around a little bit after. This was one of the brighter moments for them where they managed to see off what was a very attempted turnaround, at least by Ultra Prime, but they didn't manage to finish off things themselves. And then finally, it felt like Bertle got online later into the game.
Absolutely online. I mean, consistently found the back line. Also, Haichao with some insane angles, but also he got caught out here. Managed to get a little bit of damage back down. But the thing is, it was so topsy-turvy because we kept having Ultra Prime find these pretty gnarly fights at least. But then in the end, it started going one way and one way only in LGD's favor.
Yeah, it felt like both these teams had some issues with their map setup and some of the vision, but when it came down to the team fights, you could see really who had chosen the better angles. Eventually, it came down to LGD just about getting the leg up over, but this game was, I mean, make no mistake, Ultra Prime were very much in this game for most of this series.
And you can see that here. It's just tops and fighting over and over again is what we see. Bertle and Decade being the frontliners pretty much. But ended up being a couple big key catch-out moments as well as Yukai not able to get the damage down in the right places on the Corki. But this was the beginning of the end, it felt like here.
This was the key. This is where we had, like, just before this, it felt like Ultra Prime had a good moment or two, then Bertle gets into it, and then suddenly the next couple of fights after that point also go the way of Bertle on this lethality Aatrox. Decade, honestly, I think had a pretty okay game series as well, considering how he has struggled at points as well in the LPL. He had a he wasn't the one that was being exploited to win a lot of these games. However, when you compare him to what Bertle was doing in moments like this, there was one clear MVP for him.
The double flangle there. You just have to always be careful.
I knew you would love that word. I knew you'd love that. The flank angle stands strong.
But the thing is you just keep layering flanks on top of flanks, and eventually they can't deal with it. Right?
Exactly, yeah.
Anyways, we got to get on to our Legacy Night. As we were talking about some X's doing battle earlier on, it was Rookie took his advantageous win over his previous Organ IG, but now it is a Legacy that has changed, and it still doesn't feel right. It's going to be EDG versus Top Esports, and Mako off of EDG for the first time, but we also want to cover this new and budding EDG roster.
EDG are a team with awfully high expectations. I think that 2023 was a strange year for them. They started out unexpectedly one of our very top teams in spring 23. They then didn't quite capitalize on that through the year, even when they brought back Uzi for summer. Now this is their roster coming into 2024. Leave comes back from spring. Fisher, Vampire coming in to the roster as well as new players. Only keeping Ala and JJ from the 2023 roster, and only JJ left from the Worlds 21 winning lineup.
And that's the craziest part, is it's just a changing of the guard for EDG, but also brightful hope for the future as well, with the additions of Fisher, who was making splashes in the LDL scene as well as in the off-season tournaments. Leave back again. Vampire actually had some decent times in Demacia Cup, so excited to see them back again and actually now together in the LPL. The biggest thing, though, is the other side. You've got a long-standing name that is wearing a different jersey in Mako for Top Esports, and what a time it is. Now, there's still some communication. Mako said, long time no see, see you on stage to JJ. JJ said, long time no see, wait for me in bot lane. But it's definitely times a change in here for Mako and for Top Esports.
It is. It's kind of sad that we might only see this matchup once in spring and once in summer in the regular season. I hope we get to see more of Top Esports versus EDG. Mako spent 9 years at EDG and almost reached 1,100 games on the organization. Now he's playing his first few games for Top Esports between Demacia Cup and then the start of the LPL season as well. Their first series was a little bit back and forth, of course, against BLG. They didn't come away with a win in that one. They will be looking to pick up the slack in the second series.
Both teams 0-1, but for me, it's a retooled Top Esports. We have 369 back in the fold. Cream is now here. And again, we talked about Mako coming in the bot lane. So it's definitely 3 new pieces to the puzzle. Maybe one not so new, but a little bit familiar. And trying to find a way to make this roster really work. Because again, they went up toe-to-toe with BLG, but unable to come away with the win. So now it's about EDG, who didn't have a great first outing to come up against the beast, it feels like.
And I think that anywhere you look on the map, there is a good matchup. I think that's going to be the case for a lot of our top teams, where it feels like they've retooled. They've definitely given themselves weaponry across the map. You've got Arla versus 369. Now, Arla had a pretty shaky series versus RNG. Game 1, excellent. Had a hard carry game on the Jax. Other games in that series, he got blown out very hard. We have 2 of our most storied junglers, World Championship junglers as well, in Tien versus JJ. Mid lane is a different angle because they are... Mid lane is a different angle because it feels like they are the newer talent. Cream's been around obviously longer than Fisher, but they're trying to establish themselves more and more in the LPL. I think Cream really would like to have a good series or 2 to re-establish his strength within the league. He had a bit of an awkward end to 2023 in the playoffs run of OMG. He'd love to give himself a bit more confidence in his roster, and Fisher definitely needs that after what was a very shaky series in his first time in the LPL as a full starting member.
I still think it's so cool that you still get to see the shades of OMG spread throughout the league. Even if the roster is no longer the same, they're making impacts wherever they go. Where we got to see Shanji and Aki earlier, and now we get to see at least the adaptations that we get from Cream this time around. And I think into Fisher, it'll be really telling. I feel like it's going to be the heartbeat of this series is the mid lane and how JJ and Tien play around that. But specifically, if maybe some veterancy really comes into play for Top Esports, because we do have like 2 of our most long-standing players versus 2 newbies on the block here.
Exactly. You really wanted to focus on this bot lane, and why wouldn't you, right? Because you have Leave, who is meant to be the next LPL superstar coming into the bot lane. Vampire is someone that we've heard an awful little about, actually. It's a pretty hidden prospect, versus 2 of our most notable bot lane players in the entire league. Mako, arguably the greatest support the LPL has ever produced. Jackula, one of our greatest AD carries as well, paired up together for the first time. I'm really excited to see where this battle of veterancy versus fresh blood comes from. And yes, we're going to have a whole lot of Vampire stuff coming around here. I've prepared far too much for that. On with the fresh blood.
And Vampire is new to EDG as a whole, so it's not like he spent years behind Mako and it's just like, oh my goodness, the master becomes the teacher. But it is interesting enough to see a new blood there, and Mako maybe try to put him in his place. Do take a look at the team stats for Top Esports, though. Some of those picks coming in, though, big. The Udyr twice in a row. Anything else that stands out to you here?
I mean, the lane pressure bot lane is the big stuff, right? You have the Kalista with a variation of both kind of like the chip down Soraka Poke playstyle, and then obviously the all-in of stuff like the Renata and Nautilus as well. We knew that this bot lane would be very important. The fact that they're playing so heavily towards it only solidifies that. The only other thing which I'll really point out in terms of less expected stuff, Cream playing 3 games of Azir. This dude is the Akali, melee, Silas, like high mobility, low range character player from the mid lane. To see him play the Azir 3 times, of course up against Knight as well, that was a very different change than I was expecting coming into 24.
The funniest part though is Shocker. You look at the mid lane for this next graphic, and I think you see something about the same. Crazy.
But
Crazy.
the thing is, Fisher, we knew would play this. Fisher, when we saw him at the Demacia Cup in LDL, this guy was insane at the Aziz and the Nikos and the Akalis. We knew that he'd be playing that style as well. We knew that he played the Aziz. It was just that Cream was not really a player of that. I think across the rest of this board, there's not as much to be kind of like shocked by. Especially Vampire is the person that we're actually putting data onto the slate for, right? We don't have that many Bard players in the LPL. The fact that he picked it in his very first series in the LPL, that was quite important for me to see and get a bit more of an understanding for the flavor of champions this character and this player likes to play.
I hope we get some more of the Jhin. I don't think we will. I think we are seeing a very definite trend away towards very specific ADCs. Apparently there is a little bit of a delay on stage, so we'll be getting to that game as soon as possible. I promise I'm pressing the go game button. But we get a little bit more time because
sorry guys.
Yeah, you gotta find it. That's the issue. Chad, you can blame him. But we do have some other interesting changes. We talked about Cream, we talked about Mako. 369's back home, baby.
Yep.
And we see what he can do when he's feeling confident, right? Something that, at least from the feelings of offseason, is something he wanted to accomplish is get back to top esports.
Yeah, I think both of these teams had a struggle in 2023. Neither of these teams reached international competition. I think top esports, they've never won an international competition, but they were a mainstay from that, particularly between 2020 to 2022. 23 was difficult for them. Now 369 is back though. He's joining this roster, which he kind of made his name on. Of course, he went to JDG and did great things there. And is currently on a 3-peat championship run between his titles there. He's back. He is one of the best tank players in the league, in the world, I would say, and one of the best players at enabling carries to have space in team fights. If we're going to keep seeing that style of play where you need to be disruptive and buy space, this guy will be absolutely key to see if he can rekindle the top esports mojo.
I would hope to see some of that flexibility utilized there, but I want to talk about the other side of the matchup as well. Not only Ala, but JJ, the big veterans on the squad now, the ones that are going to have to pick him up by the scruff and tell him what's right and wrong. And I think that's going to be a little bit of a different, I guess, style for these two guys, where you've had Mako in the past as kind of the big brother, but now especially seeing JJ take a little bit more of a forward foot in not only the branding of the team, but also it seems like a lot of the content and things like that too.
I mean, JJ is so important to this team. He has been a leader in multiple ways on the Rift and off of it. It really feels like EDG when they were the best team in the LPL for that brief moment in early spring 23. JJ was the best jungler in the league, and that was a key part of it. Now, can he get a leg up on Tien, who is, of course, one of our most famed junglers in the LPL as well? That could be the starting domino to knock over the rest of the chain.
Could be it. I think Tien's going to have a lot to say there as well. Want to have a really good year this year. I know we're getting very close to getting out on stage. And speaking of, here we go to the entrance back in Shanghai. And Top Esports versus EDG kicking off very, very shortly. So I do want to take a little bit of time to talk a little bit more about the setups we expect for these teams, because there were a couple key things that we were highlighting. We wanted to see maybe cleaned up from last time around for EDG. One of them absolutely has to be a pinpoint on Ala.
Ala is going to have a hard time today into 369 in terms of getting free advantages. Now, they don't always shut down top lane to EDG on the other side of that, but this guy needs to be playing well. I think that EDG around Ala, we've seen what he can do with Jax when they were playing in regional finals in, of course, the end of last year. He was solo carrying games versus LNG, who were in huge form before they headed into the World Championship at that point. 369 will be absolutely key in making sure that there is a rock-solid blocker on the top side for Ala to find no purchase.
That deja vu to LTD versus Ultra Prime there. Tien just easily coming out saying hello, but yeah, I do expect there to be, again, the conversation you had brought up is there's good matchups all over the place for Top Esports, and it's really about what can EDG do to shore up some of their nervousness, some of their stage fright. It really was felt last time around we saw them.
See them as they come on stage after Top Esports finish coming through here.
I may go.
It is so
weird.
It's so strange. 9 years on EDG now. He faces across from them. If you're not here to see this, you are missing a bit of LoL Esports history. Very few players have such tenure with a single organization. There's a very select few which go towards that level of longevity at the top level play, the top level On the other side, EDG, they are one of these top-level teams. Both these organizations have known the very heady heights of success in LPL, qualifying and even winning international competitions from the side of EDG. It's a fresh coat of paint from them. They've slowly stripped away parts of their world's winning roster from 2021, trying to find a new breath of life, some fresh blood on the roster.
That's the biggest thing, is we are getting kind of some changings of the guards around the league itself, but especially it feels like EDG is a giant step in that direction. And while Leave is returning, Fisher has been under the organization for a little bit longer. It's always cool to see the shift of power around a roster, and like we were saying, kind of shifting that towards JJ and Ala, as we do get some wonderful bows from the newer members of EDG as they come out. And I think confidence is key into a fact that getting rid of those stage nerves, trying to combat that with something that you know feels comfortable for these guys is super important against the top team like Copy.
I think that comfort might help them see off some of the worries that we had about EDG, particularly around some of those points where they fall behind, becoming game-losing deficits. They need to stabilize. They can't give up the free advantages they did against RNG. Don't get me wrong, RNG struggled to close versus EDG as well. In some of those games, it became a little bit of a slow, drawn-out affair. You cannot afford to start that snowball rolling against top teams.
You might be wondering why you heard some oohs and ahs as the coach came out. It's because that's clear love. And it's kind of important. it's just kind of crazy. But anyways,
it was crazy seeing EDG versus RNG earlier in the week. It was Letby as the coach of RNG as well.
Yeah.
So
It's so cool.
You can see them smirking at each other as they gave themselves the handshakes on screen. We do have a lot of our former pro players, of course, of the true great eras becoming coaches now. They command a lot of respect over the modern pro players, even though they're not currently on the record.
369 there, also on a fresh coat of paint, just supplementing the black of the JDG jersey for the white of the Top Esports jacket. And still so interesting to see what this combo can do, because on paper, this is a team that's fighting for first and second place, right? This is a team that has some of the greatest to ever do it in the LPL, all together on the same roster with one of the players, Cream, who is the newest cream of the crop, right? This is a guy that's been building on OMG, and it feels like there's been some lackluster years, but last year he decided to pop the hell off, and now he finds himself in a perfect position to seize the moment.
I mean, even last year, he did away with some of the worries about his mage play. He actually had some pretty okay mage plays at some points there. He had some Ari games of some note. He's managed to kind of expand his champion pool to an extent. Don't get me wrong, he's still a specialist at his melee AP assassins if they are available and in meta. But it will really be a big test of a year for him. I think that against EDG, it's a good benchmark to see whether this team is starting off as top table or as mid-table. I think EDG, they had their own worries coming out of their series earlier in the week. Both of these teams, of course, only play each other once in the regular season. Then we'll have to see if they'll end up on the same side of the bracket and are matched up in playoffs at the end of spring if they're to qualify.
JJ smiling real big there, knowing he's just calculating the pathing he needs to go to make sure he kills Mako first blood. I'm sure that's exactly what he's thinking about there, but Fisher gonna go ahead and take the screen now, as well as Leave. Another player who we saw a brief stint of last year, but quickly faded there, as well as Vampire, the newest face it feels like. And again, somebody who I got to watch in Demacia Cup and actually had some really good moments. So at that level, I'm very interested to see what he can do against some of the best.
Yeah, but the thing about Vampire is that he didn't really have much of a presence in LDL before he was added to that roster, so he was a bit of a question mark. Yes, he's ended up doing some pretty decent plays, of course, up into the first series that they had, and of course Demacia Cup as well. He had some awkward moments too.
Look at that.
Those of you who watched the Bard game he had, he ended up dying for first blood a couple of times.
Some serious shout-outs to the EDG love, man. I love the side-to-side of Clear Love and Mako, former teammate. Oh, God. I love these kinds of matchups. We got 2 of them on the night. I feel so blessed. And we haven't even gotten to the gameplay yet.
Yeah, I think this is, if you care about, like, the history of LPL, this is such an important matchup. I know that sometimes top esports, particularly after last year, you won't just see them in international tournaments. This was the LPL team for a little while. They were in finals. They won a title as well. They had Knight demolishing domestic play. course, he's now departed from the roster. So many of our LPL rosters have parted way with their franchise players. Now we have one of those franchise players facing off against their old organization into the draft for game number 1.
Already pretty neck deep into it here. Top Esports going to be on the blue side, banning way to Jax towards Ala. That's a great ban call out, as well as the Azir towards Fisher. I gotta let him have that one for a 4th time in a row. And the Varus also going to join that ban table. It is the Lucian, Ashe, and Renata by EDG.
The Renata, I think, is really important. I think Mako is one of our best range supports players in the entirety of the LPL. It's a very versatile support. If you have a Senna, that means that versatility can be put on show. Yes, it's been typically defaulting back to the Tahm Kench, but there are many options you can have with it. What's the response? You can't go towards the Lucian, you can't go towards an Ashe or a Renata. Your options are starting to get a little bit cut.
I think the Senna, obviously a good answer into it, will be a very high champion for Leave in the Aphelios. I think it's just right as rain going to be the choice. And it is something we've seen him in the past, so I want to see what they pair with it now that you know it's going to be the Senna.
I would assume it's going to be the Milio. It's been very high pick and ban within the LPL. You could have this flex pick of the Rel between jungle and support, and Rel is quite good into the Tahm Kench because as soon as he pops his shield, you can just break that shield with the Q as long as you end up comboing the right way. It means that you can't use a Q to start a trade, but it can be very powerful as a flex pick towards that bottom side of the map, so Top Esports will have to be aware of that later into the draft should EDG choose to leverage it.
There's definitely a lot of flexibility there. Vampire, definitely known for some of the kind of Enchanter gameplay as well, but we got to see the Nico support the Bard, like you were saying earlier. There is that Tahm Kench locked in. Now we're looking at a solo lane choice, and it's a classic for Cream. He's looking to flex all over Fisher.
3 games of Azir for both of our mid laners. Nope, none of that. It's Akali locked in for Cream. Doonby on stream years ago said that he thinks that Cream is the 2nd best Akali in the entirety of the LPL behind Knight himself. See if he can live up to that lofty title in this game right now. If this Akali is locked in, and it is, feels like a bit of a self-counter pick, not going to lie. You can play around the range advantage you have over the Akali, potentially against some of the frontline champions of Top Esports that they lock in, but you need to keep your backline safe, and against Cream's Akali, that is not easy to do.
I'm just, like, I hate to just go off results-based analysis, but man, I'm not liking the Corki in the LPL. The only one that can do it right now in my book is Rookie, and he's not here right now. So I think trying to find a way in is going to be so difficult against Cream, who is already saying to you straight up without even hiding it that I want to smurf over you. And so I'm really, really curious now what EDG can do to kind of stabilize Fisher in the mid lane.
And I'm really surprised that we're not going to get something like a Nico instead of this Corki. Give yourself a little bit of heal and damage and engage. You can help heal for your Aphelios if the Akali dives onto them. Now you've just given Akali another threat to go towards. Now we're seeing some split between jungle and top lane bans. Of course, Ala and 369, one of the matchups that we highlighted as 2 of our highest appreciated and ranked top laners, I suppose, within the LPL from the last year. Sure, Ala had a bit of a weak first series against, of course, RNG in their first match of the split. But you don't want to give them a free run at 369 with a matchup that can spiral out of control.
So they're going to take away the Milio now. We're going to get to a little bit of a different support setup, unless it will just end up being the Rel. Looks like they're going to save that to the last pick here. Keep that flexibility in the mind of Top Esports as K'Sante locked in for Ala.
So now, do you just go for the Udyr? 369's played a couple of games with it. We haven't seen as much cryo on it today. It was very high picked in the first couple of days. We saw, decent success. The power of the pick is being a very high priority top laner, which doesn't really have that many bad matchups, especially not the ones that people are playing right now. Tian, we've seen this a time or two from him. He got blasted by it in Game 1 versus BLG. Died to first blood to Knight running into his jungle after Shun blew his flash. But nonetheless, an early pressure jungler for Tian is exactly what this player loves to play around. Now, what's the top lane matchup for 369? And when EDG come around to their last pick, are we going to see the Rel in jungle or going down to support?
I feel like giving that flexibility has lent so much to them. Gonna be a little bit curious though, as the Udyr is the lock-in for 369. If they do want to use this flexibility, because they could just get the support matchup down there. You have decent engage, the shielding can get shattered there as well.
Do we get JJ's EDG if Viego skin? That'll be fun. That would be fun. There'll be some ways you can play around that as well with the ability to kind of like peel backwards. But you're looking for something that can contest the Xin Zhao so he doesn't just run over the map rampant. It's going to be the Lee Sin, it's not going to be the Viego. A bit more ability to ward hop backwards in the early game if you need to. And that does mean the Rel goes down towards the support as we did potentially theorize. So watch out for that Q shield break against the Tahm Kench should it come to some heavier trades in the bot lane early.
I really like JJ getting a lot of the upper hand here, at least in terms of decision making for EDG. The Lee Sin gonna have to be proactive here, either on the defensive or on the aggressive. And I think it can be a little bit difficult to skirmish the Xin Zhao at the level of like 1 to 3 mark, but I'd be curious to see how they try and set up around it, because I do feel like actually Top Esports have a very solid composition with some side lane options.
They do, and it feels like that Akali has a very good angle into some of the champions on the other side of the map. Gonna have to see exactly how Fischer can justify picking this Corki into what we assume to be a counter pick into the Akali. That's the way that most players are playing right now. And Vampire on the Rel, see if he can have some good value into this bot lane with the shield break.
Get into it very shortly. Feels like we've been waiting all night for this setup, especially with Mako and new digs against his former organization, against his former teammate in Caleb as the coach. But it's also a best of 3 that we're only going to get this one time here in spring until we get to the playoffs, if that does come to be. We've got to make the most of it. And it's all about looking at that mid lane. Fischer and Kreen, the heartbeat of this series, it feels like. And we're going to have to see how everyone else can kind of work around that. Tian and JJ will have big eyes on them early on.
Into the rift. There we go. First game, Mako will be playing against his old organization in the LPL proper. Mako versus EDG.
Let's go. We finally get some loud Dios. I love it. Gotta love it. Time it right. It looks real good.
I've never actually heard Chinese Corki's voice lines before. This is
Me neither.
There are a couple of skins which like have really iconic lines in other languages. I think Korean Lysandra is obviously one of the ones which gone into hallowed myth and legend because the amount she just kind of screams at you. But Chinese Corki, I'm gonna keep that in mind.
So that's pretty good. It's not as good as the helicopter from Nico, though. Just say that's probably the best sound effect of all time. Not going to take that crown away from that one. But I do want to see, though, we have these opposite side starts here. Do you expect any kind of difference in what we've seen already today with the calm early starts?
Well, because there are 2 wards onto EDG's red buff, 1 defensive from EDG and 1 scouting vision from Top Esports, there is a chance that Tien can find himself an angle somewhere into the enemy topside jungle. We'll see if that happens. 369 will be getting priority over Alice Casante because we do this. It's pretty easy to do so. That means that JJ needs to be very careful on the top side of the map. Tian has invaded topside before early into series by having top lane pressure. Just keep an eye out for that. It's not guaranteed, but there's a chance.
Finally now, the engage is going to come off the back of that one too. Lee's going to get some nice pepper damage in. The heal going to be burned too.
So now, JJ has been spotted on the top side of the map as the bot lane was fighting. That's one of the reasons why Jack 11 Mako probably were fighting. Understood that JJ wasn't trying anything tricky towards the bot side of the map. Not going to be able to threaten anything there.
He lied. He said he was going bot lane.
I said that Tian was potentially going into the enemy jungle, which he is now because of the timing. You will know that JJ is still on his top side, and this leaves an angle in towards mid lane to maybe blow a flash. Pretty opportunistic though, probably just a Valkyrie, and that's it.
There's the Valkyrie utilized, get the pixels out, and Tien's gonna have to walk his way down. We'll just go back to full clearing though. But yeah, I love it. JJ was like, don't wait for me bot lane. Well, Mako's waiting, all right? Mako's been waiting. Jackie Love maybe needs to wait a little bit longer to step that far forward, so it needs a little bit worse for wear, but Mako and Jackie Love keeping the pressure up.
Okay, both summoners down from Jackie Love now. That's going to be a pressure point for EDG to potentially play around. So while JJ Hasn't worked his way towards bot lane just yet. He is now on the bottom side of the map, on the bottom scuttle crab spawn. JackeyLove is recalling early. Worth noting that neither JackeyLove or Mako went for the level 1 support item. They're doing it on first back. We have sometimes seen that just to secure the first 3-wave push from a bot lane, because the extra combat stats that the Doran's Blade or the Doran Shield will give you, and then you kind of make up for not getting the full value for the first wave of minions in regards to gold by picking it up later because you've now secured your early game.
All about checking in on those checkpoints as well, and seeing now as well another champion is 369 gonna have the angle here to do what Udyr does best right now in the patch and do some proxy farm.
He did this a number of times in the previous series versus BLG. It was very, very annoying inside. It's going to continue to be so. Now what this means is that JJ can never really mount an attack towards the top side of the map. It just gets really annoying when he's just going to pop a ghost, run away from you. It's not like he ever has to be kind of like present on a wave. He gets himself a plate very early on.
He's just getting Demolisher stacks like crazy.
That's what Nunu does, man. This champion gets infinite prio on top side. Now, if you start falling behind, yeah, things get a bit awkward because this is your game plan, right? You need to be obnoxious. You need to have the tank stats for people to not be able to run you down. So they just think that, heck, it's actually not worth approaching this guy. It takes too much time. Tian, another angle in towards mid lane. Fisher will have his Valkyrie blown probably again, but this is too far away for that just to be safe.
He's got the Winter Comes Lightning coming through. The knockup, there we go. And guess who gets it? It's going to be Cream. And on bot side, Mako got to kill him to leave.
They have First Blood as well. First Blood doesn't even happen in mid lane. It happens on to leave. Mako gets First Blood versus his bot lane replacement in the 2v2. Leave goes down as Mako claims First Blood against his old team.
I remember Leave's moves. I know. I'm in this guy's head. Look at that.
That's a clean tongue rush, actually. The slow leads into the knockup, leads into the root. Mako, that
Too
was
good,
sick.
brother.
That is a heck of a skill shot to land just beyond the minion.
That is too good, as Tian will also take the grubbies here and get all 3 of them.
And he will. Tian, very, very happy with how the last minute or 2 has gone. Cream ahead in this preferential matchup for the Akali. Bot lane is doing fine on its lonesome. They have the double support item now. They're still doing fine in farm. If you combine both the farms of the bot laners, before, of course, the support item came in for JackeyLove, they're ahead in CS, which is not something you expect from a center lane. They're doing more than fine. JJ needs to get something done, but he's been spotted on Vision. He's being tracked well.
I think it's just really cool because, yes, we usually see people go the safe route, don't give Senna any farm, but this is the first time that, like, early on we're seeing the double farm before that support item gets built, and it's kind of cool to see. Now, also with this angle, though, on the other side, what's cool to see is JJ come to say hi to Mako. He finally made it. He came to say hello. He kept his promise.
Well,
to his old
I
friend.
mean, it is the first time he's been in a lane. He's technically correct, which we know is the best kind of correct, but he sadly doesn't do anything with it.
But do you, okay, so I have a serious question here because you cannot just let 369 do this, right? Like, you eventually need to send something, or it's just going to get too far gone that you're not going to be able to send it.
So this is what we saw against BLG with Top Esports 2, where you can say you can't allow this, but what tools do you have to deal with this? You have losing push in top side, you're losing the push early in bot side, and then you lose the first blood there. Mid lane's being killed, you have no pressure on the map, and there are permanent wards on your side of the map. There is now a pink ward in your red side jungle, just outside of the red buff. JJ does not have any ability to skirt off the Vision and get himself into important places. He is well and truly locked down. This is a great early game control of the enemy jungler by Top Esports.
Exactly what you would expect from some of the best minds in the league as well. We wanted to see some step up and some setups for these guys after a tough fought loss in the first series of the split. And so far so good. Getting Cream that first blood, or at least that first kill for him, and getting Mako first blood starts them off very even. We do get the reset now back out on the map. There is a dragon available with some pressure down here from EDG and JJ.
Yeah, now, after the first few waves, JackeyLove and Mako haven't necessarily been pushing the wave as much, but they have been poking, getting themselves stacks on their support items. That's actually more important. You get more gold from damaging enemy champions than you do from killing the minions with the old Targon's passive. JackeyLove still getting himself some farm as well. Now, Arla's tried to proxy, but Tien's on the right side of the map to counter it.
I'm just saying, Mako still got the moves there. Tian gonna fight it to Hala. Hala's gonna go all out, try to get out of here. Does have the wind becomes lightning, has the distance covered.
Oh, here comes Cream.
Uh-oh, don't give Cream another kill. That's the name of the game. Both ghosts being popped, both guys running super fast.
You can see that 369 was hovering on the other side of the wall to try and track where Ala would drag Tian through the wall. So it ends up being Ghost flash down from Ala, but actually 369 blows his Ghost in response. So Ala actually not losing out a huge amount on that play in comparison.
And just like that, JJ is on a ward, will be spotted out. Tien's waiting for him in the wings, trying to take the skirmishing. We said the skirmishing from Xin Zhao is very strong. Both these guys having the tunneler and double longsword, so pretty even in the matchup right now.
Now, the thing is, JJ is walking into the lane which has priority. You can't really walk in like this with Kree. We'll see if he ends up getting the Krog. I think he will with Smite. It looks like he'll lose the red buff as he chooses to contest the Krogs instead.
Or does he?
Well, he doesn't have Smite. I'm not going to throw it to him.
Yeah, all right. Goes over to Tian.
Now, luckily, Mizal, these are two thinking people's junglers. They don't just follow the cue. The mind and the body.
Oh, Vampire
that's selling him,
following
yes.
his heart, though, and going straight for the neck of TES. They can't find it, though, and Jackie Love gets easily gobbled up by Mako.
That's a good ultimate there from Mako. Stops Jackalov from getting burst out. Maybe Vampire thought he could perma-CC Mako to the point where Jackalov could just get run down or completely one-shot before the Devour came through. Sadly, not going to be the case. And Vampire valiant effort does mean now that they're without ultimates to contest another Dragon. First one of the game, first one of the series, going to top esports on the bottom side of it.
There's a big CS differential on the bottom side of the map, too, by the way. And,
oh, you combine the both, yeah.
Yeah, whenever I was looking at the goal differential, I mean, it's almost a 3K lead under 10 minutes, and just like off of neutral objectives and stuff. And JJ overextends, gets the kick back on the Mako, but it doesn't matter because the Dawning Shadow has come back across, and the Vampire has been crucified. As now another one bites the dust, and JJ goes down to Jackie Love.
Staked in the heart by the person he replaced. Mako gets out alive, and honestly, JJ had a good angle onto Jackalov. It's after the Devour was down. Of course, the Time Catch Devour, it's an ultimate now. It's been a very long time since it's been a shorter cooldown regular ability. It's not up in time to save Jackalov. We were kicked back. Great reactions, saves the fight there. Now Top Esports have even more gold on the board. They have 3 grubs, they have early Dragon. Everything is going their way.
You see, though, actually Grubs being started up, I think, by EDG. So this is the start of it. JJ trying to find the angle.
But look at this flash time. If that doesn't happen, pixel perfect, he's CC'd in the duration of the animation of the Dragon's Rage kick. Tien comes in to clean up after that point. As soon as that kick fails, the fight is off. Great reactions from Jackie.
Not gonna lie, I just watched Vampire use the Shattering Strike as the shields came up. So that feels a little bad, but it's okay. EDG, they'll get the 3 grubs.
You got that one. You got that one. We'll give him that one. This is one of the powers of Rel, of course, roaming up to help with the grub taking, because you can't kill those shields which appear when you kill one of the others. Not the most useful in this case, but hey, we'll track that one for another game. Okay, let's see what's happening with this game state. Huge gold lead for this timestamp in the game.
God.
Top Esports. That is absolutely ridiculous. Jackalov is actually half farming on this center. It's not fasting or feasting. It's like intermittent fasting. I don't know whether he's on dieting, so we'll call it that.
It feels
He's got
scary. They're literally, it's everybody from Top Esports and then everybody from EDG. That's just not how that should work.
In regular CS, he's only about 20 CS behind the Aphelios, but then he has the support item, which is already starting to level up as well, which is adding even more gold value on him. Plus, because he's not farming all the time, he's still getting some souls as well. No, he's not getting like
It's just
maximum
crazy to me that
souls.
Both of them are above gold of everyone else on EDG. Like, one of them should not be, but it doesn't matter because they are going to take the outside tower up here and maybe try to take all his life. The wind becomes lightning, does do so, and not able to chase them down any further than that, but they'll take first turret blood there.
First turret, Tien could have maybe blown Flash to get a knock-up on Twilight, but I think he probably gets away all the same. 369 just being as obnoxious as possible as the last of the all-out just wears off from Ala. Top side of the map is absolutely unsalvageable from EDG. This was the worry about locking in this Cassante blind. They tried to use this Rel flex pick between jungle and support to greater value. It's not really ended up that well either. EDG it's looking quite difficult for them now. I don't really think they're going to be able to survive through to the item power spikes of Corki and Aphelios that potentially could turn this game around.
Double Sundered Skies completed for both junglers, Tian and JJ respectfully. We do have the Kraken Slayer now also completed for Leaves, so at least you have that to speak of. But it looked a little bit too little too late. We do have everyone, except for Ala, headed down bot.
Worth noting, Jackalope has 50 stacks as well. It's not a bad timing. JJ doesn't
JJ
have flash.
shows he
He's
wants
got Warthog.
violence. He goes in, but gets Crescent guarded back, locked up. JJ falls to Jackie Love. Vampire now gonna see the light as it dawns upon EDG. Top Esports win every single time.
I don't even think Lead and Fisher are safe here. Ala's on pretty high HP. Moonlight Vigil used to ward off a consequence of a dive at that point. At least they get out alive from that fight under that tower, but geez, this gold lead is not getting any smaller. This is a 7,000 gold lead just as plates fall. Now JJ doesn't have the flash, but he does have the ward hop, which allows them to kick Tien back into the waiting arm of his team, but it's not enough. He's too tanky. The Stunned Sky gives him too much return healing as well. They overestimate themselves. Top Esports very, very quick on the pounce back.
The fact that Tien waited to use the Audacious Charge on the Wind Becomes Lightning, actually insane right there. And just get the instant connect back half a screen away onto JJ. Now also continuing the bloodshed is Cream. You gave him his Akali and he's flexing on him.
That he is, and it really just feels like every single member of Top Esports is becoming a bit of a problem. They're getting towards that kind of critical mass where one person finding a good angle into the fight, regardless of who they are, is going to be a big issue. Even someone like Mako in the right position can be a game-changing factor. He can save the carries like he did with Jackie Love just outside of the EDG's bot lane turret. It's going to be a Herald going over to Tien through as well. EDG, this is getting to the point of miracle comeback territory.
You know, I think it's really cool of Riot to put in more ways to make sure it's not a perfect game. You know, the Grubbies count, all right? They took 3 of them. It's not a perfect game just yet.
Yeah.
No, they count. Riot puts them in there to make sure, all right? There's multiple objectives to take, so you don't have to be falling behind.
It feels really strange because obviously they're not the same value as something like a Herald. Fisher is once again extended in this game. And Tien without flash I don't think can really force out the flash, and indeed he doesn't. And now we're getting to an important point in the game where the Center Time Kench is starting to get stationed in mid lane. You are not going to be able to easily unroot this from mid lane, but the most important thing about this is now you've got to lane someone into this Akali. He already has the Proto Belt close towards the second item, has 6 stacks in the Darksteel as well. Cream is so ready to pop some heads.
He is, and he's just looking for the angle in every single time. The dragon does go down, stayed up for a good little while. EDG had some map movements to maybe play around it, but just couldn't find the angle. And second dragon of the game goes to Top Esports. Now, I wonder when we're going to get that Rift Herald spawned up by Tien.
What are they going to use it for? Use it to, of course, break down that mid lane. Yeah, I think it has to be that mid lane out of turret, but then I'm interested to see if they can actually chip it down just by themselves with 3 drop stacks, because in the center time Kench, you can see how confident Mako felt. You can just kind of walk up and tank a turret shot or 2, use the Grey Health for a 3rd one if he really wants to. Leaf doesn't have quite enough wave play yet. Again, like, they're going to be tanking this out. I don't even think you need the Herald if you really want to.
They do so much damage to the turret already. And that's gone. An outer tower falls. That's all the outer towers for EDG gone. Now Ala getting lumped down, actually. I don't know, though. 369 can get all outed. JJ is just around the corner. Can't hit the Sonic Wave, so won't be able to follow it up. And 369 zooming away. Put the hands behind the back and see what happens in bot lane. Tien gets the charge. A short little drive, but a lasting one as a tier 2 tower falls.
That is a very quick and easy bot lane in a turret. That's a lot of gold going to the 3-kill Akali. Use the ultimate to just poke out Fisher from being able to defend that turret. Doesn't get the kill, doesn't need to. Opens up the turret, and now suddenly you have bot lane turret gone, mid lane outer turret gone. How do you put any wards into your own jungle as EDG? This was already difficult. We're going to go see exactly what happens here. See, this is what happened with Cream just forcing Fisher out. It doesn't even matter that he doesn't fully kill Fisher. He's just looking for the chunk out so Fisher can't stay under turret. He gives them a free turret. It's the correct play.
You see moments like that really be the bread and butter, the Storm Surge as well as the Hextech. Really big. We'll see Tien actually just go straight into All right, when becomes lightning not, I guess, as they're just positioning, actually. I was going to say there's a really good angle. There she gets locked down. Dawning Shadow comes across, but a big Moonlight
Oh
Vigil
my god!
instantly changes the game for a second until Cream decides he gets to play it. And then he turns on to leave. He's gone, and easy does it for Top Esports. They do lose 2 members for 1, though.
It's taken a long time for EDG to get on the board, and honestly, given the state of this game, they will take any victory they can get. Vampire might have gone too far here now.
Oh, Cream, easy pickings, easy does it. 1 more, give him 2, give him 3, come on. He's the cream of the crop and the new mid laner of Top Esports, and he deserves the shout.
He's not 007, he's 700, and he definitely has a license to kill these EDG members walking into his jungle. 2 kills is a great start for EDG, but they got too bold after that point. They went too far, and this is exactly how it started. The big thing about this is Leave getting a massive clump after Vampire gets the engage. It's pretty good given the point in the game. They had no right finding this amount of damage at that timestamp. Even with that, the fight is somewhat even. That should tell you that you shouldn't be taking an even fight in the enemy jungle after this point. Sadly for Vampire, he's just kind of caught out behind enemy lines. I think, honestly, JJ had to leave him to die. You cannot go into this Akali like this. Ultimate or no, this was an overstep.
Yeah, that wombo combo is real good until you realize Cream is the only one that didn't get hit by it at all. He was just sitting there like, are you guys done yet? Oh, can I play now? Okay, let's go. And now 369 saying, I can run away from you all day long, while the rest of his team is coming up as a flank here. Tien leading the charge with that Audacious, and we'll see him actually use that Crescent Guard to make sure he can't get hit on the back.
Just about missing out on the knockup.
Oh, no,
and Cream's just going for it.
Get him, baby! Cream with the explosive plays!
Tick, tick, boom. Cream gets him with the Storm Surge. He is really feeling it. 3 games of Vizier. Okay, he's done his time on the mages. Get him back on the Assassins, baby. This is the Cream we all love to watch in 2023. Sadly for EDG fans, it is at the cost of great amounts of HP bar from their various members. Then again, it does feel like the last, I don't know, 7 minutes, 10 minutes have been a bit of a victory lap for the side of Top Esports. Where are we going to with this? Of course, we're going to go see this again in slow motion as we see Leave his seat once more and go into grand screen mode. Cancels the first ult with the E. It's pretty much point and click. Cool guys don't look at explosions.
Storm Surge makes it all too easy. Now he's got him picked up a book from the library, put 10 pages in, and can throw it into people's faces.
He's cashed in the library card of the Dark Seal, gets himself the Magi's, a veritable Death Note of League of Legends. Between that and the Storm Surge, they both actually have a lot of extra bonus move speed, especially once you get past 10 stacks, as that Magi's which gives it on that item. It means that if you're sat here as a carry on EDG, you can't disengage from this guy easily.
Yeah, you got package available now for Fisher. We'll see if they can utilize it, though, because this is an Infernal Dragon up and available for Top Esports. They'll just turn and take it, and the package unused from EDG.
You can't go into Top Esports without understanding where Cream is. He has his ultimate backup and available. Luckily, he didn't have his Protobelt just available. Just use it to actually look for something on JJ. This game isn't getting any easier for EDG all the same, though. Interested to see how Top Esports will close out this game. It's something which a couple of our LPL teams have struggled in the first week or so. Of course, you understand that getting used to the new map, new items, and lots of things, let's be honest. It can be harder to retrain your muscle memory to finally get that leg over the finish line. See if they can do it here easily.
Let's be real, though. It's pretty much like that meme of the like guy lifting up the other person to victory because they have like a 10,000 gold lead at 22 minutes in. So I don't know how much there's going to be left to say for EDG, but Allah has something to say against 369. Gets dodged out of, though, there. Won't be able to finish the deal he has done. Oh, my God. Jackie Love, he's not going to go down. He finally gets sniped in by Leaves Calibrum, but it was a trade for JJ, and that's not one you take.
Jungler down. I don't think that Top Esports can go towards Baron, though. Actually, no, they absolutely can't. Akali is one of the worst Baron-taking champions in the game. Actually, Top Esports as a whole basically can't take Baron very quickly unless you were to build up something like Leandries or something like that. Once you do it, to be honest, he'd much rather be on the other side of the map making a nuisance of himself, so EDG can't bring everyone to bear towards that objective. So, waiting for Jackie Love to come back out onto the map. He's almost got himself up to what I assume will be a rapid fire cannon. as the third item. EDG do have the bonus now where they can just collect a lot of waves at their base, but they're going to be slowly bleeding out a lot of the jungle farm, which is going to be in excess of gold going into the hands of 369 and the crews.
Oh, hey, we're watching this while it's also happening in the picture-in-picture.
Folks, it's just Udi versus K'Sante. They just try and dodge Q3
I promise
from K'Sante.
you,
That's
it's not
about
the
it.
same thing. Because JJ's here. Now you know it's real. 369 gonna get knocked back, get taken out of here possibly, as he's locked down in the corner, and a lot of gold going over to JJ. But that means the jungler was on the other side of the map, and the Baron has started.
Okay, so Fish is teleporting in, but this is exactly what 369 wanted to do, at least in the barest sense of it. Buy time. Now, can EDG come in time to contest? You don't have Lee Sin just here yet, but they're not staying on the objective.
It takes so long to do the Baron. It's come up so many times. Teams just feel like they can start and they get like halfway down. Like, guys, this is taking forever. And because of that mistake, they lose their outer tower.
Hey, they lose outer tower, they lose themselves a bit of farm in side lanes too, and they lose themselves the first kill of the game onto 369. I think that they probably should have just stuck on the objective. I don't think there was any chances of a steal. I think they maybe just mistimed where JJ could be after that bot lane play. That's a bit of an awkward moment. That would have really helped them seal the game cleanly.
And now we get a contested game where it's still a 10,000 gold lead for Top Esports, but EDG have some fight left in them here. And we have another dragon about 2 minutes. Cream going to try to be this nuisance in the side lane while Top Esports get some vision around the Baron buff.
Well, Top Esports already had a lot of the vision. It's refreshing a lot of it and making sure that EDG, in their last response to Top Esports starting the Baron, don't have so many easily accessible wards to tell when Top Esports try and pull them towards that objective. 369 back towards the bot lane, trying to be a nuisance yet again. This time EDG don't have the teleports though to respond to this. Maybe that was the thought process from Top Esports from the last Baron. Just get the teleport, make sure that they can't cleanly contest another time.
Not going to be the case this time though. We do actually get a little bit of reprieve here. Even with this big gold differential, it's still a Top Esports who's sputtered with the composition a little bit, though they'll go ahead and kick it up into gear.
Yeah, kicking the damage onto the Baron, trying to get as much as they can. If Cream gets an angle, this is game over. He's looking for it, he's biding his time, he's waiting.
369 going to be on the other side. There's a beautiful pincer maneuver being established right now from Top Esports. You can see it coming down from the sides right now.
I think Cream has been spotted by a bush just above him in the bush. We see it on the mini-map. He'll be spotted if he goes over trucks there. EDG doing their best to try and ward him out.
Jackie Love stepping forward. The Baron apparently is not the focus right now because Tien is outside of the pit, but they're going in now. Allah's the focus as Crescent Guard gets all out in here, and Cream, he's on the back here. He's by himself. He got the jerk and flip, and here he goes!
Oh!
Watch him turtle the enemy here as 2 go down, and Top Esports get to play with their food.
Executed perfectly. Cream gets himself another handful of kills. There are no assists for this man in the mid lane. 10, 0, and 0. What a way to start really making yourself comfortable in that mid lane seat for Top Esports.
Go for the head, you better not miss. As he definitely hasn't missed a single time, it feels like, and he was setting this up for a long time.
Okay, let's look at the amount of wards which they have to try and spot him out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have 5 wards to try and stop Cream getting a clean flank until eventually he says, okay, I'm going anyway. Tien goes over the wall to help him with it, and as soon as you're on the back foot, this is where the extra movement speed and the mobility of Akali's abilities and her items come to bear. Absolutely insane damage. Cream cannot be allowed a clean entry into a fight.
369 is just running at them menacingly. What do you do? He's finding the angle. Tien almost goes in there, trying to get a Crescent Guard angle there as well. Won't find it in Top Esports. Just hunting around now. 13,000 gold in the advantage.
So, back onto the map. EDG did stop Top Esports from getting Infernal Soul. That helps. I mean, it's another thing taken away. They don't lose anyone in the retreat to that. I think that's better than you can give them credit for this point in the game. I'm saying that for most of the game, actually. This game hasn't cleanly closed out so far. It's been hard for Top Esports to orchestrate something like a dive or a game-ending play. But with the Baron buff now in pocket, and at 1-3-1, that seems very hard for EDG to break open. This should be finally the breaking of the base.
And what a performance for Cream to have, right? I think that's the biggest thing out of all of this. Did just go and get onto Mako. I think he maybe saw his friends like, wait, he's on my team, right? Oh, wait, no, he's not.
The logic is you got to try and shut down one part of the 1-3-1. If you can get a kick in the mid lane, maybe it buys you an extra minute until that Baron buff.
There ain't even
off.
a minute
There's
left.
Vampire.
Oh, we got the big combo back, but Mako saves the day here. Jackie Love makes it out alive, and Cream has come to take what's his. As 2 more kills go down, find a third. Go get him. Oh, he got the shutdown from Leave. And now Top Esports trying to finish this one out. Easy closing touches to a banger game number 1 for Top Esports fans. A 1-0 victory for Mako so far over EDG.
What a statement from Top Esports over Edward Gaming. Cream only needed 1 life to get this game done. Uses his death well at the very end. Maybe oversteps a little bit too close towards that Corki towards the end of it, but that was not close from beginning to end. Excellent jungle tracking, excellent play through lanes, excellent team fights after that point. This team has come to play at this point. I'm very impressed by pretty much every member of Top Esports.
Yeah, I don't think there was a single member that backed down in the face of adversity. I will say it was nice to see EDG trying some things. I definitely don't feel the same apprehension or kind of nerves this time around. There were some bad positionings, but it's not big mistakes that are happening. So I want to see what can happen in a second game here for EDG, or if Top Esports takes home 2-0. We'll be right back. Surprise, surprise, we're back. It's crazy. We're here again. It's another game, another best of it, another night of the LPL. It's 2024 LPL Spring. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, and we are now a 1 TES victory away from a closing of the night, or if EDG can bounce back, potential 3-game series. Cream absolutely earns MVP for that game.
No surprise. I really questioned the Corki pick coming out of Fisher and EDG. It felt like a South counter pick. I don't think it mattered what he was picking this game, though. Cream was completely locked in. This dude had his sights set on the entire team of EDG, and he cut them down time and time again. It was a great comprehensive game by Top Esports. I think that Cream was a great individual performer, but make no mistake, they all flourished because of each other's early game pressure and their warding away of JJ.
No, that Mako guy, he's pretty good.
He had a good game as well. Yeah.
We did have some really good moments from pretty much every member of Top Esports. This is pretty deep into the game, and they already had a huge lead, but a great combo with the Storm Surge.
Man, this dude just has such a good understanding of his kill threat, and there were a couple of odd kills here and there from EDG.
My god!
JackeyLove was absolutely on JJ's level. He was just in his head. It felt like there were a number of times that game where JackeyLove got the better of him mentally around the kick warfare, and Cream on the other side was given. This is what we're seeing about Akali. If your team can give Akali space, Akali flourishes. That is exactly what happened here. Cream has taken 0 damage before he gets to go in and absolutely remove 2 players from existence. He's hitting them so hard you forget the memory of them as well. They're just deleted.
They are indeed, and it was a great game from Cream on his Akali, something I'm sure will be looked at in the future for many teams, but it's something we've known well of this guy all the way to his days on OMG, which were not that long ago, and being able to pop off on it on the first game in this series definitely makes a mark.
Gosh, that was just such a highlight reel of such a montage play. You stitch that all together, you put it up on YouTube, and you get that watch for millions, but gotta solve this entire series first. Can they seal it out, or will EDG mount themselves a rallying cry? Akali banned away in the first bans by EDG.
Shocker. EDG will be on the blue side, though, this time around. They do also ban the Renata and the Ashe. We also have Top Esports on their red side, which is their color as well. The Jax and the Azir ban will be there. So, again, some flexibility in the mid lane going to be needed for this one.
Okay, so what are our first picks looking like? We have Milio available right now. That's been very powerful. I think that bot lane pressure is going to be very, very important. So I think maybe you step away from something like the Rels that we've seen elsewhere, despite the fact that some of our other bot lane picks have been played. Something like a Lucian would make a lot of sense to me. You want to deny the Lucian Milio if all possible. Plus, you can get an early game advantage versus a Milio or Aphelios, as we saw earlier in the day as well. I think this is probably the right play. The question is, are you going to lock in the Nami on 3 or 2? Do you want to hide something, or do you want to get yourself something like a priority Shin's outfit?
I feel like you just have to take the Nami here, right? It at least gives you a little bit of flexibility with play around.
It depends if you want to deny something. That's the thing, right? If there's a power pick you want right now, like the Shin's out, you can lock that in, be done with it. It depends if you've seen something already. But the Nami on 2 just gives you a bit. It gives you, you know, it's going to be locked in on 2 or 3. You can't ban it away at that point. So it's whether you want to just see if there's another potential curveball coming in from EDG. They choose to play it safe. The Orianna's locked in. Now, do you lock in? Well, do you trust in Cream's champion? Full safe. He will have something ready for this week in Soka come to bans. Or do you lock in something a little bit more priority? 369 has typically not been a big Rumble player. He played it once, of course, at the World Championships versus T1. It didn't look great there. Has he been practicing in the off-season? Has he got up to a better standard? They're hovering it, they're considering it for a while longer. I still wonder if it's worth going for a jungler. No, they're locking in the Rumble instead.
So, the first 3 for Top Esports locked in, but I'm still just interested in our picks for bot lane are just Lucian, Nami, Milio, and Aphelios. Those are the highest priority right now, it feels like, especially today.
The reason that we're seeing them is because the Ashe and the Renata are banned out. When you have the Renata, you can play some more stuff. Of course, Varus is in the equation too, but the name of the game is about early pushing bot lanes. You need to get that early push, get the control of the lane. I think sometimes you've got mid-tier table teams and bot-tier table teams as well, which can't execute them on as well. Maybe you fall back to something more like a Nautilus or a Rel, which has more mid-game power, because you can't play through the early game as precisely as those champions dictate what needs to happen. But when you've got bot lanes, the level of lead, of course Vampire coming in, who's actually been playing pretty well at their choice moments, and of course JackeyLove and Mako, you want to be playing these early leg up lane champions.
Yeah. For sure. And we've been seeing the reliance on that here too. With second phase bans, we get the Nocturne, the K'Sante by top. We also get the J4 and the Yone by EDG. First pick in the second phase for Top Esports is just Maokai for Tian.
Okay, so now you look at this Maokai ult and what it can be comboed up with. Funnily enough, this wouldn't be too dissimilar to an OMG style composition from last year. Throw the Maokai ult forwards and you have a lot of like long-range ultimates being compiled on top of it, like the culling and of course the equal too. So Tian, he'll have to link up with his team well in that regard. The Udyr is okay at pushing into the Rumble. You can start to lose impact against it later. It's much better than something like the K'Sante in the laning phase, which funnily enough Top Esports found out themselves. I'm surprised they found that out instead of the Udyr, which can actually contest push early. This is the Xin Zhao, which of course worked out really well for Tian in the first game. I'm somewhat surprised that this wasn't locked in earlier for Top Esports. Now EDG gets to pick it up for Udyr.
I am curious though. I think it's all fine and dandy, but I feel like Maokai actually has some good answers into it. We also get the Tristana locked in for Cream, so double ADC composition online for Top Esports.
There is so much pressure now on Tian to find the right engages. Of course, Meiko can help with that too with the Nami tidal waves, but you need to make sure that they can lock people in place long enough that the double AD carries and the burst and the DOT can come through to lock someone out. The problem is the Maokai ult is going to get blocked up by someone like Udyr going unstoppable, the Xin Zhao ultimate, and then of course the Breath of Life from the Milio as well. So when it comes to team fights, I think Top Esports will actually have a harder time of using that Maokai than maybe other compositions will.
And now for the other side of things for EDG, where you feel a little bit more confident, I would say, in their picks this time around, but especially it comes down to execution. I like the Orianna for Fisher, something of comfort for him, but comboing very well with JJ on the Xin Zhao.
Definitely a better leg up to actually play in the early game this time. Udyr pretty much always pushes against Rumble. The Orianna can, of course, get jumped on at level 2 by the Tristana, but there are some times the Orianna can kind of get the ball beyond the wave and punish the Tristana's early game low range. This should be an easier early game for EDG to not get locked out so early.
Game 1 was a little bit rough for EDG, but now they're warmed up, ready to go, back in the chairs and back in the driver's seat. We'll see if they can wield this team composition, especially with JJ at the helm of a very, very heavily needed Xin Zhao against the Top Esports, who looked oh so clean in that first game. There were a couple hiccups as the game went on. The lead was oh so big though. It was almost impossible. So EDG fans rise up, hoping for a 3-game series. Top Esports looking to slam home an early night. As the skybox roars, we hit the rift for game number 2.
No gyos over the stadium. This time it's all business. JackeyLove, I don't know if you want to walk up there, buddy. I have to blow splash early.
That is 100% a flash, and that is something absolutely to return on. I think JJ will be visiting bot lane a little bit more.
Flash and the heal. Okay, so bot lane was a bit awkward for EDG last game. Meiko gave a bit of a shellacking to his old bot partner of Leaf from last spring and his old organization in general. Gosh, he had something like a 1-0 and 11 scoreline by the end of the game, with the first blood involved with that too. But having 2 summoners blown, as we're going to go see on this replay, is not the best leg up. Remember that they picked this Lucian Nami to contest the assumed Milio Aphelios in the early laning phase. That really doesn't help. Getting stacked as 4 men, don't get me wrong, it's pretty hard to overcome that, but it's good prep from EDG to make sure that they do likely that they're going to walk up the test. But still, shame to see them lose both sides.
And this bot lane, very indicative of how the game is going to go, especially with the early pressure. We'll see Lead and Vampire take that forward foot this time around, where JackeyLove and Meiko actually had a ton of pressure on the Senatom Kenshin.
One thing to note about this lane as well, Aphelios very rarely goes for the support item because he's unlikely to kind of use the sheen effect of the Bloodsong as much. It's not an item which really fits into his damage profile quite as much compared to something of course like the Lucian, which we've seen it most on. Right, so this is something that we need to be tracking across the game now, because we have bot lane with push, talked about that and the implications of level 1. Top lane we talked about having push. At least Cream gets to push in the mid lane and gives something for Tian to work around. The Maokai is not necessarily going to be doing anything that aggressive, but if you can get wards, or in this case saplings, onto JJ, hopefully these early losing lanes can start to stabilize and maybe play around the level 4 to 6 mark, as opposed to the first few levels of the game where it's quite difficult.
Now, Cream was a key unlocking point last game for Top Esports. I expect that to also be the case here on Tristana. Do we expect early and often ganks, or at least hovering from Tian too?
Really depends on the openings. If you get good information on where JJ is, you can go for things, but you can never really act without knowing by implication or actually directly seeing on an award where this Xin Zhao is. He's too powerful in the early game to let him go off the radar.
And that skirmishing is so strong early as we Xin Zhao. I think JJ wanting to utilize that as this composition comes to a head too. I think you can start thinking a little bit more about these objectives, and especially Top Esports trying to maybe get one of the grubs while there's a lot of prevalent presence down here from EDG. Both junglers though will be on the same side of the map this time around. 369 going into Ala.
Interesting thing here. 369 has not gone for Ignite or Flash. He's gone for Ghost on the Rumble. Maybe trying to look to see if he can keep the Flame Spitter on the Udyr for as long as possible. I don't really know the intricacies of the Rumble with the Ghost into the Udyr. If you want the laning phase, typically it has been the Ignite, and you can use the move speed of your shield to get away. But given that Udyr has so much move speed in his kit, I can understand the logic of this as long as you can use it to actually force the damage to land on this guy.
But now let's expand on that. There's always a conversation of Flash on D or F. You know, Ghost on D or F. Which one? Doesn't make any sense because it doesn't start with the button.
In the recent patch notes, I think 14.2, you know, the patch notes confirm that, you know, when you press the F key for Flash. So, you know, there's someone there at the right office who's keeping in tune with those F flashes.
Subtly.
But Tian is here on top side as well. Let's see how much they can do with juggling aggro with the Valkyrie.
All right. Is he going to be cooked alive? It looks like so. First blood straight into 369's beautiful pockets.
So, Tian actually didn't juggle the aggro. He went just for the straight W, made sure there was no chance that Alec could get some early turnaround damage. Cannon is going to be lost to the turret, but not too much else, so it's okay. You get the kill onto the Rumble as well, importantly so. We talked about how Udyr is kind of annoying into the Rumble in regards to just getting instant wave clear and just being very hard to keep damage sticking to him as well. Let's see how much 369 can do with an early kill on his head.
We do have both objectives spawning, at least on the map, and with that early advantage, maybe that means that Top Esports can put a little bit more contest up this top side. It looks like Tian is heading that way as well. Meanwhile, Vampire and Lee play pretty aggressive against Jackie Love down here, knowing they can't step up with that ranged advantage at least.
Okay, so yeah, this bot lane's going pretty well, and we can see that Jackie Love also hasn't been able to get a recall yet. So if he does get a recall for a support item, it's going to be pretty late. I'd imagine it's still valuable anyway, and it's probably not going to be as late an evolution and a completion of the quest as poor Doggo had in one of his games earlier. What is it, about 23 minutes or something like that.
Why you gotta do that, man?
Because it's a point of reference. It's really important to know when Lucian hits his item spikes. He's going to have his back stopped again, actually. You can see that on the minimap. That's really important. Now JJ gets to come down towards bot side. These recalls have been stopped for a long time. What's the response? They're 3v2 under turret.
There's not much they can do. They're going to get the engage here. TP's now coming in. Jackie Love. Flash out. Nicely done. JJ now getting cooked. Equalizer down. And a couple harpoon shots. And 369's about to pick up another one. He's letting the angle go for Cream. Now Vampire going to get the reset on him here. Cream wants it. And Cream gets it with the buster shot. Just like that. Top Esports up 3-0.
Well, there's your response. If you don't get the dive done quick enough, double teleport, or at least a teleport and a run, come down to change things. Fisher caught out of his own net as well. He did not get the memo.
369 is just cooking him, man. I love it because we started this by saying that 369 not the biggest Rumble player. Well, he's 3-0 now. He's been all over the map.
Yeah, what happened to 369? Can't play Rumble. Had, what, one game of it last year, which ended in defeat. Comes back in this game and is absolutely toasting EDG. This dive initially looks really good because they've managed to stop this Lucian Nami from recalling, getting extra combat stats. This is the timing to make the dive, if any. But even then, they can't make it happen in time. 369 has the Ghost on the Rumble. Cream has the early push in mid lane as well to get Vampire out of his way. Important to note, actually, just before this, Cream stopped Fisher from getting the recall on the time that he wanted by threatening a soft freeze. Maybe that meant that Fisher wasn't in a position to contest that bot lane play as well. Lots of small factors leading into this dive, which then works out in Top Esports' favor.
The dominoes start falling, and unfortunately, it's EDG that have to pay the price. Again, a matchup that while it might not mean as much as it does to the organizations, to every single player, Mako was a piece of EDG for a long time, and it feels really good to get any victory over him. But right now, Top Esports looking for a very quick 2-0.
It's going to be pretty hard to get back against this kind of early lead. The composition which you had would have really liked to play around these early pressure lanes and allowing JJ to get into the enemy jungle and start hampering Top Esports' ability to get towards big items. Tristana isn't really a champion unless she's ahead of the game. Lucian is another champion that loves to have a lead. And now you have this Rumble who's just at an absolutely absurd amount of gold, considering that the Udyr is meant to be one of the best champions in the game, is stopping this guy from getting much value. As I say that, he might have died for
Get a shutdown though, that's pretty nice. This 369 is gonna fight back on a JJ, not gonna get him, and the shutdown goes to Ala. So a decent amount, 600 gold in the pocket.
Yep, he died for a ward, folks. Want that to be on the record. Vision player.
Man, we were setting up so good for it.
And he was 3-0. He's like, wow, this guy's incredible. And he had a heck of a lot of damage. Almost turned it around in a 1v2 onto JJ. Not able to do so. Tien not in position either. That is a bit of a breath of life. It's like just really well for Ala to get at least some gold onto his champion, get her demolished, potentially start to claw back a lead in the side.
Good. About to get a third plate up here too. This is the power of the Udyr. Does need to be careful about the response from 369, but a really evening a goal. Literally, they are point blank even to each other now. We have a flash play on mid. Shockwave coming through. Cream, he's tanking the turret there. Does flash out in time, and Tien gets the kill.
Fisher, once again, just kind of caught out between things. When you're making plays on side lanes, it's often mid lane which needs to be aware of where people can go after that player's completed. Because JJ kind of leaves that top side and doesn't hover mid, Tien chooses to go mid lane instead, gets the kill there alongside Cream. And this Tristana, who we said kind of struggles unless they get ahead in the game, is now very much ahead of this Orianna. Ahead in farm, got a kill and an assist.
I do want to see now the priority put around the Dragon, though, if there is going to be some prevalence of pressure around there, because we have Top Esports resetting that way, and they do have a couple item components at least completed for Jackie Love, too. Speaking of, though, they will be the only ones with presence around this bottom side of the map.
And particularly with Fisher dying multiple times in this mid lane now, it's harder to walk into the river through mid lane, which is one of the best ways to get towards an objective. Part of the reason that getting caught, I feel like Fisher, maybe this is some of the rookie tendencies being exposed a little bit against such veterancy as Tien, and of course Cream, who's even got tenure on him as one of the mid laners. He's of course not been around some of our real old hats in the LPL.
Especially in this game.
Yeah,
I mean, it's still nuts.
Cream actually has been around for a while. It's not like he's like completely fresh. It's just that we have like so many players that have been around for absolutely forever. We kind of have to mention it.
Yeah, you definitely do. We actually see a trade coming down here right now, Nightmare, though, as I think it's actually pretty worth trade to get these rubbies.
To an extent, I think it's good to deny them away from Top Esports from getting the 5 to 6. That would have been really annoying for someone like Tristana if he ever got to hit turrets at that point. It's a one-way kill. But however, getting the early dragons is something which Top Esports would be very happy with in their own right. It's not the earliest first dragon, of course, 10 minutes on the board, but you know, that's something which can potentially stack up later and get them great value around souls.
The scary part is, though, EDG have not found an advantage or a lead necessarily yet against a double marksman composition that gets just stronger as the time goes on. We do have the Sundered Sky, though, completed for JJ with some threat of disturbance.
Well, I wanted to go back to that double marksman comp thing, because the team that played double marksman last year was EDG around regionals and into summer playoffs and then into regionals as well. This was the team that was playing. Now, it's a very different roster, but you know, this is a team which has a backbone of it, which is very aware of the danger of this composition when it gets ahead in a game. Of course, they were playing it a lot with stuff like the Ivern in the jungle. This time it's going to be the Maokai on the other side, which is less enchants and more bulky frontline and initiator for his team. But Top Esports bringing it out against EDG and really starting to get some gold in the right places. The gold lead itself isn't unmanageable right now, particularly I think because Ala's got a lot of value towards topside plates and then of course the shutdown onto 369, but it's still a worry when this Lucian and this Tristana are getting to the point where they can start running into a lane and really threatening.
Let's be real, it's better than last game at least. Not like 5-6K down at 10 minutes in the game, not bad. I mean, I think it was like 2 or 3 actually.
Oh no, it was, well, when you got to like 14 minutes, it was 7,000. Absolutely insane.
It was after that really big fight. So they're in a better position. The car isn't falling apart just yet.
Yes, but like it's barely running. It definitely needs an MOT. It needs to have a bit of a checkup. This car is on its last wheels. Oh, is that just a British thing?
Is that a British thing?
Yeah, I think that's like a checkup, a thing which says this is safe to drive.
Good job. Not a mott. I don't know.
Thanks. So you had your ice cream cake. I had MOT. It's not really the same. I feel like one of these is not equal to. I would still much prefer the ice cream rather than the MOT.
Depends though. What if your vehicle really needs it? Then
That's true.
Well,
that's true. That's true.
But
I guess if I wanted
you
to
could
drive
never
safely,
pass up like ice cream cake. But you've never had it, so how do you know if it's any good?
That's a very good point. I do have a sweet tooth. I'll
me
check
over
it out
here.
at some point. Check it out.
Can you even get
promise
ice cream cakes in wherever you are? Berlin.
Tell you what I can get. I can get good League of Legends if I watch the LPL. I can do that. That I can promise you.
True. I subscribe to that one. We've seen some good ones tonight. Although this series definitely feeling a little bit different than our chaotic last series that we had. It is now EDG trying to set up around the bottom side of the map with maybe some mid plates going back over the way of Cream.
I mean, the thing is with the Orianna is that you can never really stand alongside your minions and auto-attack the tower because the shockwave potentially clears all of the minions and then gets you into tower aggro as well. So it's not easy for Cream to hit the tower in this mid lane matchup. It means that Topias will actually probably quite want the Herald to break this open and then move out into side lanes. This is actually quite a long time early game laning phase. We haven't seen anyone move the lanes around. We haven't seen bot lane switch through to mid just yet. That'll probably happen in the next couple of minutes. But you can see that Tristana, despite the fact that they have first item completion, they've had some resources put into them, can't hit that tower easily. So instead they're looking into the enemy jungle to make a play instead.
And we see that skirmishing kicking off now. JJ under threat here. We'll have Victor moving his way. Shouldn't be anything else that comes of it unless Tian wants to get a little spicy. Let's go with the Rift Herald on the other side of the map, though, Nymera. And not about a minute and 10 till Dragon spawns. I would expect maybe some adaptation of pressure up that way. But maybe even not. Maybe just go focus on the Dragon for top esports.
Well, they could go for the Dragon. I just feel like getting this Herald to break up in mid-turret is really high value. You see that Felix is now finally making the rotation into mid lane. This is something that we said would potentially come through in terms of lane assignment. With the culling used from Dracula to just chunk out Fisher, it makes it seem like there is not going to be an immediate contest. Because that culling at this point in the game is actually very important for what I expect.
You can just pepper in so much damage there when it's least expected, I feel like, as well. But it looks like we're having a Avengers Assemble moment towards this Rift Herald. We do get some items spiked up right beforehand. Looks like everybody's going to be coming to the fight with at least a gun, but TES a little bit behind the play. Will not be able to make the play on it.
Yeah, maybe they were just worried about Ala just being able to push in top lane for free right now. He has himself motivated in the Mechanic Rookham, so it's not easy for 369 to win hard trades against him. This does, however, allow Cream with the 3 Void Grubs, and then, of course, the bomb on tower to take down first tower of the game in bot side.
All right, JJ's got to be the driver here, right, of EDG. He's the adult in the situation.
He's the responsible adult. He's the one you go to if you trust things.
Ooh,
Ala,
a little spicy 1v1.
Wow.
Ala able to get some decent damage back, but this is exactly why he wanted the ghost. This is what you pointed out earlier. 369's got the angle. 369's cooking him alive, and he runs him down. You pay.
super speed, super Galaxy Rumble. 369 pops the ghost and turns Ala into a Spectre. That is why you picked that summoner spell. You're absolutely right. That's going to be very important. That means that Ala's not around to frustrate the top side of the map. Dragon has just spawned. Ala does have teleport, but he's not alive in time to contest this. 369 buys a Dragon on the bot side of the map for his team.
Really, really awesome use of the summoner spell, knowing that these situations happen all the time against an Udyr.
And you know, Ala probably does just disrespect him by taking both Electro Harpoons under tower and staying in range, but still, I think he just disrespects what's happened with the summoner spells. Ala, of course, one of our better individual top laners, has had a pretty rough start to the league so far. Had an awkward time versus Breathe, and sorry, not Breathe, against gosh, yes, sorry, it was against Breathe the first part of it, and then of course now against 369, he's had a bit of a torrid time.
Yeah, it's not always going so easy, and that was something we wanted to see coming into tonight. If Ala could show up like we know him to do when pivotal moments come around, but unable to do so just yet. And 369 seems to have his number 2 games in a row. First on the Udyr, now on the Rumble with the tech of the
also,
Ghost.
At this point now, once you reach level 12 and particularly level 13, you max out your Electro Harpoons for the Rumble. Now, you've built up a lot of magic resist. One of the big changes that happened partway through last year to Rumble is that the Electro Harpoons give a lot of percent magic resist. Over here, it gives even more. He's going to be alone on the bot side of the map now, and he might get shut down. But let's see if he can do some turnaround damage.
Let's have that third hit. Does also have the wind becomes lightning to close the distance. Can't get the damage just yet. There's the shockwave to make sure it happens. Meanwhile, Cream getting a topside tower. TP coming out from Ala.
Yeah, the defensive teleport from Ala is needed to stop Cream from just wrecking another turret down. 369, no ability to escape that play on the bot side of the map. Ala doesn't exactly have much armor to deal with Cream on the top side. They are actually going to be trading fairly evenly with this, despite the fact that Cream gets the tower first on top side. It's a kill and a tower going the other way.
Really nicely done, and they can actually keep pressing up here because there's no response coming out just yet from Top Esports on the bottom side of the map. Doesn't actually get the top side tier 2, but outer tower will fall to JackeyLove and Mako.
Really like what Tien's doing here. This is a very common thing you do as Maokai. You're just going to stand by the turret, which is the next focus, and just threaten to throw your ult under that turret, especially when you have something like the 1 to 2 item Spike Lucian with Culling ready as well. If someone's rooted up by the Maokai ult, things go south very, very quickly. Like
they
this.
cut out JJ. Alright, Mako must have just been in his head. He's like, JackeyLove, come here. I got a free kill. I know he's here.
Gosh, that is the damage of this Lucian when it hits its power spikes. Has the Blood Song already, has almost up to 2 items outside of the support item too. If someone is stunned in front of this Lucian, they are hitting the gray screen very, very quickly.
And it happened right there. I'm sure we'll get a replay of it. I hope we do. And here it goes.
Okay, so what's he seen? Yes, he was seen on a control ward. Okay, so that one's pretty easy. Walks over vision. Tries to stick around for the Scuttle Crab. That is probably a mistake too much. Yeah, gonna have the movement speed afterwards too from the Nami's abilities onto Lucian.
Oh,
just has no crescent guard to play around as well.
Is Mako sending him a message after that one? Is he gonna send him one
really
after this?
say?
Like, I'm really sorry. I
mean, JJ said see you in bot lane. He says see you in jungle.
Oh, goodness. Got to feel good for Mako against his previous organization. Here's that Nature's Grasp under tower you're talking about with the equalizer combo. Fret the life, but Leave is on the wrong side of town here, and there ain't no breath left to give. Vampire just has to stand there as the light is starting to come back again.
I wonder whether Leave should have just stepped backwards and used the Breath of Life to try and get towards his inhibitor turret. He tries to step forward out of the Maokai ult. Doesn't really work out for him. And suddenly, in the last minute or two, despite EDG starting this phase of play with a kill onto 369 and a tower, it's Top Esports that have really crushed the base. Baron hasn't been taken, but yet they've broken open part of the inner turret circuit of EDG's base.
There's another dragon in about a minute as well, and Cream has just been farming up a storm in the side lane now as well. I'm sure next back is going to be a big purchase for him as well, get a second item there. But he is going to keep pressing up until this dragon spawns, where I'm sure TES are going to call the banners and get down there.
Sure they will. The item breakpoints are really hard to contest now, particularly with the rapid fire cannon carried on from JackeyLove. Once he dashes forward, especially with Nami buffs, the extended range onto the Bloodsong autos and everything else attached onto that. There's no one really on EDG that can tank that. Even someone like Udyr is going to get chunked out very, very heavily. Top Esports, they're already winning in terms of the map play and the fights that they're taking. They've just reached maybe the peak of their power at 2 items.
Peak of power. See if it does actually maybe take a lasting stance in here, because Dragon Fight is coming up and JackeyLove has already used the culling.
Has at least Vampire's there to give JJ a little bit more vitality, a bit more healing and shielding. EDG trying to brute force priority into the mid lane and get towards this dragon. However, 369 is here, has the ultimate available again, and there's Maokai.
Really good angle. The equalizer on top of the tidal wave, all the wombos, all the combos, and it's EDG starting to get picked apart. Ala gets pushed back by the Buster Shot. Cream is gone. That's actually really big for EDG, but Leaf gets engaged on Tien, pops it back, and JackeyLove is going with 2 kills already. Looking for even more, but it's a nice little Ultra Mega Fire kick from EDG. We'll see if Fisher can actually find the angle, though. I don't think he's getting out of this one alive, as he's getting cooked by 369. And JackeyLove gets his 3rd kill of the fight.
You can keep your Super Mega Fire Kick. Here's the Super Galactic Face Melter. 369 once again coming in clutch. Fantastic ultimate, especially when it was layered on top of the Maokai and the Nami ultimates. Top Esports, they're going to get themselves a lot of gold off of this. They get themselves another dragon. EDG, they are struggling to find a way to deal with the huge amounts of long-range damage coming out from 369's big ultimates, and the rest of the team pinning them into it. Look at this. You use that Crescent Guard to try and buy yourself some time, but the rest of the team has to be in absolute free-fire retreat. Now, Cream does jump on top of the turret and jumps on top of a Shockwave. That's probably not the best, but it doesn't matter. The damage is already done.
The fact is that, yeah, they were already moving forward anyways. Cream gladly gives his life there, wanting to try to find more kills, but in the end, it's EDG just running away from Top Esports, who had the play early on in their eyes. And 369, you said it earlier, he's making toast out of EDG right now.
And we'll see if they fall button side up or down, whether it's a lucky or bad day. Either way, it's falling from the plate, it feels right now. First game was still much less close than this. I guess EDG have had a better sign of the early game from that. The Top Esports, their team fighting is looking pretty good. And this is now going to be the problem of some teams, where we see them play against BLG, who look really good right now. And now we have to decide whether they're actually good or whether they are a struggling team. Top Esports, they're looking really good today.
That was a little bit scary for JJ. We'll have to pop that Crescent Guard down, but the top lane tier 2 is in the eyes of TES now.
369 hiding in the brush. I don't know whether anyone...
Oh, here it comes again.
Malkail, yet again.
Equalizer, there it goes. The combo. Breath of Life used yet again. Just get out of that combo, but the tier 2's already gone.
But look at what they did at the end of that combo as well, because it was the... Of course, you have the Malkail. The cleanse comes through, but Mako's trying to time this. The cleanse is out, and then the bubble comes in after, so the cleanse is nullified. That's actually really clever for Top Esports. I like that combo. And now with the double AD carries and Leandri's burning on Baron, this will absolutely melt. Mako looking to ult to buy some time.
Ala has TP, he's going to get in, try to get with the team, but the Baron's already gone. Top Esports trying to make a great escape now, and they'll do just that. Easily done. Picked up the Baron, and now on the retreat.
Easy as you like. They're going to get themselves the mid lane outer turret in response. I think if Top Esports teleport defenders, they would probably die. This tower will be gone before they even complete it. So EDG, a minor victory, but it is very much a Pyrrhic one at that. They've lost themselves the Baron. They have probably one last fight in them before the base is broken and the siege becomes a chokehold.
And you see there, 38% damage done of the team by 369. He's definitely rolling some nines now in the dice.
It showed Jackulov at 27%.
Yeah.
Why do they have to do it like that, man?
Hey, I mean, 27% is respectable. That's a lot of damage.
369 looking to the bot side of the map. Look at me. I'm the carry now.
This is what it was all building up
this
towards.
This is fun, right? Because 369 for the longest time has been on tank duty. He has been buying space for his carries instead of being the one who's actually carrying. Now back at the start of his career, and as his glory is on Top Esports as well for that organization, he was a huge carry. It's nice to see him heading back towards that kind of archetype to show he still has the ability to play that competitively. We always knew he could, but can he do it now in this fight? He has to teleport in.
JackieLove getting in there now. JJ getting burned down, goes right back in. JackieLove's the one that gets taken out. But Big Papa 369 has come to the party, and he's not holding anything back. He does get the one over there. Ala getting taken down by Cream, and this is the problem with the double marksman composition. There's always a snake ready to bite.
3 for 1. JackieLove goes down after JJ and Fisher combo up to him, but they are now everyone who is capable of defending this turret and performing a little bit of a front line has hit the ground. Top Esports will break open the base. This is a very bad Tristana. They won't have problems hitting turrets. Top Esports, this is probably the game-breaking play for them.
It's feeling like it. They will lose their bottom side inhib and mid inhib here easily because Cream on this Tristana just burns down the base structures. And that will be now potentially a third one if Cream wants to go up here. It's a little dicey though. See, Rocket jumps his way away.
He sees leave with the Gravitum and says, yeah, I'd rather not get rooted up into the enemy team. I don't care if we're super fed. That's still enemy members on the other side of the rip. Out at the start, JackieLove running up to Ala, not quite realizing that I think the reinforcements were that close by. Even then, it's a pretty good fight. I think that if 369 is here a second or two earlier, maybe this fight goes a little bit cleaner and JackieLove lives because the Shockwave maybe is out of range and he can force them back. Either way, he turns up and does an absolute boatload of damage. I really like how Top Esports have comboed up with the Maokai on the Rumble. It's been very, very good at hitting people into the right place at the right time. You have to time those abilities quite well. And now Top Esports with the last of their Baron buff, just running out, will look to contest this mid lane, potentially get themselves an Ocean Soul and end this game.
It's one thing to pick a combo, it's the other thing to execute it. We've seen it executed time and time again so far from Top Esports, and we're probably about to see it yet again. Nature's Grass comes out, Equalizer on top, Breath of Life goes through, but it was actually JJ that got it. Moonlight Vigil goes wide, JJ gives his life to Top Esports. I think they gladly give one dragon over to take multiple lives of EDG. As he's popped the ghost, he's doing it again. It's the flame and burn tactic by 369.
Cream just jumps on the bot lane off screen and
GG.
absolutely murders them. Cream doing his own stunts as the rest of his team keep the fleeing members of EDG busy.
Cream making sure that Mako gets good old revenge against his old org, and at least making a statement here for Top Esports to get themselves into a 1-1 series scoreline. Insult to injury, Fisher falls one more time, and Cream puts the finishing touches as Top Esports go up 2-0 in this series and go up 1-1 in their season.
I think rumors of Top Esports' demise were greatly exaggerated. I know a lot of people had questions about their series versus BLG. Oh, their macro wasn't looking very good. The way they executed on team fights could have been a lot better. What about their early game in a couple of those games? This team today looks really, really good. I think on the other side, EDG, they have a lot of problems they need to address. I think that some of the awareness of Fisher is lacking in the early game. Got caught out far too many times in mid lane from Tien finding angles into his lane. Felt a bit cheap to give over that kind of angle, but still, I don't think it's easy to benchmark this team against Top Esports either, in the same way that it was hard to benchmark Top Esports against BLG. This is, in Top Esports, probably one of our top 2, 3, 4 teams. They're definitely upper echelon.
Well, if you're not used to seeing Mako in that red and white, if you're not used to seeing him under the Top Esports banner, you better get used to it. He's looking on form, and Top Esports look like they got their head in the game here for this second series of their week. But what a victory it was, 2-0, stomp fashion. First one a lot further away than the second one. Second one, actually, we had some decent fighting back in for EDG, and we'll focus on EDG for a second because it is a very new roster. We were talking about the veterancy for Ala and Didier, but we really saw a growth, at least in terms of preparedness, for Fisher, Leave, and Vampire, and that was nice, even in the loss.
I think that Leave has actually been quietly performing quite well, given the situation of his team. Now, we had high expectations of him because of what he showed this time last year in spring 2023's EDG roster. I'm excited to see exactly how much he can be facilitated for in the future. I do need to see a bit more tempering from Fisher, though. This guy's had some okay games in their first series. Even then, there were a couple of shaky moments too. This series today, he was quite clearly the second best mid, and Cream really got to show his stuff.
Yeah, and we'll be taking back a look at this game especially, and look at the highlights here in just a little bit, but I think that's where we can kind of shift the focus to what is possible for this Top Esports roster, right? Because we got to see Cream on his Akali. Don't think he's getting that one again for a long while until people forget week number 1, but it was a team that felt like they were synergizing very well, right? And they were able to use the flexibility of the meta very well to their advantage.
And I think they went away from their BLG series and they fixed up with some of their map movements too. The early games were really quite clean. Their first game, I loved how they used the pushing lanes to just completely hamper what JJ wants to do on the map. He was always on vision. He was never given any options, despite the fact that maybe he could have flipped a lane or two. It just wasn't possible. And as soon as they're in the lead, we got to see the class of some of these members too. 369 when he was in team fight, still one of the very best team fighting top laners in the world. Cream, one of the best playmaking mid laners that the LPL has to offer. And Jakilov, I think in pretty much every game he has had some really good showings in the micro moments he's been given space to do so. And in this series, he was given a lot of space to do a lot of work.
Yeah, his spacing, his mechanics, they were looking
flashes
really
away
good
from
last
Lee
year.
Sin's,
The flashes
pixel
away from Lee
perfect.
Sin. He looked really good last year. Glad to see that continuing here, but I think especially 369 looking really, really good in the top side. And I think having that flexibility on top makes Top Esports themselves a lot more deadly. And I think especially with the couple changes that they've had, the aggressiveness of Cream, him being left to play the champions that he's comfortable on, I think it's really a good environment for Top Esports this year, at least so far.
For sure. And I think, one of the members we haven't talked about so much, I suppose, in terms of the gameplay sense, is Mako. We talked about it on a narrative sense of how much it means to face EDG after 9 years with the organization. I think mechanically he looked very comfortable today. You know, in the Tahm Kench game where he's getting that Q kind of a snipe just beyond the minion with the kind of like the width of the tongue lash. That was really impressive. He had some great team fight positioning. The Nami ults were comboing up with the rest of his team very well. It was one of the big takeaways from games. He was actually not just the equalizers were good, but the equalizers were good because people were pinned into them by either not JJ, that's from last year, of course, either Tien or Mako. I'm really quite excited to see how he's going to play now. That was one of my questions for this roster. Is Mako going to be struggling like he was at the end of 2023, or was he going to become in as that prime form classic Mako? I think we're seeing him on pretty good form right now.
Yeah, him and Tien actually connected a decent amount, especially. I think that's somebody else who, on top of Mako, we didn't actually talk about too much. And even if he was kind of the engine to the team, it felt like as his positioning, his pathing was really, really good. It is something where Tien, when he's doing well, maybe he goes a little bit undersung because he is that good. And it just makes the setup around the structure really good. Also having 369 literally get a kill in top side, go bot lane, get a kill there, go mid lane, get a kill there, and just
well,
okay, cool.
So, funnily enough, that reminds me of how certain other junglers played in the LPL, maybe some worlds-winning junglers who were basically the second jungler for their team because one of their laners was so good at responding to players first and foremost, it allowed the jungler to actually assess their own options rather than be the first protocol, like the emergency services you were talking about earlier. I think that Tien has been really good at reading the early game. There was one game against Shun in BLG where he did get blasted out early. Game 2, he snapped back, really good early jungle pathing. Now the thing is, this happens quite a lot with Tien where he'll have a good early season and then it will fall off some way through it. I need to see that keep up, but fingers crossed for Top Esports. If everything goes well, this could be a very top tier team in the LPL.
And speaking of their future, at least, they do even it up in the first week, but next week they will be against Rare Atom as well, so that'll be an interesting matchup.
Well, and also, by the way, Rare Atom have been on pretty okay form as well. Their Demacia Cup run was actually pretty impressive. That's not a matchup to throw away.
It's not at all. I think it's actually going to be a pretty hype matchup. And then on the other side, I believe EDG, make sure it's going to be LGD next. They have the names on this.
Okay, yeah, I mean, well, LG, we saw them earlier today, beat Ultra Prime, of course, in the 2-1 series. Now, they are a team which we do have more questions about. This could be a chance for EDG to buy some confidence, but they cannot afford to trip up against them. LG would like to build on their own successes as well from today.
And hopefully we'll have the highlights very soon. That's all we're waiting on now to get underway. But I think taking a look at Brass Tacks for EDG, I don't necessarily think that we got what we were wanting from them, where we were saying, can Allah have a really strong, solid performance there in the top side? I think we saw him taking advantage of a decent amount of time, and obviously 369 having a big part of that.
Absolutely. He was just on point today. His timings were largely really, really good. I like the Ghost Tech on the Rumble. I think it worked well into the Udyr. It worked well at running down some fights as well, because, you know, you use the Ignite to flip some of the closer matchups, but if you have the Ghost to just make sure that your damage is always there and present, that's really, really powerful. I think it was a great day from the solo laners of Top Esports, and comboing up with the rest of the team, it was just an overall good day if you're a Top Esports fan.
It's a good day for an LPL fan. We got some fun games. It wasn't all 2-0s. We got to go at least 8 out of the 9 games. Or 7, rather. Not 8 and a half. But this is kind of the start of the end. This was the at least rundown play with the Ghost Tech that we saw from 369 on the Rumble.
I think after you got to like 3-0-1 on Rumble, it felt pretty bad at that point. I think everyone had their time in the sun from this Top Esports game, really. It wasn't a one-person carry, it was a multiple team thing. At this point here, I know I called this out at the time, maybe Leaf steps back into the route and then gets the cleanse from the Milio and can play afterwards. Maybe a bit of a mistake to walk forwards, but when you're under so much pressure, making that decision in the heat of the moment, when you're CC'd like this is absolutely disgusting.
God.
The triple combo of the long-range damage and engage ult was absolutely insane. Like I said, it kind of reminded me of what OMG were doing last year in 2023 with the Yone in the mid lane as well from Cream. Heck, I'd love to see a Yone coming out from Cream again from Top Esports at some point. They did it with Rookie last year. Why not with Cream and one of his specialty picks at the same time?
I'm sure that
I will be there no
things
matter
in store.
what.
I'm sure we have many things in store for us here with this top esports team. The amount of skill on this roster is just insane, and it was just in sync so well with those equalizers and HH Grasp on top of each other every single time. This one not as much, a little bit delayed in the other way around, but it still works out for them in the end. They were so far ahead by this time, it did not matter.
No, it absolutely did not. At the end of the day, the equalizer still absolutely roasts the Clockwork Lady to a crisp.
It's like deja vu over and over again. Literally.
It just feels so bad for the side of EDG, because you can see some moments of individual brilliance coming out, but then you're so far behind on a team-wide level, it makes it so much harder to feel good about this stuff. This is what we didn't see on the camera. This was the absolute explosion of... We can't even show the end of that play.
We can't even see it. It broke the camera.
He one-shots both of the bot lane members from EDG in one fell swoop, but of course it is 369 walking away with the player of the game. Very deserved. A carry performance from a player that we've typically expected to play more of a facilitating role. It's good to see him back with the carry pants on.
It is 9s across the board here today for 369, and rightfully so. I think he had an incredible performance on the Rumble, as well as the first game going his ways pretty easily. And I think we get to still see one thing I noticed there is in terms of like the handshakes and stuff with the teammates. I think EDG and Top Esports get along pretty well. It was really nice to still see some of the heads up after that, because it was a tough game for EDG for sure. And we're going to go ahead and take a look now, I believe, at the results of today, because we had a long day, but it wasn't the longest we could possibly have. It was a 2-0 starting off for Rookie against his old organization in IG, getting 2-0 start for NIP in their first week. Ultra Prime fell to a slobber knocker victory for LGD 2-1. And then Top Esports came in, quick work of EDG when Mako faced off against his old organization for the first time in 9 years.
And I think we got to take a look at a lot of very different teams in different parts of their journeys. I think Ultra Prime and LGD are teams that are looking to recover from 2023. This was a bit more of a sketchy affair where they're trying to figure stuff out, but it was still a very tense and exciting affair between them. These are the results for the day, though. I think NIP is saying, stop the count, let's just stop it here, just freeze frame, we're at the top of the table. Great series from them today.
It actually looks really good from them too. They also have the win streak going for them now, joining the top of the table. We'll take a look at the second half of this though and see some of maybe the more unfortunate moments as we are starting to get to those 0-2 score lines. EDG not wanting to be down there at the bottom. Still LNG waiting to play another game too.
Look how far JDG have fallen. Incredible. 13th
It's
place.
incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, just a
Incredible.
reminder, folks, if you're on the first page of this, you're in playoffs. If you're in the second page of it, you've not made that cut. That will become much more relevant later into the season, but just keep your eye on that as things and games start to rack up.
Well, you know what? It's not going to be 0-0 for much longer, because tomorrow we got 3 more best of 3s coming at you. Weibo taking on TT to kick us off. RA versus JDG. The first time we're seeing the powerhouse back at it. And OMG versus LNG as our final game.
There are some really exciting things there. I'm really excited to see how JDG, the 3-peat LPL champions, are going to play with the 3-peat LCK coach Martha joining their roster as well. That'll be a debut to watch.
It's going to be absolutely crazy. Nightmare, any takeaways from the last little bit here? Our first cast of the season together?
Only let Rookie play Corki. No one else is allowed to in the LPL.
And
I enjoy...
Don't give Cream a collie. I thought we were on the same page there. Anyways, it was a pleasure to cast alongside you, my friend. Want to give a huge shout out to Riot Striker Dublin for putting this together, and all you at home for watching. Thanks to the players for giving us something to watch, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LPL, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.
"漫天的飞雪，璀璨的金光。真正的英雄，就是以平凡之躯，对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁，让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后， 我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一刻，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
由 Scott 获得，让我们恭喜4位选手。
该停下来了吗？
他们说我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。
我回来了。
小浩说了一句，他说：“哎，现在感觉打的有点上头，有点想。”
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
队员们都比较的年轻，很敢打。
在 LPL 的发挥真的是令人欣喜。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次，我们会走出属于自己的那条路。
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所有冠军。
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在了对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。